Nice. We're live. Very good. Very, very, very good. So, this is going to be a bit of a different Wars of Liberty stream than we're used to because we're actually going to be covering two patches in one. Yeah. The good old patch you've always known, 1.1.1b, and the new patch that came out earlier, 1.1.1c. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of stuff today and a lot of moving parts. But honestly, I think from a gameplay perspective, you're probably not going to notice huge differences, I don't think, unless some of these matches go to Great War Age, where most of the changes were. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty fair to cover both patches under one stream, I think, because, there's not going to be too much separate explaining in a lot of places. So that's good. Just let me share the stream with all the Discord servers, and then we can get going. Got a lot of games to download, so just be aware of that, Got a lot of stuff to basically do there. Yeah. Yeah, but connect to that one. Cool. So I can look at my YouTube live control panel. Great. Alright, so now I'm just going to share this stream with all the Discord servers that like to watch this stuff, which is luckily a lot of them. Yeah, imagine if nobody wanted to watch the stream. It'd be like, yeah, you just go keep streaming by yourself, man. We'll see you in next year. Yeah, but thankfully, a lot of Discord servers really like the Unstoppable Stiletsy stuff, so I always make sure to let everyone know when I'm live, hey, if you want to come down, have some fun, I'm always here. We'll have a really fun time together. Lots and lots of content to do. Wars of Liberty is a very fast evolving mod. Even as the sun is setting on ESO Online and the sale of the Legacy game altogether, Even if, it really is the end of future purchases of Complete Collection for people, there's still a lot of people that own the game and probably haven't touched it in many years that would definitely be willing to play it again just to do Wars of Liberty, I think, So, the hope is never lost. There's always going to be new people willing to get it, so yeah. Definitely. Never say never, right? Yeah, that is true. It's absolutely true, basically. So how's everyone's day today? Did you have a lot of fun today? Very eventful Thursday? Yeah, it was for me. Had to do a lot of work today and stuff. For some reason overslept a bit, but that's fine. Yeah. Let me see. Keep it short and sweet on there. Yep. Streamed on direct. There we go. The Delian server, here we come. In vivo, Juanito in vivo. Go up to there. That's the next server we want to do over here. Great. Alden Topak sent me a message. Are the new Woda Civs appearing? They are not, unfortunately. I don't know why, because apparently Alden had a great idea of us maybe doing some War of the Triple Alliance gameplay, like the original Wars of Liberty, but I got the installed to work, but I can't see the new Civs or any of the new features. It's almost as if the game is rejecting my mod changes, the changes that the mod did, basically. So I don't know what's up with that. Probably take an expert like, like Maxi or someone to figure that one out for me, because that's exactly the same thing that happened to Struggle of Indonesia. I installed the mod, and it feels like when I boot the game, it just rejects all the new changes and doesn't load them into the game for some reason. I don't know why it does that, but it, it kind of just makes it really complicated to do. Yeah, unfortunately. Wish it would be a little bit more seamless, but what can you do? It might be just a Windows 11 thing, because I'm on Win 11. Yeah, and if that's the case, hopefully they can get that resolved and fixed, you know? That'd be good. Got this server. Let me see, Eurostreams here, good. So is that everybody? I think that's everyone. Todos los bonitos bonitos need to know about the stream, I think. And how deep are we in on time? So we're in only about 5 minutes? Yeah. Cap here, bro. Supporting as always. Yep, you're always here for me. It's always good, you know. You always need lots of Juanitos Bonitos and Luises Bonitos to join us for the stream always. Yeah. And so I guess my next job is let's get all the games downloaded and see how many we got to work with here. It's going to be quite a bit, I can imagine, because we're covering 2 patches this time. So when was the last stream? Last stream was on the 10th, right? So we got to look for everything and up to that, basically, yeah. Alright. And did we do that one yet? Nope. Alright, I found where they start, and I'm just going to start downloading them like crazy. Like muy loco. This one. So we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 11. All right, what are we on the right one right now? I just want to make sure that yep, all right, we're on the right one. 11. So now we're the 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, 18 matches. That is actually very good. Very, very good, you know. We're going to have a lot to do today. That's perfect. Good number. Yep, I'm basically going to write a message out and let them know that the WODA isn't working for me either, basically. Yeah. Hopefully it starts working, you know. Yeah. Well, I guess the one good thing is when you're doing Cassie Games for both patches, it uses the same My Documents folder, so it's not like I have to put it in separate places or anything. That's at least good, you know. That part is at least under control. Alright, so now we're going to go to downloads and just stick all those things in the right folder, just about. Alright, so where do we start? From here all the way up, right? Okay, quite a bit. And we will drop these off in our save game folder. Not that one, the other save game folder. I got the one on quick access for DE as well as Wars of Liberty. So yeah, here we go. For this stream in particular, I'm going to have to pay really good attention to the guide, basically, of what patch they belong to exactly. So let me look at that poll, by the way, that you did for me today. Because we need to understand which patch are we going to be doing first. You know, I decided to be democratic today and give you the choice to figure it out, right? So, let me see here. Let me check the poll out, see where we are with that. Alright, so if I go to my little poll, you currently are undecided. It's 50-50 down the middle, 10 votes. So 5 Juanitos wanted old patch, 5 Juanitos wanted current patch. So you know what? You know what we're going to do? We are going to perhaps turn this ship around and go right into the old patch first, so we can give it its proper farewell, and then we will say hello to the new Wars of Liberty patch. So let me boot that up right now. I got the copy right here of the old patch, which should work like a charm. So let me find the age.exe. Yeah, for the old version, I can't use the quick access thing I have on the desktop. I have to go into the directory to do it, basically, so I don't mix myself up when I'm clicking through things. Yeah. So here we go. Here's the old Wars of Liberty that we knew about a week ago when I was last streaming. Yeah. These are the ones they upload, I think, on the Friday and Saturday and so forth before the new patch came out. Yeah. Alright, that should be good. I can also close this Chrome now, thankfully. So we can not have to worry about too much lag or anything creeping up on us. Oh, it's Leo. Hi, Glingovich. Unstoppable Frontovic. Hi, Glingovich. Yeah, nice. So what's the first game we're going to do from patch 1.1b? Let me see where the 1b ones start here. So the first one we got is some from Bondar. Serbia versus Spain. And then another Spain versus Serbia after that, and then a Spain versus Inca. So we got some Bondar games here. So we'll start out with that. Serbian Protestants. What do you mean Serbian Protestants? Is there such a thing as a Serbian Protestant that I don't know about? I didn't even know those existed. I thought they were all Orthodoxy. I thought that's literally what Serbians were. They were basically Slavic, the Slavic Orthodox Christians from the Balkans. The Croats were the Catholics, and the Muslims were the Bosniaks. So that's a bit strange. What would you call a Serbian Protestant then? I don't know, like a Prosniak or something? I don't know. Prosniak. Yeah, they're Prosniaks. Yeah. Let me see where we can find that game here. So what's the recording called? It's called Serbian Protestants. Alright. Serbian Protestants. Let's see what these Serbian Protestants can actually do, since I didn't even know a Serbian Protestant even existed till now. Alright. So here we go. So what's the map? So it looks like the map is going to be the good old Northwest Territory. It's pretty rare for us to see gameplay on a non-ESOC map, This is a good old map from Legacy. The cool thing about this map is you actually got this little sector of land here full of mines and animals and treasures for you to grab as a place to basically have a secondary base, pretty much. A lot like the Pomerania map on the 5th edition, except instead of being up here, it's off to the side on the left side, yeah. And then you even have this little native site tucked away here, some Nuka. But everybody gets their own Klamath site as well, from the looks of it. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty good matchup here. Definitely looking forward to seeing how this one turns out. So yeah. Alright, so we got Senor Viringo here with the España. And we got Bondar with the Serbs. I'm curious what he's going to do with his landowner's investment, which is basically a wagon you start out with as the Serbs. You can turn it into a number of things. You can turn it into a market, a livestock pen, otherwise known as a hunting lodge, a racks, a stable, or a foundry. And you might be asking, wait a minute, you can make a barracks, stable, or foundry in Age 1 as like Serbia? Yeah, because you use those buildings to actually age up. You can't actually reach any politician through your TC. This thing is only good for getting your hero back and training villies, pretty much. And the other town center stuff the town centers do. But in terms of aging up, you have to select a big button from one of your primary buildings. Your barracks, stable, foundry, hunting lodge, and market. Or in the case of Greeks, also your dock as well. And it's kind of neat because it technically gives these, what we call nation-state civs, about 5 politician options instead of the normal 4. Which is actually quite similar to Definitive Edition, right? Because in Definitive Edition you have 5 age-up politicians instead of 4. So if you like having more options like you do in DE, maybe the Serbs, Greeks, Bulgarians, and Romanians are the civs that you want to pick, maybe. Yeah. Starting out with medicine. Faster villager training. Very interesting. Normally, people would normally go with 3 peasants, 3 vills, but instead he's going for faster training villagers, which I find pretty interesting, yeah. And I also see Kara George's legacy. This makes the peasants cheaper to train and allows them to move faster. This is a card I really liked when I was first playing Wars of Liberty, and I didn't really understand making decks very much. I thought it was pretty cool to have cheaper costs in villagers, just because I wasn't really, distributing my villagers onto the right resources a lot of the time, but that's a whole nother story. We also have Slava. This card actually doesn't fully function in this patch. It was fixed in patch 1.1c, which we'll be seeing in a bit. We also have Mule Artilleries, Hajduki, and Koka's Rebellion. These are some pretty good unit cards here. And what else do we got? We got Covered Wagon in Age 3 alongside the 1000 Wood. That could be pretty interesting. Iron Regiment is a must. These cards are a must as well because they boost up your recruits, which is your usually main go-to unit as the Serbs, as well as some basic eco. I like the spread of this deck. This deck is pretty well spread, I think. And it does utilize Star Forts as well, so we might actually see that. I see he has gone with a stable with the Landowner's Wagon, so he would probably begin the Age of Politician from the stable, The way sort of the starting crates is distributed for the early nation-state civs is basically you're really supposed to pick your age-up politician from the start of the game using that wagon. You're really not given a whole lot of wood other than to build a house, so if you change your mind midway through, like, oh no, I wanted another politician, guess what, buddy? You're going to have to chop some wood for that, unless you get really good RNG with the treasures, Just the way it is. Do be like that sometimes, Whereas Spain here, as if we know all too well from all versions of the game, is getting advanced trading posts as card number 2, because remember, Spain gets shipments very quickly, so it's pretty normal, in fact, to see Spain get 2 or more shipments in Age 1. Normally it would be capitalism, but instead, Senor Viringo actually goes for advanced TP, which is another very nice option, Spain loves to eat up the trade routes, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for this, which he actually is. He did on command. Just look at that. Magic, right? And another one right here, another trade socket. Can also grab the natives if he wants. Does he have any native cards here? Nope. But certainly Fencing School will allow him to train a bit quicker. And technically these cards here do benefit the natives as well, especially the Nuka, which we have on this map. Aging up with the Statesman. This is the same as the Governor General in Legacy, so you get about 200 coin, and you get a outpost wagon, which in Wars of Liberty would be called a redoubt, basically. It's same building, same stats, all that. Whereas Serbia is going to be aging up with Dozicic Obradovic, which is some Serbian fell with a big forehead that I think he gives you Marauders. I think he gives you 1 Marauder and 100 coin, I believe. Somebody will have to correct me on that, but yeah, basically he gives you a head start on aggro, which is pretty cool, Because as you know, nation-state civs have Ulons instead of Hussars, but instead of being Ulons, they're called Marauders, and they look very Greek-looking, pretty much. And they're also 1 pop units, too, so you get 1 Marauder out the gate, and you get enough coin to queue up another one, like, right away, which is really cool, It's a really good aggressive politician in that way. So let's see it right here. Should begin a Marauder right now. Here we go, here's the Marauder. Same stats as a Ulon, but it's a 1 pop unit, Wars of Liberty made a radical choice in actually making these 1 pop units because of their low HP. Basically, they have the same HP as like Coyote Runners or whatever. So they said, you know what? Let's turn them into 1 pop units and make them more massable. You know what I mean? Which I felt like was a pretty good change to the unit. Now you can get huge swarms of these Marauders and really compete with other civs that have more tanky options. Like Hussars and so forth. Going with Kara George's Legacy first. That's a very greedy option, I feel, because that's basically going to propel him to Age 3 a bit quicker, I assume. But here's the thing. Yeah, I think he kind of had this... Yep, now he's going to queue in more villagers because he wanted that discount to be applied. And then he follows up with about 700 wood. Pretty interesting. I suppose you could go for a naked FF as well and start out with Kara George's Legacy and then go for the coin. Though it might be a bit slower that way, so that's probably why he backed up and said, you know what? I might be in age 2 a bit longer, so I better get that wood like right now, basically. Because you just don't know what Spain is going to be up to, you know. Oh, look at this. For Senor Veringo being muy malo, stealing trade sockets from Serbia's side of the map. A very Senor Veringo thing to do. And he got another doggo with them as well. He's got Dorado and Pinada. It would be normally you would think it's Pinata, but notice the letter is not that of the N, basically. So it's Pinata, yeah. Or maybe the AoE 3 developer that was making the game just didn't have that key on his keyboard, which happens with me a lot, you know. One needs to go like, why aren't you using the accented letters lingo? And I'm like, I don't have them on my keyboard and I don't know how to do it, so I using the goofy gringo letters instead of the ones you're supposed to use. Yeah, kind of interesting how that works out usually. Yeah. What's up with these cougars? You're gonna have to pay attention to this. Make sure they do not take out your hero here. That would be very embarrassing and sad. Very good. You're gonna get about 800 wood, which, surprise, surprise, is probably gonna go into build onto this side. I think at this stage, if Serbia doesn't try to challenge this at all, Ringo's going to have a very clean sweep with, again, whatever shipments he wants, which could be very bad. And what shipments does he have? He is going greedy right now with the eco theory, but as we get deeper in the game, he does have some good Hussar shipments. He's got the 2 Falconet shipment. He's got a fort. He's got a covered wagon. He's got this card that turns all your skirmishers into Pizzateros, which is a mercenary skirmisher, which is really strong. Heavy cannons, musketeers pretty much, so really good options overall, I feel like, in this case, basically. You also have the factories, some greedy eco cards here, so I mean, you really don't want to give Spain that many shipments, and they can always turn that over into a stagecoach as well and start pumping out resources out of those things as well, so you do need to keep that in mind pretty much, yeah, definitely. So what do we have over here? We have a tower house going up, pretty much. And what do we have over here? The heroine. So I kind of have to explain this politician a bit, the heroine. It's actually a very strong politician that really synergizes well with FF because surprisingly this age 2 to 3 politician will grant you a free Falconet, and you can actually combine that with this and you'll have a push of like 3 Falconets, which is actually a lot stronger than most Civs are going to be able to pump out, you know, because all Ringo has to do is ship the 2 Falcons right here, and he's already got a really good anti-infantry pushing force that he can also use with the siege as well, which is really phenomenal pretty much. And then on the other side, you know, depending on what Serbia does, he's going to want to really make sure he really starts teching really into these Marauders, I think, to deal with that. Or maybe even get the Honor Guards, who knows. Yeah. Right now he seems to be getting the level 1 market technologies, so marble sculptures, this is the same as Placer Mines. I imagine he got the craftsmanship for the wood one, which is the same as Gangsaw. He is aging up with Vuk Karadvik, yeah. This is usually the one I go with because what you get with this politician is about 700 coin, which you can put very well into going for an FI with. You know, you can go straight up FI using that strat. And I think that can be pretty powerful. And even if you don't go for the FI, you're going to have enough coin to mass out huge amounts of military. So I think in that case, Bandara is making the right move to basically compete with what his opponent's doing. I hear the door knocking, so let me just do that real quick. As I was saying before, this politician here is really good for ramping you up to an FI, or potentially amassing out lots of military. Since we do see a stable here, it's totally possible he could just mass up a bunch of honor guards or marauders with this, since those are very coin-heavy cav units. Particularly the marauders, as you know what the Yuan cost normally is, right? So I wonder what Spain is also going to do. So Spain goes for covered wagon followed by fort wagon. This covered wagon will be really good for defense and booming, right? Because more TCs you got, the more villager queues you get, as well as your ability to defend against attacks. And then a fort is a really great way to solidify your map control as well as defend an area from a lot of sieges, basically. I think that combined with these towers that Varingo laid out is going to basically turn him into an impenetrable sort of turtle-like structure in terms of his defense here. With the TC going to the back, Oviedo, to basically cover the silver mine here. By the way, it's really cool in Legacy how your town centers have names on them. You don't have that same luxury in Definitive Edition. Hopefully they bring that back at some point. Like, yeah, Pinar del Rio here. And what is the Serb TC called? Kraljevo. Very Serbian sounding name. Going for log flume. This is going to lead to more outposts being built. Probably a barracks or two. Varingo's eventually going to have to start thinking about pushing out. It's great that you have a way of turtling right now, but eventually you're going to have to go for the finishing move against your Serb opponent, so we'll have to see how that turns out. As for Bondar here, he is simply hanging out in his base. I think he might actually be going for that FI, because I really don't see him making a whole lot. He is building a town center without the 1,000 wood sent yet, so he's just playing pretty greedy right now. Especially being boosted by the cheaper vills from Kara George's Legacy, I think. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting way to see how this shapes out, I think. But rest assured, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Sends his own covered wagon in now, so this Serbia is going to be at about 3 TCs. Do we see 3 TCs on the Spain side as well? Or does he just stick with the one he got from his covered wagon? Because I think you might want a town center somewhere over here, just so you got this side covered for defense, and so you can grab up these mines and these hunts a bit quicker on your side of the river, basically. But that's at least my opinion, you know? I mean, Varingo, as far as I'm concerned, is a very seasoned Wars of Liberty player. He's been playing for many years. I recall playing against him since the Peruvians were released, and that was back in, end of 2015, like a very long time ago. Actually, no, not the end of 2016, what am I saying? Yeah. The end of 2016 when I was just a freshman in the university. That's when Peruvians came out, and that's when I first started facing up against Senor Varingo, basically. So he's been around a long time. He loves turtling. He loves focusing on economy and trade routes. He takes a lot of the skills from total boomers like Ole Santiago Toledo, pretty much, and he does all the same stuff himself, which I find pretty OP. Did Serbia? Yep, so they did send Slava. He could actually get a second church. Does he get a second church? Yep, he does have a second church. Where is that one? Yeah, it's somewhere over here. It's right here. Couldn't see it behind the tower house. Alright, so yeah. I like how Serbia is building up a lot of these tower houses. Very smart move on his part. Not only for defense, but these tower houses, since they have the name house in them, also give you some pop space as well, you know? So if you don't want to just build houses, just get a few of these tower houses up and put them all over the map, basically. They have about, no, they actually have a smaller build limit, but you can get it up with advanced tower house, I believe. These, raid. Hussars are coming in, I believe from 5 Hussar shipment, right? Am I right? Yep, 5 Hussar shipment active. Took out a Villy there, but is going to meet these recruits head on. This is the best possible thing you could use here to defend. But is it enough right now? I think with a bit of tower fire, he might be able to pull this off. Note these little rings around these units. When you take out Serbian units, the other ones nearby will get a small boost from, you see this little grave site here, this little cross in the ground? These actually boost the attack stats of these recruits for, I think, like, I don't know, like 5 to 10 seconds or something, to the point that these recruits actually gain more attack when they stand near those graves. I don't recall if you get graves from vills. I don't see a grave there, so I don't think you get them from villagers. It's just, yep, that recruit died, so you see the little cross, and you see the little ring. Now they have like 28 attack, which is even higher. And you'll notice too, when you look at the stats of these particular musketeers, the recruits, they're quite a bit different than the muskets you know. They have lower HP than the average musket, but they have higher damage. And that's a general theme you'll see across the board for civs like the Greeks and Serbs and Romanians. Most of their units sacrifice hit points for attack, usually. And in the case of the Serbs, who just loves to get large amounts of attack from nearby fallen units, that bonus just works really well for them. So it's definitely something we're going to see if Bondar can keep up his economy. We are going to see large masses of recruits probably be thrown into the fray there and start eating off of each other's deaths, pretty much, you know. Kind of morbid in a way how your comrade falls and you turn into a total... It's almost like they're zombies eating each other in a way, because when one dies, the other ones grow temporarily. It's kind of interesting. Either that or Serbian anger, you know. Kebab removal anger, basically. Yeah. We do see a star fort coming up down here right around the wall. Yeah. The nation-state civs don't get normal forts, they get star forts, which, surprise, surprise, are actually a star, right? You know how a star has 5 points? Well, this fort also has 5 points. Kind of looks more like a pentagon, though, if you count the walls in. Yeah, if you took the walls out, it would definitely look like a star, I think, but when you have the walls up like this, it looks more like a pentagon, because you got 5 sides on the shape, basically. Oh, cat walking on carpet, there are no Serbian Protestants. Buenas tardes, Juanito. It's Rommel. Rommel's with us. Awesome. Do we have any Rommel games today that we're going to be seeing? Any appearances of Rommel? We'll have to wait and see. Rommel's a very strong player in the Wars of Liberty community as well. Some pretty good builds himself, so we'll have to wait and see. This is the thing I was talking about earlier. Spain can get a really strong push with 3 falconets that other civs can't, just because they can ship 2 from the home city and get 1 through the heroine politician. This is going to make the Spain rush a lot more potent than in most cases, you know what I mean? So yeah, this is going to be a really strong push on the Spanish side here, just about. We'll see what Serbia can do to defend against this. Luckily though, looks like Serbia shipped in the mountain artilleries. These are basically Serbian culverin and mortar hybrid artillery pieces, so these were actually specialized in blasting down falconets. I think you just build a lot of infantry in Serbia, and you use your towers as your main ally here, and you can basically push this off very quickly. As you can tell from the timer down below, as well as what we're seeing here, I think this is going to be a drawn-out match. You know, this isn't going to be a quick 1v1 that you're used to. These players really know how to turtle and boom very well, and they're going to basically use every trick up their sleeve. We could even see a World War I age here, for all we know. That does indeed happen if 2 players, you know, just booms out their economy and they don't fight all the time. They can actually get to World War I and start really ramping up those special weapons of theirs, you know, the tanks, the planes, the dreadnoughts, and so forth. I wonder if we're going to see that here. We do see regular Navy, though. We see some destroyers. These are classified as heavy ships, which means they're really good at taking out lighter vessels, but they're not that great against siege ships. Nope, what these... Also, heavy ships tend to have broadside attacks as well, you know. Wars of Liberty sort of redid the whole naval combat system to sort of emulate Age of Empires 2, in that you got 3 different ships that counter each other. Light ships counter siege ships counter heavy ships, and heavy ships counter light ships. So these will be good for dealing with some of the weaker, cheaper ships, basically. But you're not going to want to park them up here, though, because the fort's obviously going to be able to fire back with its anti-ship attack, so I don't think you exactly want to go after a fort with this. What is he doing? He's taking his peasants and he is sieging his tower. Oh, he added in the landowner as well. This is a very crafty move. Oh no, he's using the landowners. Oh no, look at these villagers. They have 234 range attack and 125 siege. If you didn't know, these guys here, the landowners of the voivodes, they boost nearby villagers' military stats. 585 range attack, almost 20,000 hit points, and 781 siege. That is more stats than a fort. These villagers are actual fortresses. They took out a town center. They've taken out barracks. They're ripping apart hussars now. This is absolutely brutal right here. Bandar really knows how the nation-state cids operate. And now he's going to totally take out these civilians on the Spain side, I think, because the voivodes are right here. What you need to do is, Varengo, you need to take out these guys. These guys are your problem. If you don't take out these guys, these villagers are going to destroy you with their epic stats. Almost 20,000 HP. And look at this, the multiplier against artillery. Then it's almost like a culverin almost. These things could snipe the Falks. I think he is going to snipe the Falks using these villagers. Look at this. He's just going to spray down his Falcon heads with them. What is this? This isn't Age of Empires 3. This is Age of Empires 2 Supremacy on another level. I don't even think the Supremacy villagers in AoE 2 had that type of stats. The one saving grace, though, for Varengo is that the voivodes die after a number of seconds. So it's not eternal. They don't last forever. You know, he's at least fortunate that they sort of died off on their own after a number of seconds. But at the same time, though, Serbia is gonna put a barracks in his land now, and he is starting to queue up his own recruits with the veteran upgrade, the loyal upgrade. And even without the voivodes boosting them, they still have good enough stats to basically cut through the culverins. But here comes the Guard Halberdiers from the Royal Decree. Remember with Spain how you can send the Alabardo Halberdiers in from the home city with the Royal Decree at your church? Yeah, Spain can still do that in Wars of Liberty, and here's the Halbs right here. They're going to totally scare off all these villagers who are basically going to be forced back home, I think, you know? And the barracks that are being queued up are the ones back in Serbia's home, so it's not like he's going to be able to deny him right here. If anything, this barracks is more of a diversion, so the other recruits can come out and start pushing like they were. How many villas is he on right now? He is on about 51 villagers. 51 villagers. That's a pretty large number here, actually. Especially after doing all those shenanigans with the voivodes. You know, I'm surprised he still has that much vills in his pocket right now. This is a huge move by Bondar that just gave him a huge edge. But not enough to win the game just yet, you know. He didn't quite have enough time to take everything out, and now, as we see here, Varengo does have a defensive force in the form of Halberdiers now. You know, Halberdiers, severely underrated unit. They can take out musketeers pretty easily as long as they have numbers, right? Problem is, with Spain, you can't train Halbs. You can only get them with that one shipment from the Royal Decree, so, you know, kind of have to deal with that, basically. But he should have at least enough to say, you're not going to be pushing any further for a while. And then Varengo's going Industrial Age, and he's got Cuirassiers now. Cuirassiers. Yes, Cuirassiers, those wonderful splash cavalry you normally associate with France. They are a common unit in Wars of Liberty's Europe. So Spain has them, Germany has them, the Danish have them, the Italians have them. A number of civs actually get these, the Austro-Hungarians get them. A lot of civs get them. With these, I think the recruits are going to have to retreat now. You know, the thing is, just like they are in Legacy, they do have a splash attack. They also have hand armor, so the bayonets of these recruits are really not going to do... They're going to do something, but they're not going to do as much as they would to, say, a Hussar, which has mostly pierce armor, right? And if you want to look down here, notice how assault cavalry, that being heavy cavalry like the Cuirassier, actually have less multipliers against them than they do against scout unit, which would be Hussar, like lighter hand cavalry. Wars of Liberty makes the distinction between heavier cavalry like armored cuirassiers from hussars by simply using the scout and assault tags. Assault means you're heavily armored and you're good at melee. Scout means that you're mostly good for harassing archers, villagers, artillery, that sort of thing, you know. So it's a bit of a difference to learn, but just know that most of the time bayonet attacks from things like the recruits are going to do a little bit less against the heavy armored stuff than they are the lightly armored stuff. They'll still do a multiplier, it's just not going to be as significant, really. What's going on here with the naval here? Looks like Varingo is using his anti-ship attack with his dog to take out this last destroyer on the nation-state side. He also made a... what would this be? I think this is a heavy ship of his own called a battleship, I believe. No, this is the... I think this is the floating battery, I believe. This is the European siege ship here, the Zaragoza. So now that Varingo's in Age 4, he can start to make siege ships. They are specifically very good at taking out heavy ships. So we're not going to see a lot of the destroyers from the nation states coming down anytime soon if he's got floating batteries docked down there right now, which at least for now saves him from getting raided too much on the riverside over here. I think this was a huge reset on both sides, because now we're going to see if, wait a second, how much score has Varingo got? He's got 372, 374 for a score, so it's like he basically wasn't even damaged that much in that whole game that Bondar was playing before. This is truly a Varingo moment for the books, you know. You can use crazy bonkers things and have your villagers rolling through your base with 20,000 hit points and about almost 1,000 siege, and still shrug it off like it's nothing. Truly a Varingo turtle memento. And he still has 3 town centers. He's got 2 over here, and he's got the one down here still. He's got a factory. Does he have his other factory? Yep, he's got his other factory coming in. So he's going to have 2 factories. And now it's almost looking like Varingo got the better end of the deal right now, because now he's got his 2 steel guns, otherwise known as heavy cannons here. He's got his halbs, got his skirms, got his kineses. And now he's sending in wild geese from the Royal Decree as well, which I believe sends in... I don't know if they send the Hakapalites or... what do those send? Yep, they still send Hakabos. Alright, so he's basically got some mercenary Yulons at his disposal as well, which is pretty good. And what's Serbia going to do now? It looks like their first assault plan worked pretty well, but they're going to have to follow it up with something if they want to really win this match. How many vills is he on as well? That's going to be pretty key. So right now he's got about, I think, 63 vills on the field. And 5 in queue, and he's also going to start his own fishing boat gathering as well, just like Varingo is down here. So this is going to be a battle of not only the land, but also the sea. And if we get to World War I age, it won't only be a battle of the land and the sea, but also the skies as well. So that should be really fun. Had to get a swig of water in there to keep my throat from getting too dry. It's always important. And if this was Definitive Edition in the Age of Pirates map, you'd also have a Battle of the Undersea as well, you know. I'm kind of waiting every day to see when they release those maps that lets you play underwater with the scuba divers, because that'll probably revolutionize the Age of Empires 3 experience even more, because not only do I believe they have the airships on the map, but they also have scuba divers, so you can fight in the sea, on the land, in the sky, and under the sea as well, like at the bottom of the ocean floor, where all the sunken ships are and all the treasures for you to grab. That's going to be a really neat experience for AoE 3 players looking for a fun new experience, you know. Because unfortunately, with all the work they're doing on Age of Mythology Retold right now, they kind of pushed off the dates to the release in the Polish and the Danish in DE, so we're going to have to sort of create our own fun with these mods until they get everything up to speed on that side too. Also, the work on that really neat AoE 2 DLC with the Athenians, Spartans, and Achaemenids, you know. I'm just really happy that you're actually going to be able to use those civs against other AoE 2 civs like the Brins and so forth, and they're not going to be cast away into their own private Idaho in multiplayer. That's just going to add a lot more fun and flexibility to the game, I think. Yeah, I think so. But what do we have here? We see more recruits being trained. We see infantry combat coming in, which will boost the recruits as well. And we see destroyers being made. These obviously will have a big weakness when they're dealing with this floating battery over here in this one. Also has some battleships as well. Yeah, has some battleships here. So this is going to be a really hard situation for Bondar to defend with, I think. Yeah, he's got just a couple of destroyers here. He's got a couple of battleships, pretty much. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tricky matchup, I think, overall. Yeah. Yeah, he's just getting overwhelmed with more naval vessels attacking him, I think. He's going to have... He is going to counter it by going with mountain artillery. These things do, I believe, have multipliers against boats, so he should be able to dock those somewhere around here and just blast these things into oblivion. Either that or force Ringo to rout, which he will probably do, you know. Ringo's very quick with his Juanito fingers, basically, so I don't think he's going to let these ships sink into the... where is this? Probably Oregon and Washington, right? Into the Oregonian water, whatever it is, basically. Yeah, I think it looks like Oregon, you know, sort of that rainforest environment, basically, the Pacific Northwest. So yeah, definitely don't want to lose that much amount of wooden coin and boats if you can afford it. Going for, I would say, probably one of the more greedy politician options for Industrial Age on the Serbian side, George Wayford. What he ends up doing is he doesn't give you any crates or units or anything. He simply sets it up so all your quote-unquote economic buildings, houses, town centers, markets, as well as your wheat and strawberry crops, become cheaper in wood. So if you haven't done a lot of your agricultural setup for the late game yet, you can usually go with George Wayford to make that a lot cheaper and a lot more seamless, you know. So you're really not missing out on too many resources when you're making the transition and thus not fall behind in some pretty key parts of the match. Which I think in this situation is going to be really important since you have to maintain both the land and the sea control at this point. Trying to use the mountain artillery to land some pretty big hits on this floating battery. Should be able to take this one out. Is focusing, firing. Oh, he lands the Pakapanits right on top of the... Oh, wow, that's a good move. That's a good one right there. Oh, he still loses the flowing battery, though, but now he's got a bunch of mercenary Ulans running around in his base that could totally take out a lot of bills now. And he's going to need some more of those mountain artilleries to resume his defense. Oh, he picks him up in the El Melite Oquendo now. His battleship there. And he's got the El Melite Sevilla. And the Zaragoza, the first naval vessel we've seen from Spain today, is still standing. As of now. Which is great. I wonder how this is going to turn out now, because it seems like, in a way, Varengo has completely turned everything around to the point that he's got the superior score. He's threatening his villagers, he's taken out what little fishing economy Serbia had. And now, at this point, Bondar goes from doing MVP level guard stats to playing on the defensive now. I just don't know how that's going to turn out. Yeah, this battleship, the Oquendo here, has really high HP still on itself. So it's going to take a lot of little bullets from little kebab removers here to basically take that thing out, I think. There we go, though. Kapelit's getting wiped out very quickly. Yep, there we go. Picking up what was... This is actually the third wood technology, I believe. Wooden furniture, but it's also very cheap. You know, I think normally your third wood gathering tech is pretty expensive at the market, but for the Serbs, it's actually pretty cheap. It's like only 100 food and 150 food and 150 coin, I believe, so that's going to be a pretty nice transition. I think, again, your wood up. Already has a lot of strawberries and wheat crops down pretty much. The difference between these crops and normal mills is basically you can only gather from them with, like, I think 1 to 2 villagers at the start of the game, and as you get more gathering techs from the market for them, yes, the market, you will be able to put more and more villages on them. By about your third tech, I believe you'll be able to have about, I think about like 5 villagers on these crops, and then like up to 6 or 7, I believe. So yeah, try to get as many of those techs going as possible. so you don't have to spend out as much wood to build more of the crops, I think is the name of the game, really. Gets guard level on the recruits, and is going to get guard level on the mountain artillery. So his only way of really getting rid of these ships and protecting himself from any artillery threats to his recruits here. But don't get me wrong, though. These recruits love it when you hit them with cannons, because guess what? If you take out like 20 of these units, the R1s are going to go up to like, at this rate, probably like 80, 90 attack or something. Like really insane range attack. And he's got the Iron Regiment too. This is like a second-hand bonus upgrade, where if recruits fall, the other ones will not only gain an extra damage boost beyond the one that they normally get, but they'll also get a hit point boost too, which will actually turn the recruits into a very ferocious fighting force, really. Turns the R1s into like total MVPs for like 10 to 15 seconds. Watch out for the Starford. You do not want these boats to like get an easy snipe on that. I think he's going to try to put it... No, he's got the boats right. I don't like this. You need to get this out of here. See what's going to happen? There you go. That's what I warned you about. Yeah, he got the last shot in too and took it out. There you go. But this card here, no, it does not let you build additional ones. So that's a total loss on the Serbian side. They're not going to be able to get another Starfort, unfortunately. So it looks like Varingo's army is still veteran upgrade, and we don't see Guard Skirm yet. Pidacers is still veteran. Not a lot of upgrades on the Varingo side just yet. We should try to fix... Oh, he's going for Imperial Age. He's going for Imperial Age. He's going for Imp Age. This is very greedy on Varingo's part. And who is he going up with? He's going up with the Civil Engineer. I believe this is going to grant him, I believe, artillery, but I could be wrong. Let's see how much he gets from this. Let's see what he gets out of this age up. I think he got got shipments out of that, if I stand correctly. He got shipments, which he's gonna put into 2 more steel guns, and then what else is he gonna get? He could get some of these more greedy techs, because what you can do now is, if you're Senior Varingo, you can actually try to go for World War I age. Yeah. And note, he also has villagers on the private island here, grabbing all the moose, all the silver on here. Now he's got a run-of-the-mill on this whole island. It looks like he already grabbed all the mines that were over there, and now he's just eating up all the meat now. So that's going to be a huge advantage for Varingo. And I imagine, too, he's got his capital up, right? He's going to start getting those Imperial Age gathering techs as well, which will benefit his farming and his hunting and mining. Does pick up the counter-infantry rifling on the skirms as well as guard skirm. Could get Imperial skirm very quickly as well now and ramp that up very quickly, which I think would be a really great counter to his recruit prom now, I think. Yeah, pretty much. And what else is going on here? Do we have any chats as well? Oh, Alucard's exploit. So Alucard came up with that one. Very interesting. Oh, Rommel confirmed it. Rommel confirmed it. That this is an Alucard trick. Yeah. Alucard is really good at coming up with these tricks, as well as Louise Kaiser usually. They're like the MVPs at coming up with really wacky builds for Wars of Liberty, I think. So yeah. If this is an Alucard build, this is really scary. Imagine, yeah, like the villagers... Well, how much HP does a Star Fort have? A Star Fort has 10,000 HP. Those villagers of his had more HP than these Star Forts, and more ranged attack than these forts did. So the villagers literally turned into Death Stars, basically, or Star Destroyers, you know. It's something like out of the Star Wars universe, basically. Yeah. But unfortunately, the Star Fort is gone. But it does leave the Pentagon behind in the ground. So you know where the... Oh, nope, we lost the Pentagon, too. That's gone. Is going to start blasting apart these walls as well, so the Ole Santiago soldiers can run right in. There. Another option you can do, too, if you have some extra ships to work with, you can put a dock here as well and basically start sieging on this side too. He could potentially do that with his World War I vessels, if he decides to go for those. But he does go for Tercio Vascongado to turn all of skirms into the Peseteros. Gets his second plantation upgrade, homesteading, followed by textile mill, which is a plantation-related gathering card. But what does Serbia do? Well, Serbia is making honor guards. These are Serbia's assault units. Instead of the Kilisers, they get honor guards. Instead of having splash attack, these honor guards are mainly a more massable and tanky assault unit. Notice how they have two types of armor. They have hand armor and they have ranged armor. 30% pierce armor and 30% hack armor. And they have some pretty okay HP comparable to a Hussar. And they also cost about only 2 population points, mind you. So you can mass these up pretty well, you know. And it especially synergizes well with the Marauders, which are a 1-pop cab unit, like a 1-pop Yuan. These are like your 2-pop super tanky Hussars, really. So, I mean, if you like massing up lots of cav, nation-state civs like Serbs, Greeks, really good for doing that. Yeah. You also see the Great Migration, now that we're about 30 minutes in. This will grant Bondar about, I believe, 15 villagers, free villagers from the shipment. Which is basically a lot of vills add to his eco there. And he might be going in page soon as well. He just wasted a bunch of muskets there and grinded them right into the Peseteros right there. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are basically just mercenary skirms. You can see they got almost the same stats as Jaegers, really. The 40% pierce armor, the 30 range attack. Yeah. I see the range attack went up as well, so did he get some arsenal techs, I believe? I believe he did. He could also get missionaries as well here, because in Wars of Liberty, the unction ability on the missionaries comes at the start of the game. You do not need to send a card to give your missionaries that aura that makes the other military units gain attack. It's really powerful and really OP, really. So yeah, definitely on that. No, it's very powerful. Getting the Guard Culverins Royale, again the 3rd plantation upgrade here. Where's Ferengo? Ferengo's score is just about going into 800 now. Is that right? And has he sent sort of the Arsenal one yet? The Arsenal one about the tax, basically. Once he gets that down, these plantations will be working at 50% faster rate. Just about. What is Bondar's plan for defense, though? Because it looks like right now he's sort of on the back pedal here of things. He is starting to get his age up from this foundry over here. I wonder if this is the one scary thing when you're playing as nation states is if the enemy manages to snipe the building you're aging up at, guess what? You have to age up all over again. But that also means you get about 40k resources back into your stockpile that you can put right into military production too. So it's not all a win-win, you know. You're kind of giving your enemy resources back, but for the wrong reason, just about. Yeah. So here's the honor guards. Their high HP and armor values is definitely helping them out here. Note how the honor guards can withstand these halves pretty well, and they can also withstand the bullets from these mercenary skirms very well. So both of those areas is just a really good advantage either way for them. Also hit him with the mobile armors as well here, which is pretty good. Yeah, these mobile armors, I think what makes them stronger is the fact that they're, I believe, a little bit tankier than your normal heavy artillery. And what's the pop cost? So these are 6, these are 7. So yeah, these were slightly more massable as well. And you can train them from your foundries as well, which is pretty neat. With the steel guns, of course, you have to make them from your factories. But these mobile armors, you can train them at the foundry. Since these nation-state civs don't have factories, you know, they don't get them. So yeah. Keeping up with the honor guard, which he has at about the guard level. Guard, honor guard, get it? Guard. Yep, they're great guards, great bodyguards. So yeah, he's going to push him with that. And we're going to see real quick how this one turns out, I think. Getting the Imperial upgrade on the honor guards now. Knyaz's honor guards. For the nation-state civs, instead of just being plain old Imperial, they get a name for their Imperial age, depending on what civ they are. For Serbs, it's Knyaz. For Greeks, it's Vasilias. For Romania, I believe it's the Dominators. And then for Bulgaria, it's the Tsars. Tsars honor guards, basically. Yeah. Kind of a cool difference, I think. Yeah. And believe it or not, these nation-state civs also get a Royal Guard unit, too. But instead of researching it through the military build, they research it through the town center as a big button before they can actually proceed with the normal guard and Imperial upgrades for the unit that gets the RG status. For the Serbs, it's actually their archaic skirmisher unit, the Hajusi, that gets the Royal Guard, so before they can get guard and Imperial upgrades on it, they have to pick up that RG, but I don't think we're going to see them today. Seems like right now, Serbia's just sticking with Assault Cav, the R guards, because he knows opponent is doing mostly skirmisher or artillery. And if we do see pikemen or musketeers at all coming in here, though, these will be very tanky against those as well, from what we can tell here. And the one sort of bonus the R guards get with the Serbs is, of course, if one of these R guards does die, the other ones will get a slightly higher attack, which will make their fighting a bit easier, basically. Yeah. Looks like Spain is working to just mass up musketeers right now. We're currently at the guard level and not too far away from getting Imperial, I would imagine. Also using the factories for heavy artillery production. How many barracks are we looking at? We are looking at about... How many on the field? Like, how many are built? Like 1, 2, 3. How many? We have any other ones besides those 3? We got... Nope. Just gotta build more of them. Once he gets one of those other racks up, I think he's probably going to want to get that to, like, Imperial. Just so he's working on similar playing field in terms of stats, I think. Yeah. Would be cool if somebody goes World War I age, though, and shows us what that's all about. That'd be really neat. Yeah. Though I do prefer the World War I age we have in patch 1.1.1c, though. Just because... it's mainly got a little bit more balance and a little bit more love for the tanks and the armored cars, I believe, and it's less basic meta. You know, you can't just spam soldiers and fire planes and anti-aircraft guns to be the meta anymore. You actually do need to invest in tanks and armored cars a bit more and use them, I think. And they do get their proper value now with the more HP and armor value, so yeah. If you want more enriched Great War Age experience, definitely patch your game up to 1.1c and you'll see a lot better stats on your tanks and armored cars. And a little bit less obnoxiousness of getting your bomber aircraft getting knocked out in the sky way too quickly as well, which is always good. Here comes the Culverins. These will be used to wipe out the... They didn't even need the Culverins, you know, everything was already cleaned up pretty well by the steel guns. That's the most nasty way of taking out Mother Nature, I think. Literally shooting it with the cannonball. I mean, it's one thing to hunt the cougar with your hunting rifle, but literally taking a heavy piece of artillery and blasting the thing, that's gruesome. It's gruesome for a little kitty cat like that, you know? Even though he's trying to scratch you and stuff. I get it. But a little bit too big of a response, I think. These are not Imperial age yet, though, so he's gonna want to do that probably. Yeah. Using up a lot of his food since the honor guards are pretty costly on the food side, so I don't think any of these guys are quite ready for World War I age just yet. I don't think until they get to like 10k stockpiled resources usually, or 15k, in a 1v1 you normally have enough res to actually reach World War I yet, so I'm gonna have to work on that right now, I think. Yeah, so what do we have right here? Big massive honor guards, all Imperial upgrade, and now we're gonna see the Imperial muskets down here, I believe. He's got enough wood for it, so he should just go for it right now. There's no reason not to. You know, use that wood to your advantage, man. Unless he's going for World War I age, I really don't see a reason why he's not getting these up to par in terms of those stats as needed. Yeah, now he's doing it, but is he going to get in too late before he starts fighting, though, is the question. And all these artillery are basically useless duds right now, because we don't see any such unit on the Serbian side. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So let's see these artillery get completely milked and shredded down there. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the problem. You went in before your Imperial Age upgrade came in. Now you're gonna, you're still working with subpar stats. But until now they are Imperial, so maybe it's gonna go a bit better now for him. And maybe he starts to add in the missionaries eventually as well, just to get that little bit more damage in there, that he's looking for. Yeah, well, he still fights it off, he still fights it off. So maybe we're gonna have to see some skirms on the Serbian side, I think. Yeah, I think so. Oh, he shipped in some Sakavalai as well. These are a mercenary you can get from the home city as the Serbs. And every time you ship the card for them, because it's an infinite shipment, it actually gives them more hand attack. Right. So it's one of the few growth, I guess you could call a growth-based card we see in Wars of Liberty, where the more times you ship the card, the stronger it becomes each time. That's sort of the case with the Sakavalai army here for the Serbs. As you'll see right here, it's called Sakavalai Division. Gives you 5 Sokol and gives them 15% additional hand attack. But it also makes the card more expensive, mind you, too. So if you really want to send it 20 times, you're going to be eating a lot of wheat and a lot of strawberries to do that, Yeah. Well, wheat is your food crop, by the way, and strawberries are your coin crop, basically. So you eat bread, but you sell your strawberries, Sell your strawberries on the market, I guess, because people love strawberries. Yeah, strawberries are good. They're one of the better fruits, I think. I sort of like how they're sort of sweet and they're also a bit tangy when they're done, when they're in the right growing season. You obviously don't want to wait for them to get too ripe. Otherwise, I don't think they get the best taste and texture. But if they're at the right time, I think the texture is perfect, and then the balance between the sweet and the tangy is also perfect as well. So yeah, strawberries are great. And it's also great having over 10,000 coin in your stockpile too, which looks like Serbia already has. I don't know if it's about time one of these guys tries to go for World War I at this point. It's looking to sort of be around that time period, I think, where somebody's going to want to hit the World War I age at some point there. Wait a second. So, Senor Vilingo, Angel Bustamante Calle, he's saying, let's see are you ready? 1v1? How are we going to do a 1v1 and cast your game at the same time? I probably could, but I don't know if my CPU could handle that. It'd be a very laggy experience. I could literally divide the screen and... Wait a minute, I couldn't even do that anyways because, it doesn't let you run 2 copies of the same game, I couldn't have, Wars of Liberty casted on one side and playing it on the other side, I could do that for DE, I could run Definitive Edition and Wars of Liberty at the same time and cast on one and play the other one at the same time on the screen, but can't do that for 2 instances of Legacy AoE3, unfortunately. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. But it is what it is, basically. Ringo taking advantage of his navy once again. He's got Dragoons. He's got some ships over here. He's also sending in the Imperial Line Infantry. Those 19th, 20th century musketeers, pretty much. In mostly 19th century, I would say. Mostly 19th century musketeers. And he's going to try to take out more of those honor guards. Dragoons will be a great asset here. These are what we consider to be maneuver units, and they have really strong range multipliers against Assault class. But only against Assault class. They do not have any multipliers against Hussars, only the heavy cap. Which does make them feel a bit useless sometimes, but when they're going up in this fight, they're absolutely really good at what they do. Gets the cannons into the boat just in time. Looks like Spain's combat is better, but it looks like Serbia's resource stockpile is better as well. So it's not quite known who's going to win this exactly. I think if you're Bondar, you just add in, I believe, the Granziri, which would be your skirmisher. Add in Granziri with Argard, and I think you might be able to handle this, because you'd be really specialized mainly against heavy infantry, but also somewhat against the light cap too. So you just have to pivot that unit strategy that you're doing, and I think that is probably what you're gonna want to do here. Doesn't look like he does that. He's still queuing up stables. Does he have barracks? He's got 1, 2. Hasn't been keeping up with the barracks, which I think is a huge mistake, you know, because he never quite... Oh no, but now he's sending Kolka's Rebellion. Is he sending it again now? He is sending it again now. He is sending this monstrosity of a card once again. So guess what's going to come back? The monstrosity of the 2 million hit point villagers. The Alucard strategy is now in motion. This is going to be very, very interesting to see how this turns out, really. Yeah, very interesting. Here we go. So how much stats do they get here? With only 2 of the Voivods. They get about... Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not as great as it was before. Like 1... Oh, but they he snipes the Voivods. That's exactly what you want to do, because now he's... He just cooked himself there. Look at that. He just cooked himself very, very badly there. Burnt himself super duper crispy on that one. Yeah. Maybe you should try something a bit better next time than that. Yeah. Oh, big time, yeah. That was a total... I don't know. Could have done that one a little bit better next time, I think. Yeah. Absolutely. Looks like the bayonets are really driving in hard on those villagers, though. Even with their extra HP there for the remaining Voivod active. Our guards are also creeping up on this side, but going right into the bayonets. Also taking some heavy heat from the Dragoon shots as well. And this could be a very interesting situation. He's got a lot of coin in his back pocket, though. He's got a lot of money here. A lot of dinero that he can work with. Gets guard upgrade on Dragoons, which is going to be absolutely detrimental to the Honor Guard's performance here, I think. And I think if you don't change up any units, you just lose out to the Guard and probably eventually Imperial Age Dragoons. You know, he's got enough wood for Imperial once he finishes up the Guard upgrade. So, I mean, I think it's about time that Bondar here really starts thinking about what units he wants to put on the field now. Because this is going to have to really be improved here, I think, if we see any sort of resurgence, you know. We'll see, though. We'll see how it turns out in the end. Yeah. This will be very, very interesting indeed to see how well Bondar can evolve to the Royad situation. I also find it kind of obnoxious here that Varingo sort of got the water covered too. It's not like he can safely stand over here without the battleships blasting down on him. These are the same, aren't these the same battleships that have been active the whole game too? Like, these things have not gone down at all either. Also picking up the good old ranged cavalry Caracole as well, which will give some more damage to these Dragoons and more range. You know, they'll go up to, I believe, 14 range. So a little bit more range than the muskets then. Yeah. Will make their kiting job a bit easier. But the Honor Guards, you know, they go full throttle into the Spanish eco. Fully towards these civilians, you know. I thought they were the Honor Guard, but going after civilians that can't defend themselves, that's what I call the Dishonor Guard. Going after factories that feeds the people plenty of canned foods, that's the Dishonor Guard. Acting very dishonorable. There's no chivalry in attacking civilians and civilian facilities, man. If you wanted to be a real soldier, you'd be fighting these musketeers head on, not hurting the everyday workers who are trying to can food and, you know, make tortillas in a bag or whatever for the other Juanitos, you know? Yeah, definitely not. So yeah, taking out that factory. 2 factories down. That's huge. Villagers will also be picked up over here. That was actually a very big blow, I think, you know? The thing is, Varingo is technically doing the better unit choices, but he has less eco. Yeah, so if he taking out that factory was actually quite big for Bondar to make it even harder for Varingo to keep pushing out troops, I think. Yeah. And now he's starting to add in his field guns as well, so his guard upgraded Falx here too. So he's mixing it up a bit. So does Serbia just stick with the same old recipe he's been doing with the honor guards? I believe he does. But where's his other stuff? Where's his other troops, basically? So he's got 69 villagers. Where's his military, though? Oh, he's got honor guards. Here they are. Now he adds in the skirms like I said he should have been doing. So he's got Kinazes, or otherwise Imperial Grenzers here. Grenziri, these are skirmishers. They actually have more range than once you get the arsenal ticks, they do have more range than standard skirms. About 22 range, which makes them a little bit better. A little bit better at that task. Definitely less damage though, less damage output, but they can kite a bit better. Especially if he's going to be putting his stuff into like melee attack like that. Yeah. The problem is though, is now you got the Falks here. So these skirmishers now are going to have a bit of heat under their tails trying to defend at that point. Bondar also ships in some Grenziri as well to add them to the mix because he is starting to burn through his stockpile of res, I believe, too. Got some Nukas. You can add some Nukas in. Or those from the Treasure Guardians. Yeah, I don't see any native sites actually being held on either side, and that might be a big mistake here, you know. I think one of these guys should definitely be adding in those Klamath Riflemen and those Nuka Clubmen, I think. That'd be a great way to make full usage of the map. And just have some bigger armies here for us to work with, you know. Yeah. Trying to make an attempt on that side with the Grenziri, but they're going to take direct artillery fire from the Falks. Marauders without upgrades coming in to push. Oh, they are up to the guard upgrade already, so they are not unupgraded. They actually do have some okay stats here. But they will get shredded by these line infantry relatively quickly. You know, these line infantry have, again, larger multipliers against the lighter forms of cavalry like Uhlans and Hussars. So they'll be doing 3x against them, whereas an assault unit like the Honor Guard only 2x. A big massive Grenziri there that's actually holding off pretty well. I mean, with all those nearby fallen comrades, their range attack is going up to 44, 51. 51 range attack. That is a lot of stats. That is a lot of stats. It actually makes up for the lack of multipliers from counter infantry rifling. Yeah, huge. Cleans that whole mass up completely. Does he have any artillery left, or did he take that out? I don't know. I don't see any artillery here. He must have cleaned that up with those huge stats. Unbelievable, unreal. He completely cleaned up stuff there, big time. And now he can get Imperial upgrades on these Marauders as well. Get those up to full stats, yeah. I think at that point, you might actually have a winning combination now, because guess what? These Marauders, they don't have the assault tag, so Dragoons do not deal range multipliers against them, so you kind of negate the whole thing you're trying to do with the Dragoons, really, you know? They still get a multiplier in melee, though, interestingly enough. So if those Marauders get up and personal with the Dragoon, they will try to slash down with their sabers. Will inflict about 4x multipliers on them, which is actually quite big, you know? But now we see the Badors added in. These are the Spanish Ultimate Unit. They have stats pretty reminiscent of the Lancers from the Legacy game. And what they do is they boost up the movement speed of cavalry near them. So Dragoons, Hussars, Cuirassiers, any potential mercenary cav, it will actually allow them to move faster around them, which is quite big, actually. Yeah. Only looks like it's hand cav, though. I don't see the little feathery ring around these Dragoons. So it might just be melee cav. Yeah. I do know, though, that these things will be pretty good at shredding through Grenziri, even though they don't have any real range protection from them other than the malice that the skirmishers suffer from when going up against assault. Yeah, so this is going to be this could go either way right now. Cannons trying to pelt some cannonballs into the Marauders, you know. Trying their best with that. Marauders, though, do have a bit of decent HP now, so they are able to survive a bit from the cannon fire. More Grenziri pouring in. These Marauders are up to, yep, Kinaz's full on 74 hand attack, which is quite good. Now I was going to start sieging away at this base over here. Let's see how well this push can go exactly. Alright. Comes the, well, this is a pretty good push here. We'll admit that. I think maybe Serbia's figured it out. Could have totally potentially figured out this whole situation, I think. Oh yeah, big time. Big time. That cannon's going to be pelting those Marauders. Yeah, this is looking really good for Serbia here. Really good. Oh, big time. Look at that. Absolutely ferocious. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. And I think this is I believe what Spain got for resources, by the way. So they still have plantations in the back. They got a mill here. They still got muskets. I just don't know. Like, it's almost looking like a Serbian win. Because he's got full eco here, right? He's got, how many vills does he have? He's missing a few vills, but that does mean he's going to have more skirmishers to push in there, so I don't think with Musket and Dragoon you're actually going to be able to clean up these Granzeri at all. So I think this might actually be a Serbian victory here, potentially. Potentially a Serbian victory. Have to wait and see, though. Yeah, this could potentially be a Serbian victory here that we're looking at right now. Yeah, it could be. Yep, looks like it is. Just have to wait and see, though. I mean, Lily's staying back with the hand attack here. Giving him run of the mill to start with the sieging too, which doesn't look very good. Oh yeah, big time. Oh, looks like Cap is actually going to try to 1v1 Vringo. That'd be very interesting, yeah. Vringo's like an old-time player, but Cap is also very talented, as you know. He gives me so many recordings, you know. He's almost up there now with HVNI. Like, HVNI is like my Definitive Edition guy for getting games to cast, and Cap is now like my Wars of Liberty guy for getting casted games to do. That's pretty neat, you know. Cap is a really talented Age of Empires 3 player that's really good for pushing stuff out overall. Yeah, big time. I definitely never count Cap out in terms of delivering us great content for every Thursday, you know. If it weren't for Cap, we wouldn't have a lot of recordings, you know. I'll give Bondar credit for giving us some games this time, but Cap definitely gave us the lion's share of what we need for this week, you know. Keep it up, Cappy. Unstoppable Mexicapi. Yeah. Yeah, these Granzeri are finally grinding down these muskets, it looks like. Yep. There we go. There we go. Nice. Nice. And Marauders, at this point, don't even care at this point. They're just going to run right into those muskets. Granzeri, though, should be able to handle it on their own. Taking advantage of that Infinite 2 mobile armor shipment to get a constant flow of heavy artillery from the home city at this point, so that should be good cleanup in terms of cleaning up these buildings. All Vringo can ship at this point is a couple of naval infantry. That's going to do absolutely nothing, really. Also got some Sakhavalai as well. Though they do have a splash attack, these are actually still considered scouts, so these are actually one of the few cases of a Hussar-like cav that has a splash attack, which puts them in an interesting position because it means they're actually pretty impervious to Dragoons at range 2, which is pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. Now we got some graphs to look at here. Serbia had the better economy. Who had the better military? Spain had the numbers, but Bondar had the killing machine power. 255 honor guards. That's a lot of assault cav, you know. Spain spammed a lot of muskets. Building sieges were very high here. Let's look at the number one, the villager count. So this is sort of the trajectory Bondar took. He went up, took a lot of losses going home after that super trick, and then just outgrew Varingo's villager numbers. How many villas did Varingo keep? Kept only about 71, so yeah, he kind of limited himself there a bit. Maybe because he wanted more army or something. Who knows? How about military unit population? Yeah, we see some very large spikes here by Varingo, but Serbia is constantly able to match that a lot until it finally just dips off at the end to his demise, basically. So yeah, that's a very good game number one, and now we're going to be going into the second Bondar game that we have here on patch 1.1.1b. Do I still have my... Yep, I still have my Explorer open, and we will boot it up right now. So here we go. I'm going to grab some water while it loads so I can stay hydrated and keep my voice nice and clean and pristine. That was a quick grab, right? Didn't take too long. Only took about 10 seconds. Yeah, so what's our game number 2 called? So our second game is called, from Rec Games, it's called Spanish Serbia. So it's Spanish but also Serbian. How could Spain be Serbian and how can Serbian be Spanish? Very interesting. We first saw, it's called 1v1 Spain versus Serbia, shorter game. Shorter game. Alright, so it's going to be a shorter game, folks. I'm sorry to say, but it's going to be a shorter game. It's alright, though. It's alright. It's probably going to be a more intense fight, I would say. Let me see what it's called here. It's called, let me just make sure the recording game. Spanish Serbia. Okay. Where's the P? Probably over here. Yep, here we go. Right, this one right here. Nice. So, again, it's going to be Varingo with Spain. It's going to be Bondar with the Serbs, it looks like. What's the map this time, though? I believe this is... I think it's Cerrado. Is this Cerrado? Cerrado? Yeah, there's a lot of maps that looks like this that have sort of this layout. Basically, you got Guaycuru native settlements. These are a native warrior cavalry that has high siege attack as well as some really high armor values. And the trade route is a pretty windy S. In terms of food, you got some smaller game on here. So you got some like anteaters and you got some armadillos. You know, these are two animals we do not see in Definitive Edition, really. So it's really cool to see them here in Wars of Liberty as some custom fauna created for us. Yeah. And you also got these nice black berries here called the Jabuticabas. You know, these are a very black looking berry, basically. So yeah, this would be a pretty cool map to see a match on that. Also, you get some trees with pink leaves. Yeah, these sort of pink purple leaves, which is pretty rare too. So these are like one of the older Wars of Liberty maps, I think, from the War of the Triple Alliance era. So definitely do a lot of your games on here if you want to. So yeah, definitely. The one thing I always worry about, though, when you do the non-ESO maps is I won't be able to monetize from the music because I think it will play the Civilization themes. But it does depend on what the Civ theme is, because I think some of the Civ themes in Wars of Liberty are not, you know, copyrighted, which is cool, so I can technically monetize it off of it one day, but a lot of them are from orchestras and stuff, and they do say, you know what, you can have it on YouTube or whatever, but they take all the money, unfortunately, for it. So yeah, kind of unfortunate in a way, but it's alright, it's alright. These streams are mostly about getting attention to the channel and getting a lot of people interested, so they'll watch some of my other stuff, basically, which is great. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it's cool. I wonder what kind of game we're going to have this time around. Because we sort of have an understanding of what Bondar's capable of with his Serbian tactics, and we sort of know from years and years of Varingo tactics what his Spain is like as well. Are we going to see more or less the same decks, or are we going to see something a bit different here? That's what I'm wondering, you know. I think in this case, though, Varingo is going to have a little bit less efficient trade route here. He only has about 3 trade sockets to work with, whereas on the other map, he had like 4 trade sockets to work with. So this is going to be a little bit less efficient for him, you know. I'm surprised they didn't add any like trade sockets like maybe here and over here maybe to put one on your backside, and then it could have been like a 5 trade socket trade room maybe. Yeah, I definitely think it would have ramped things up a bit in terms of those builds, honestly. Yeah. Fiero sent me a question to my Discord. That immigrant villager for Latin Americans, is it a normal villager? For example, immigrant Poland and Argentina is like a gaucho, so again, resources, food, wood, coin, it's same. No, is not. Are poor gatherers except for one skill. Yeah. So basically to make Fiero's point pretty clear, if you're playing as Latin Americans and using immigrant workers, the immigrant workers have one skill they're really good at, whether it's gathering from berries, from agricultural buildings, from trees, from coins, from natural resources, or perhaps building stuff or something else. But everything else they're very bad at gathering, basically, you know. If you want to have some really good gathering, make sure you're training your normal vills and not relying on the immigrant workers, because unless it's a skill you're particularly looking for, like trying to put up a barracks quickly as the German immigrants or something, you're just going to have suboptimal gather rates. Yeah. That's something I thought I'd point out to him. And it's something I try to mention as much as possible, too, when I'm doing casted game streams or even on the old Liga. The Liga casts I used to do for Wars of Liberty. Just so people are aware that immigrant workers are not the same as, you know, your everyday villager. They do have special properties that makes them strong, but for the rest of it, they're kind of on the poor side of gathering. I don't think they're really, really bad. I think it's like maybe 10% less gathering, 20%, something like that. It's not a horrible unit to use as a gatherer. It's just not super optimal either. Yeah, as long as you're using them for their intended purpose, immigrant workers are great in the game. You know, they get the job done. But if you're using them for a suboptimal gather rate thing, they're not going to work at the same rate as the normal settlers and whatever villages you have, like gauchos, like Fiero mentioned, will, usually. Yeah. So in terms of build order, we see the same thing this time from Varingo, Spain. 3 villagers followed up by advanced TP. Statesman, so he's playing a very similar build order. Same thing with Serbia. We're seeing the same build order, same stable politician here. Dozitij Obradovic, same cards. Slightly different deck here. So this deck has hero upgrades in the home city. But we don't see medicine this time. We still see Kara George's legacy, so he definitely likes that card. But in terms of heroes, we see Obor Knez, which is a chief attack and hit points is increased, and national statues have a hit point aura as well. For those that don't know what the hero statue is, basically your Serbian explorers, which in this case would be Tripko Kupik, actually really dies, you know. You know, most villagers, or I should say most explorers, right, have the hero tag, right? So basically, when you take out their HP, instead of dying, they just sit on the floor like a 5-year-old that just got a cut on their kneecap playing on the playground, right? They sit there and they cry, but they don't get up until somebody saves them. But for the unfortunate nation-state explorers, they're actually mortal and they actually perish. But when they die, they turn into a statue, a national hero statue, to honor their name and all the great things that they did. Even if they didn't even do anything, they still get honored anyways. So it's a really important honor, basically. Like, if he gets eaten by these alligators, he'll turn into a statue to honor the fact that he fought alligators with nothing but a rifle and a sword, basically. And fought very valiantly to grab that 80 food worth of peanuts. Serbian people will forever be honored by his desire to get them peanut butter, basically. Yeah. And basically what that national statue does is it gives you units an improved movement speed as well as rate of fire around the statue. But with that card I just mentioned, you also give him an HP aura as well, so a little bit tankier stats around the statue too. The statue does not stay up forever, as it prevents you from like stacking them and stuff. But what can happen is, if your enemy is very quick, they can actually siege the hero statue that's left behind and get some XP from it for themselves. So you might want to think about that, You might want to think about defend that statue so it denies your opponent a quicker shipment, possibly. Just a consideration, really. Yeah, definitely. We see barracks and stable here. So doing some recruits. Potentially could add Mirars in as well. This is looking like a much more aggressive fight maybe for Serbs. Potentially based on what the description was. Yep, if he keeps up this massive recruits, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting fight against Spain. What is Spain doing, though? Spain is mostly... They have not a lot of food, but they got a lot of dinero, though. A lot of money. A lot of coin, basically. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. So what do we see from here? We see some of the 8 pikemen here, the partisans. Followed by, what else can he get? So he's got the musketeers here, he's got the pikes, got the royal decree. So this is looking almost like this is the Spain deck we saw last game. So he's got some okay unit options, I would say. But one thing I noticed he doesn't have here, though, he does not have the conversion from skirmishers to pizzateros, though. He kind of took that out here, I think. In terms of getting what? He's got Eco Theory still. He's got Fencing School, Royal Decree, Advanced Ars. What did he get that's new? He's got the fort. He took out 4 Hussars, too. But he's got 9 Musts there, 2 Falcons. Covered wagon. Yeah, I don't know what he exactly did here. Maybe the fencing school. Maybe the fencing school and the pikes is new, maybe. I don't recall seeing that. Or do you recall if we saw 8 pikes last game? Yeah, I don't know. Either way is going to be a good fight, I think, if he makes use of these pikes against the marauders that Serbia could potentially do here. Maybe. Yeah, but it's going to be seeing what the ultimate strategy is on either side, I think. Because we sort of knew how the last game went. We do see more of a musketeer start here by Varingo this time around. Last game, I think he started out with more skirms, but now he's sort of going more heavy on the musketeer side of things, I think. Actually, he did do a mass of muskets last game, and he mixed them with the Falcons, right? But this time, maybe he'll actually go in without that Falcon support, potentially, because we do see him starting to ship in about 5 villies right now, but not any coin yet. He hasn't sent 600 coin yet. As for Serbia is just massing up recruits here. He is actually recruiting the recruits very actively, in fact. And here comes the second hero upgrade card, the Obranovic Dynasty. So not only does it boost the stats of your explorer as the Serbs, but it also lets you upgrade your hero with the European hero upgrade. So with the European capital, you could research, I believe, knighthood and some peerage for your heroes, basically. It will unlock those techs for your Serbs as well, so you can get that on your Explorer too. Yeah, so your Serbian Explorer becomes pretty proficient. Yeah, can be a pretty good asset. Yep, his Tripko Kupik is still alive, it looks like. The good old chief of the Serbs. Here comes some pikes and line infantry, though. They are going to make a move on the stable. looks like. And then probably make a move on to the house as well. Yeah. So we're probably going to see these recruits try to engage with the line infantry very soon. Taking out Stable is going to be a pretty big loss, but it does let Bondar know I got to make some of the Hajdukes. The Hajdukes here. And in some of the Hajdukes, which is basically the nation-state's version of crossbowmen, will be a nice addition to his army. They'll have some really good multipliers against these recruits pretty much. Or I should say these line infantry and pikes, since they both carry the heavy infantry tag. So here comes the Hajdukes. So the way they work is they get some pretty good multipliers against heavy infantry compared to the crossbowmen, you know. They get like a range multiplier of 1.5 instead of 1.25, so they do a lot of damage, you know. And especially with these graves nearby, they're going to pick up even more range attack here. You saw how it went up to 27, now it's about 22, and they're going to scare off any potential line infantry there pretty easily. Yeah, very quickly, I would say. Got some more Hajdukes coming in from up there too, basically. Kind of, yep, snap my neck a bit. Very nice. So where do we go from here? So we got a lot of line infantry here. Getting the coin now, so we might actually start seeing an H3 now from Spain. Maybe switch things up and go for the Quileses, perhaps. Quileses, 2 Falks would be a good transition, maybe, to completely stomp on top of Serbs. And sort of, I guess because there's 3 games between the two, we could consider this a best of 3 of sorts almost. So if Varingo wants to bring it up to 1-1, he's going to have to work hard here, I think, to outdo this army of Hajdukes and recruits, basically. Because this is a pretty good mix of units, you know. A lot of damage between the two, so they're really good at doing out a lot of damage. It's just that they have pretty low HP. You know, A5 HP in the Hajdukes, that's not a lot. And the recruits, it's about 130, which is quite low for a musket. Is the age up going to be similar this time? We'll have to find out. Right over here, it's going to be the Heroines, so also a free Falconet again. Could be good or bad, you know, depending on where the timing falls here, really. But we'll have to wait and see how that ends up turning out in the end at this point. Oh, Cap gave us some advice to Varingo. He said, you really need the missionaries with Spain because their army is underpowered sometimes. Yes, yes, yes. That's one thing I don't think Varingo has done a lot in these matches, is get his church up and start making the missionaries. Because if he got all 4 missionaries, which is your build limit allowed in Wars of Liberty, he would actually have a much better fighting force to really force back Bondar. He might have actually been able to win last game if he was using missionaries that whole time. It's literally what wins the Ole Santiago Toledo so many matches, is literally just massing up missionaries with this normal infantry, really. Yeah. Let's see when this Falk comes out, because it's almost ready to come out now with the age up. Might be used mainly to snipe these mule artilleries, which are basically just early cannons you can make in Age 2 that come on donkeys instead of horses, making them much smaller and also weaker in that sense. Here comes the 1 Falk, and 2 Falks is also going to ship in too. He puts it on bombard mode, so if anything runs too far ahead, it is going to get blasted. Yep. Oh, good shot. Three units down. Good volley there. Good volley there for Varingo. He's going to ship in 2 more of the Falks as well right now, which should be very strong, I think, at this point. Yeah, very strong indeed. We'll see, though. Alright, so looks like army's going to go over there for now. Yep. And we see 2 Falks coming in right now. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. And now we're going to see probably these Falks try to position themselves, hopefully, to hit the infantry, but also the mules. I want to see these donkeys go down too for Spain. Yeah, he's defending quite well with these cannons. It's really hard to overcome 3 Falks with mule artilleries. One of the mules is already down, but oh no, the other's going to limber mode, which is totally the wrong move, I think. Oh no, no, this is bad. Muy malo, Vlingo. You should have kept them in bombard mode, but I understand. Maybe the AI messed it up. Good old game AI that decides between keeping them in limber mode and bombard mode when you're moving them. Yeah. Oh yeah, that should have been an easy defense there for Varingo, though. Still not over yet. I mean, he still has some... Does take out the cannon, which was really essential. I just think he could have broken a lot better in this, but now it sort of feels like he broke even Steven with the whole thing. Yeah. It's getting a covered wagon, though, so there is going to be a little bit more turtling defense here from Varingo. And where is Bondar in terms of aging up? He's almost ready to age up right now. So he's probably going to be aging up quite soon. And how many vills are we with Varingo? Let me see, because this is going to be pretty key too, how this turns out. So about 25 vills now. Where is Serbia at? Serbia is on 37. Now that's a huge jump. That's a huge advantage. So I mean, even this covered wagon might be a really big sell, I think, in terms of being able to catch him up. Especially if he loses it to these infantry. That would... I don't think he's going to lose. I don't think he's going to mess that up, right? No. Look at how low HP the Serbian infantry are, though. I mean, even the town center and a redoubt here takes it out very fast. Yeah. And now the covered wagon can sort of pick and choose where it's going to go at this point. But at the same time, this gives Bondar optimal time to get up to his age up now. I'm presuming he's going to go with the hunting lodge politician again, maybe. He has got another stable, so he might go for the stable one. And just so you're aware, if you're like playing as Serbs, Bulgarians, Romanians, or Greeks, and you want to know what the different politicians do at the different buildings, there is a button in the UI of the town center that does tell you what the different politicians do, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. In the old days, you didn't have that resource, now you sort of do. So you sort of can know what you're actually getting yourself into in so many ways. Yeah. Because I remember in the old days, I just sort of assumed what the politician did, and I kind of got really messed up from it. Like, oh, I thought I was going to get a cannon. No, I just get 8 spies. Like, yeah, that's really helpful. It's really what I need right now. Yeah. This time gets the Great Migration early. So I think if the math serves me right, he's going to get about 8 villagers from this. About 8 villagers. About 7 or 8 villagers. Yeah. So not as strong as waiting for 30 minutes, but at this point, he's got a huge vill advantage. So I think, yeah, that probably works pretty well at this point. Yeah. Could work pretty well, honestly. Takes out the lone recruit there with the hussars. I think at this point, Varingo just tries to take out as many vills as possible and keep Bondar on his toes at this point and try to basically catch up in vill numbers, because right now he really needs that villager catch up here. It's kind of a serious thing at this point. Yeah, big time. So he's just queuing up the marauders right now, looks like. Yeah, let's see. So he's just got 5 hussars now, right? Does he have any other military in the back? So yeah, he's still queuing up skirm. That's the one thing Varingo does have on his side right now, is the fact that he's already up to like a veteran level skirm in terms of his military output. You know, basically Bondar would be fighting with very low HP infantry in larger numbers, which I think still skirms is probably going to be the better thing for him, because the skirms have about 20 range. The Hajduk has about 16 range, being like a crossbowman. Recruit has 12 range. So skirms, even though these Serbs get that nasty bonus where their nearby units die, basically, maybe the skirms just win with their better range. But at the same time, we know there's marauders here, these scout units. these scout units can totally upset that whole entire trajectory, I think. Yeah, that whole entire trajectory could be absolutely destroyed, I think, at this point. Yeah, completely. Here comes the line infantry right out of the TC at the perfect spot here, but just not enough at this point. You know, I could have used a little bit of a bear mass there with the veteran upgrade, I think. Now the skirms sort of just run totally out of their league here against these unupgraded Marauders. And I think it's kind of going to be a total slaughter here for these skirms. Yeah, Bondar doesn't even need to touch Age 3 at this point, I think. He's totally fine where he is right now. Yeah, I mean, I think he could. He is going to take down this town center, Maldonado, right now. And Marauders are going to indeed cut their way through these skirms, it looks like. Yeah, absolutely. Total cleanup on Isle Dos, or Tres, I guess. Yeah. Marauders are going to finish off the last of those skirmies. Recruits, line infantry do arrive over here to try to clean up these Marauders. But a little bit too little too late, because this town center is on its way out. And you sort of lose your whole H3 advantage being Varingo, I think, at this point. You know, your units certainly weren't good. Your TC boom advantage isn't good anymore. So, you know, Bondar, who's stuck up in H2, is honestly beating you out really well right now. And that just sort of goes to show sometimes FF isn't always the solution. You really need to measure, right, if your FF is gonna really do what you need to, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I think this would have been a much different match if those Falconets survived. You know, because he totally could have gone out of that fight, I think, with like at least 2 of the Falcons. But ended up losing them all. You know, I think that was a real travesty on Varingo's part. It's just not keeping his Falconets alive in a fight where he probably could have kept them going, really. You know, and maybe that just comes down to using those missionaries that Cap talked about, you know. Yeah, well, he does try to put a fort up as his Custer's last stand over here. I don't think 3 Marauders is enough to deny this fort here, so Fort San Francisco will indeed go up just about. Right near this outpost, really. Trading post here is going to go down. He has all, yeah, note how Varingo has the whole trade route once again. But I believe this is Stagecoach as well, if it's Economiendo, right? So yeah, Ringo's really been taking advantage of this trade route really well. It's probably the reason why it's been so even here so far, yeah. Yep, and now we see the last remaining line infantry here scare off the Marauders with these Hussars here. Going up with Oborcanez as his other shipment, so his other hero upgrade. For some reason I thought he got that earlier, but I guess not. Yeah, I mean at this point it's like, what else are you going to get? Like 700 wood? Yeah. Well, 700 wood would be a pretty good choice too. I guess now you just age up or something, because you can. You should be able to get that politician he got last time. It grants him the 700 coin and just propel himself with that. Because Spain at this point is like a 0 level threat right now. They can barely hold together their own base right now. They had to literally stick a fort up right behind their TC just to protect these berries here, these Juanito berries, pretty much. And it's looking almost like Varingo resigns here out of sheer disadvantage. Well, I see something going on over here. What's going on? Yeah, Hussar dying to a pitchfork. Not even a spear, just a pitchfork from a peasant. Total disgrace. Yeah, I would resign from Varingo as well here, you know. Just don't know where he goes from here. Yep, that's what he does. Doesn't try to hold it out anymore. Another resource advantage by Bondar in terms of military. Varingo did do a little bit better with the fighting, but could have been a lot better, I think. Just a huge mass this time from Serbia. Very overwhelming. In terms of siege, kind of even Steven on both sides, it looks like. Yeah. How about the military population? So yeah, this was clearly a Serbian advantage the whole game. How about Vilpop? Yeah, Serbia just did a lot more villagers. I guess Varingo ended up giving up a lot on his villager queuing just to get that FF that ended up falling a bit short there. And I think he was hoping that the 2 town center setup probably would have helped him out there just a little bit, I think. It didn't end up doing that much, honestly. Yeah. And how about, like, resource gathered? It looks like this. It's clearly a Serbian advantage because of just the sheer bills. How about shipment, though? Shipment, yeah, Varingo had, like, a huge advantage in, like, shipments just because of controlling the whole trade route there. So, yeah, that's pretty big. Now we go on to game number 3 of Varingo versus Bondar, the one where he's going to be going in as the Incas now. The Yao, Olia. Yeah. So here we go with game number 3 of Bondar versus Varingo. And then for the rest of the stream, we're going to be doing cap games. Games that cap record. Unless there's any others I'm forgetting about, but I think they're all cap. Which is totally fine because Cap is one of the best Age of Empires Wars of Liberty players of all time that we know about. So that is definitely going to be a really great story for us all to see. So let me see here what the recording is called. It is called La Casa del Oro. So Spain versus Inca. Oro is like gold, right? Or like gold or silver, I believe. Yep. La Casa del Oro. So that should be a pretty interesting one. So it's going to be Inca versus Spain. So let's find where that one is. The recording start with L. So we'll look for L. La Casa del Oro. Here we go. Get some more water while this loads. There we go. That was refreshing. So what map are we on this time? So it looks like we're on, I believe this is the Ozarks, right? This is the Ozark Mountains. You got like the mountain pass, basically, where you're on one side of the mountains here. Then you have the green little valley in the middle. Then you have the snowy mountaintop over here, pretty much. And the natives you get are Cheyenne and, what's over here? Cheyenne. So you just got Cheyenne natives, it looks like, this time around. Got 2 trade routes that goes through the map as well. Honestly surprised to see Bondar playing Incas here, because this is usually a Varingo-only civ, you know. Varingo's favorite Rainbow Coalition civ, basically. And if you don't know what I mean, just look at this flag. It's literally the rainbow. This is the pride flag. I think this is the pride flag. You got the red, the orange, the green, the blue, the darker blue, and then you have like the purple. This is a pride flag. The first ever pride flag in history. Owned by the Incas, because just like people who use this flag, the Incas also love big pointy sticks in the form of spears. Yeah. Very hard, very big spears, and they do penetrate pretty deep as well. So, yeah, most definitely the Incas and the flag owners of today have the same similarity in that, at least. Yeah. Yep. And in terms of, like, balance, too, Incas can sort of feel very fitting for this rainbow flag as well, I think. So, yeah. We'll see in a little bit if that ends up happening, but who knows. Spain is definitely a pretty competent civ, I think, to deal with the Incas, if they're very careful. But I think there was like 1 or 2 times historically where I was able to totally punish the Spanish very hard by playing Incas, so this might go either way, honestly. I think if Spain does really well with artillery infantry, they could probably force out the Incas, but if they go like try to go Hussar, yeah, Inca wins instantly. But Varingo should know this pretty well since he's an expert at both Spain and Inca. So hopefully he has both civs under his belt enough to sort of know how the unit rolls work and what ends up winning. Because, see, for the Incas, their main unit is the Huamaca. they don't get any traditional musketeer. We'll put it that way. So it's sort of like their mainstream unit is like the Huamaca, which is a spearman, as you know, from the native site. Works the same way with the Inca Civ, only it's a bit stronger because they get some more upgrades, than they normally do. And what ends up happening is the Huamacas, if you mass them enough, can not only fight cavalry, but they can sometimes even fight their way through infantry masses and artillery too. They can raid, they can siege. They're kind of one of the best units in the game, Only if you mass them though, but they are expensive. They're very pricey to get. I think they're actually pricier than your everyday halberdier is by a lot. So, not a whole lot, but it's definitely noticeable. Yeah. You'll see some similarities between the Inca and Moors of Liberty and the ones in Definitive Edition. Like, you have the Chasqui as one of your secondary hero units, pretty much. They actually don't have the hero tag, which I find kind of interesting, since they do a lot of the same stuff that heroes can. Like, they can build trading posts, they can build town centers, and they can collect treasures as well, and they're good against treasures. But your main hero is technically this guy, the Sapa Inca. This Inca ruler on top of a throne with a couple of little Incas carrying him around the place, basically. And what he can do is he gives your units an aura like other native civs do. He gives your units an aura that gives them more HP, right? And stats. But he can also train more Chasqui as well to do his bidding for him. And he's got some charged abilities too that he can unleash, like he can do the mass heal ability. And he can do the dodge ability too, to dodge ranged attacks too, just like I think the Japanese explorers can unwield as well. Getting a bit of congestion for some reason, I don't know. Not too bad though, just a little bit noticeable there. Might make me a bit more nasally than usual, so see how that goes. Yeah, basically. So what's Spain doing? I want to see what the Spain deck is going to be here. So the Spain deck is going to be this is basically last game's deck, 100%. As for Inca, what is Inca doing? Inca's got 3 vills, got monumental architecture. So basically it makes buildings construct faster and gives you more XP when you build them. Right? And we also have Guano, which is a coin trickle card similar to capitalism. In terms of other cards which are interesting, we do see Tawanitsulu here that allows your support and ally cards to be cheaper. And do we see them all here? Probably. We don't see them all, but we see a whole lot of them. We see the Guarani allies, we see Chinche Suyu support, we see Cuela Suyu support, and we see Cusco support. Alright, so quite a few of them, yeah. Old waves could also be very powerful here, since one of the big buns for Inca involves sending out their infamous Manco Horsemen, which is this thing. Basically a very strong assault unit with a lot of HP. Instead of having really good multipliers that like Splash, they're sort of like Cataphracts, They're really very tanky, very strong, very powerful, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. See settlers over there grabbing some food. Looks like Inca's going to try to do some siege on this tower just to take off some of the HP of it in preparation for probably a future attack. Inca starts out with the shipment of the Ocaruna. And these guys are infamous for a number of reasons. Number one, because they're like a coyote runner and they're really good at functioning as a one-pop sort of scout unit. Good against skirms, good against cans and raiding. But they're also infamous because I guess their model was done in such a way, at least in the past, where it had an increased risk of causing out of sync errors, basically. So yeah. They can indeed cause some issues. Really, yeah. But from the looks of it, if we got this recording here, we thankfully will not have to deal with any out-of-sync issues, pretty much. Yeah. They're very colorful, you know. They got like these really colorful yellow and bright green, sort of like very vibrant green colors on their patterns, and then they sort of become more reddish as the match progresses, basically. Yeah. In terms of costs, more or less like a Coyote runner, pretty much. Because sort of the Inca roster goes down the middle, I think. Half their units are sort of like old school Inca stuff, and their other half is more modernish. You know, they got cannons, they got some gunpowder units, so yeah, they got obviously heavy cavalry as well. So these are not your everyday Definitive Edition Incas. They do have some more modern weapons to work with. These dogs are very ferocious indeed. They actually ate an Inca soldier. Yeah, we got Toyo Julio, we got Sagtalak, a famous Wars of Liberty player, we got Camarone, and we got Dorado. Some pelos muy fuertes, looks like. Boosted by some line infantry behind them. They're going to try to scare off all these Akarunas, which could potentially threaten their home. We'll see how that turns out. The one thing you gotta understand, though, is that the Incas are just a really good coin economy sieve. Mainly because the Incas, while they're gathering resources, also trickles coin while they work. So I guess if we look at these villagers, we might see it. Yeah, notice how they're trickling about 1.16 coin per second while they work. So you don't even really need to use resource mines on if you don't want to, because actually at the market, which we don't see yet, but technologies you get at the market don't actually improve your mining rate. They actually improve your coin trickle rate while you work. So you can actually potentially leave your mines alone the whole game and let your allies use them in a 2v2, which is pretty neat. Or you can still use the mine, right? But you also get a lot more work out of it, because not only will you get the coin from the mine, but you also get some extra trickle from it too, which leads to a very good gather rate overall. Yeah. Akarunas are going to focus down this trading post here, it looks like. It's advanced TP, of course, so it does have a bit of a range attack to resist any potential siege effort there, pretty much. Yeah. So we'll see how this one turns out. Also got some Bullis Warriors as well. Yep, here comes the Bullis Warriors. Yep. These work exactly the same way they do in Legacy. They have the skirmisher-like multipliers as well as the splash attack, about 2 splash. So they're good for hitting multiple units at the same time. They also get snare, right? So if these things launch a range attack at a unit, they will start to move slowly away, which can give your Huamakas as well as your Akarunas a chance to really beat them down pretty much. Yeah. We'll have to see, though, how Spain basically sets this up, though, pretty much. Yeah. Looks like we got some pikemen and we got some line infantry here getting ready to go in, it looks like. They're going to be trying to get this really powerful treasure of about 2 Courier de Bois here. Yep, get these 2 Courier de Bois here, or these 2 CBDs. That'll be a really good treasure. Who would say no to like 2 free villagers? I don't know who. Especially since they're such good gatherers, you know. Courier de Bois, as you know, are just really good bills all around. They gather great, got a really good range attack, they have really good pierce armor, they're just really good bills overall. And it's quite a wonder that a lot of the American maps tend to have them as potential treasures too. Looks like Spain is about ready to go to age 3. They got a lot of comida here. A lot of tacos, a lot of tortillas, and a lot of Spanish rice. And empanadas and paella and whatever Juanito Bonito food you could think of. Yeah. They got Juanito food, basically. They just needed an arrow to get to age 3 now, I think. As for Incas, they're sort of playing more like Bondar's playing more or less the way he did last game, where he's just sort of massing up in age 2. Got some Okarunas in the front, and he's going to add in Bolas warriors in the back. He's going to overall have a pretty good mass to go in there, I think, honestly. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And what else we got here? We got about 700 coin. Does he have any food crates? No food crates. Because sometimes what I do is when I'm Incas, I'll get food crates added in. So if I need to like get up to my age up and I've already spent a lot of my food and ate up a lot of my hunts, I'll just keep some backup food in my home city. So I can get to age 3 pretty much. Yeah. And as you would expect, the age up costs do differ a bit from other civs. With the Incas, you do actually have age ups that cost more coin than they do food. Yeah, so if you really want to capitalize on your coin trickle bonuses, the Incas, you will get to do that with the age ups and really age up quickly if you get a lot of coin quicker, basically. Get some of that stuff out of my nose, yeah. You're pretty plugged up. I don't know why though. Pretty strange. Yep, we got copper accent here to help with the wood chopping. Now we got a mass here of a lot of Spanish infantry pretty much. Yep. Oh, the city planner. City planner's pretty good politician here. This is a more greedy politician. If you don't know too much about this politician, it's basically the same as the bishop in the Fam edition, so it ends up giving you a covered wagon. Yeah, and seeing that Varingo does have a covered wagon in his home city, this is a very quick way to actually get the 3 TC, which should put him really good ahead in terms of economy pretty much. Yeah, basically. Looks like those pikes are doing a great job there. Since those are considered shock units, those Okarunas suffer multiplier damage from the pikes and the muskets. But Bolas warriors will indeed use their area of effect here, and totally outnumbers them too. Look at all the splash attacks stacking up over here with that mass. Really big, actually. Oh wow, look at that. Big. But here comes 2 Falcons, though. Hopefully he doesn't ship him to that tower. If he does that, I think he's in huge trouble. Yeah, I don't think he would do that. I think he's smart enough to fix that. The CBDs are going to have to retreat, though. Back to probably up on the mountaintop here. Ringo's already preparing extra towers, as well as his city planner covered wagon right there. Probably after the 2 Falcons come out, I'm imagining he's going to get covered wagon number 2 out to get his 3rd TC. About 5 Hussars shipping next. Probably in defense of the cannons, because he just doesn't know how many Okarunas that Bundar's going to mass out over there. I want what you're sniffing. Oh yeah, good one, Breadcoat. Fortunately, I think it's just allergies or the air quality right now. Yeah, I don't have any special spice, you know, just a little bit of allergens. Yeah, it happens though. Yeah. Really feels like the air quality where I am, you know, tends to go down over the years, you know. There's been a lot of, like, studies on that sort of thing in my country, basically, where they've done reports that said that people now have, you know, a higher risk of picking up certain types of respiratory diseases, like certain lung cancers and so forth, that you didn't have back, like, maybe 3, 4, 5 decades ago, just because of all the smog, all the industrial pollution, all the sort of traffic you get on the roads, which I happen to be near, so, you know, you pick up all that tar and so forth from the roads when you're breathing, and it actually can slowly kill you over time, basically, you know. Which is really not good, you know. Actually quite dangerous in that sense. I think, at least for now, though, it's a very gradual process. You know, it's not something you really have to worry about until you reach maybe your 40s, 50s. So you get a bit older and your organs start to wear down a bit. But it's definitely something to keep in mind, depending on where you want to live, where your house is located or whatever. You know, just be aware that you might be picking up tar and other irritants from the road that could make your breathing worse or give you potential side effects and potential diseases, you know. Really depends. Yeah. It's sort of similar to what they have in China, you know, with all that smog in India, with people having severe lung infections and everything. It can get pretty serious sometimes, yeah. Just like this rush by Bondar. It's getting pretty serious because now we see the whole shebang, the whole thing that makes the Incas. We see the Huamacas. These are one of the best units in Wars of Liberty. One of the best units in Wars of Liberty. Just because they have a really good rate of fire, rate of attack. They attack very quickly with their spears. They're just really good at fighting. They just do a really good job. But at the same time, Senor Vilingo finds his way to take out some of these Inca villagers. Here comes the Huamacas, and they will start to make a siege onto the town center now. Unfortunately, Minutemen will be called, and they will help with the cleanup a bit. Oh, but Akaruna's going to clean sweep of some of those settlers there. Now they're going to be forced to make a move on to the Minutemen, and let the Huamacas do the work against the TC. Yeah, let's see how that siege goes. Yeah, their sieging went pretty well there. Town center is almost down. Almost down. 700 HP, 600-ish HP. But here comes the Falks, though. The Falks will save the day. Oh, no, but he loses the town center. He's going to lose it. Oh, yes, he took out town center number 3. Did get a little bit of work done there. In addition to taking out a lot of villagers. Yeah. Yeah, this is getting pretty intense here. Because this time, Viringo actually has his cannon still, right? So as long as he can mass up a bit, and they can get some, like, muskets or something, I think he might be able to protect against this, you know? Maybe ship in the muskets, get a veteran upgrade on him. No, he goes greedy age 4. Okay. We'll have to see how this one goes, though. This could go either way. I forget what the Acquiry does, though. So we'll have to see. Gets the fort now, too. Yeah, men are going to be nothing against Bullhouse Warriors. Their splash attack just takes out multiple ones at the same time there. As we see Falks trying to clean up this. Oh, that TC. He didn't repair the town center. Unbelievable. Now we're down to 1 town center Vilingo now. 1 TC. Cannons totally in the wrong place at the wrong time there. How much is this one got? Can he get rid of that spearman, and now basically just stall enough time for you to get your fort up over here, I think. Fort has to go probably over here, I would think. Yeah, put the fort over there. The cannon's just a good distraction, right? Oh, he just goes in the melee. But does lose 2 Bullhouse Warriors as a result. Yeah. Good stall tactic by Viringo to ensure the fort goes up pretty safely there. He will actually add in the Cheyenne Warriors. They will be good against the Bullhouse Warriors and also the Akarunas. Yeah. Oh no, get these out of here. Get these out of here. I see all this red on the map, and this is like becoming Bondar territory right now. You gotta get these guys at least over here. This is at least a little bit more defensible from your position. Now we see the Cheyennes start to scare off the Bullhouse Warriors, but here comes the Huamacas. Yahoo! Elias! Yeah. You know when Wars of Liberty 1.1.1c, they actually gave the Cheyennes hand armor instead of pierce armor, which I found pretty interesting, because that means now that these Cheyennes would have been more impervious to these Huamakas in the next patch that we're going to be covering today. After we're done with the 1.1.1b matches, basically. Yeah. Some Kilesers from the Aquari politician, I'm assuming. So yeah, he's going to want to protect those, though. I want to make sure he doesn't lose those too quickly there. Sends in the 2 steel guns, his heavy artillery. This might be a big Ringo advantage, though. You know? Because now, he's got some okay cavalry. And he's going to have some really strong artillery now. So this might be a more even match than the one we saw last game. And now Incas start to get the card Warwick Chikoi. Basically this gives slight stats and build bounty to all your units, basically. But it is a team card. Because normally you'd look at a card like that and say, 5%? That's not good. And no, it's your whole team. So it's really like you're gaining 20% as a team. Not at the individual level. For the collective. Yeah, basically. Oh, good shot. Good straight shot there with the steel guns. And now cavalry's gonna... Oh, no, he's still... Yeah, get rid of those spearmen. Those things will... You give those Huamakas enough time, they will eat through your cannons. They will eat through your cannons, basically. Yeah, so you gotta be very careful with that. Inca's finally aging up with the musician. I think he plays that flute instrument, right? Yeah, I remember what he looks like in the icon. He has like a little flute instrument he's playing, so yeah, he's definitely a musician. I don't know if he'd be good enough to be a modern musician, but he's a musician nonetheless. Here comes the Pucara. Did you know that Incas also get forts? Yeah, they get their own forts called Pucaras. And they basically look like regular forts, but they look a lot more Inca-like. And they fire big giant spears out of them instead of cannonballs. Yeah. So I almost think like a castle, basically, in Age of Empires 2. Except that it's shooting the scorpion bolts instead of the big spam of arrows, basically. Yeah. There actually are some mods, I think, in Legacy that actually do have ranged buildings that act like the AoE2 castles that do shoot like rapid fire arrows out of them. Basically borrowing from the Chuko News sort of functionality. Go pew 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 pew. Arrow, arrow, arrow. Like that. Yeah. Now we got a big mass here, the fish tacos. I just call them fish tacos. Imagine there's like an H there and it's just call them fish tacos basically because fish tacos are really nice. They taste great. So why not call these guys fish tacos? Yeah. Ugh. Still getting plugged up. I don't know why. But, yeah, basically these heavy infantry, they're sort of like a mix between a dragoon and a musketeer. Oh my, no, how would you let that happen? He just stuck his fort wagon here. And he let the Kilesers just splash attack the thing to death. Good way to be a Varingo simp, Bondar. Trying to give him a free win here or something? Oh no, you don't do that, Bondar. Very bad. Muy malo, Juanito. Muy malo, Juanito. You don't do that. Don't give him that advantage. Doing great. You did great with that attack. Don't lose it. You know? You don't have to feel bad that Varingo lost 2 games in a row. You can win enough. You can make him lose 3 games in a row and still be an MVP in the eyes of the Juanitos watching the stream. So just keep the good ball rolling, I would say. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if he's doing fish tacos, right, they're going to have a really good multiplier against the Kilesers here, basically. Because they give range multipliers against assault and melee multipliers against assault. But they do not get multipliers against scout units, right? So if it comes to fighting Hussars, they are absolutely poop. Actual Denny's Grand Slam breakfast poop. Yeah. Only when they're going up against the Kilesers or perhaps the Badors are they actually going to be useful. Is getting the Boca Fuegos. These are basically South American native culverins. Yeah, so they actually can counter our enemy artillery. Incas also get their own mortars, but they counter infantry too. So, I mean, Incas get a pretty good artillery roster. Compare. Come to think of it, all the South American natives do get 2 forms of artillery. With the Boca Fuego being a common unit, and then they just get 1 more type of artillery. Depending on what civ they are, right? Tupi get the thunder gun, the Mapuche get the artillery piece, which is literally called the artillery piece, and Incas get the Inca mortar. Yeah. But here's something interesting. We see Manco Horsemen. This is the big bun you get from the town center. You know how most Native American civs have like a big bun that grants them a bunch of units from the big bun that their TC, it gives them like a bunch of units. So the way this works is for every one of these military buildings you have the Ushnus, you get 1 Manco Horseman. And your Manco Horseman is like your super tanky knight-like unit with a lot of HP. It's almost like a cataphract in a way. I think of them almost like an Incan cataphract. You know, with just different colors on their armor, you know. They're basically like Greek cataphracts ready for Pride Month, basically, being super colorful and vibrant and stuff, you know, just about. You got yellow, you got green, pink, purple, every color you can imagine, basically, yeah. And as you'll see, they actually have some pretty decent HP on them. They're like 702. And they get 30% hand armor. They're actually really well equipped for fighting these muskets here. But he really shouldn't send them out on their own though. Like, you know they're super flashy and fabulous, but don't send them to die. It's just, yeah, he just sent 2 of them to die too. Like, he could have done that a little bit better, I think. Yeah. Yeah, send them with the Bolas warriors and the other stuff you got, these experienced Huamakas. Because they're very experienced, you know. It says it right on their resume that they're experienced. Bolas, he's sending all the units by themselves instead of putting them together, you know. It's like one of those people that eats one type of food by themselves and then has another type of food by themselves, you know what I mean? Like instead of having a hamburger with french fries, he eats the hamburger and then heats up a bunch of french fries like 20 minutes later and just eats the french fries instead of one with the other. Yeah, kind of strange, right? Yeah, it's not going to lead to good fighting results. I mean, yeah, they're going to be great against these line infantry, but, yeah, these steel guns are just going to make it impossible. What you should do is get the fish tacos and the bolas to work on the infantry and vills, and then have the Mancos come up behind here and encroach on these steel guns, because there's literally no walls here. This is low HP Kideser Protector. I do appreciate the destruction of the villagers, though. Of the gatherers, that's really good. But here comes the Boca Fuegos to take a shot at those steel guns. Let's see how well that goes. Yeah, we got the Bolas warriors working here, and we got the fish tacos coming up here to work on these. How many? Does he have any Boca Fuegos left? I don't think he does. I think the steel gun blasted him. So what's he going to do now exactly? Upgrades the Bolas warriors and starts queued up more in the Boca Fuegos. Yeah, basically. So we'll see how that turns out. And what's Ringo going to do from here too? Because we sort of got to see what he's doing. So he's getting factories. He's got factory number 1. And then he's probably going to get factory number 2. And just keep up with the economy, I think. Because he does have a really good control of his base. He just needs to be able to fight outside the base and start pushing somewhere here. He also has the score advantage. How many vills? We're going to have to look at this icon. About 35 of the Aldinos. And how much on the Bondar Inca side? Oh, he's got Cheyennes. He's raiding with Cheyennes. This is wonderful. So this might actually, I'll wait for the Cheyennes to do their job, and then we'll do a Vil count on them. See how that turns out. He's getting a pretty good work on this tree line here. This tree line is getting completely cooked. Yeah, and these don't have the assault tag, right? Nah, they don't have the assault tag. So these fish tacos are going to be as useful as a fish taco in this fight. You know, just a soft tortilla with some fried fish in it. Not a real viable soldier there. So yeah. Cheyennes are going to get a pretty clean retreat there, and they can in fact go somewhere over here and try to do some more damage on that side. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, they might actually even be able to take out these Culves here. These Boca Fuegos. Yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to take out these ones. Because they're within the available area. And then they just come up and attack these ones, too. Yeah, unfortunately, he went through the wrong pathing there. He should have paid attention a little bit with the waypoints there. And he's now going to get snared by the Huamacas. Can he still get the other batch of the Boca Fuegos? No, he can. And he has to sort of circle around here, see what he can do. And meet up with the rest of the España military there with his line infantry and his steel guns. Yep. Kidosive's still alive too, by the way. So yeah. That being said, let's go back to Incas and see what their Vil count is. 15 Vils on the field and 2 queuing up. This is really bad. Like, 15 villagers is usually what you age up with, right? When going from age 1 to 2. So he got completely cooked by these Cheyenne. He kind of really gave Ringo a real shot at, like, cleaning his economy dry, right? And here he is just trying to catch up a bit with the European Axis technology. This is basically the same as Log Flume in terms of cost and leveling. So this is like your second wood chopping upgrade. And is trying to go for hand combat for the Huamacas. Good move. Ships in some 3 Manco horsemen from the home city as well. Oh, these are still Varingo's Cheyenne still hanging out around here. Trying to do damage. Oh, if he takes out another villager, I mean, this is not going to be great. This basically puts Inca at the same economic output as like age 1. And we got Varingo up there sort of slowly creeping up with his Vils towards like age 3 levels. Actually, probably more because he's got the factories working now, right? I can only assume he's got factory number 2 on the field by now. Yeah, we'll just confirm that now, though. Got factory number 1, factory number 2. Yeah, so he does have both factories active here. He's got, oh, how many? So he's got 5 Falcons. He's going to get 2 heavy cans, too. Just make sure you get a house. Yep, get your casas going. You don't want to have those things not queue in. Restart from the top again. 2 queues of line infantry. So this is looking like musket cannon, right? This should be pretty effective here, you know. Because how many Boca Fuegos does Inca have? He has uno dos, so just 2. That's he's got more now, though. And that's probably why we saw him get that chopping upgrade. Because he knows he's probably going to need culverins if Ringo's going for the heavy art here. The thing is, though, with Boca Fuegos, you need a pretty good number of them to match heavy artillery. They can be pretty good against the Falconet numbers, but in terms of like the heavy artillery, you need at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe to take out about 2 heavy cans pretty much. Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky. And how is he on the Huamaca numbers? Well, he's pretty small on the Huamaca numbers. And he doesn't have a lot of food to get our ones, because as you can see here, they got sort of a food cost reminiscent of the Musketeer pretty much, so they're pretty pricey on that side. And the coin cost is pretty high through the roof as well, like double that of the Musketeer. Yep, and where do we go from here? So, let's see. Alright, so, yeah. I kind of like how he has all these Falcons parked on the side of the cliff there, so if, you know, forbid the Incas accidentally walks and paths this way to get up the ramp here, they're gonna get knocked out, like, totally. You know, like actually go flying into the snow at that point. Yeah. We see the fish tacos and the Mancos sort of move this way with the Bodas warriors. But where's the rest of the army? So the Huamacas are down here, the Boca Fuegos are down here. I would recommend you move your army together and try to plan this thing out. It's, I guess, one more thing you can do. Put the Huamacas on the cover mode. Because as you know in cover mode, it doesn't show it in the UI in Legacy, but it does show it in DE. When you put your hand units on cover mode, you get 50% Pierce armor, 50% Crush armor. So Crush armor being the attack that artillery does, that bombard attack. And Pierce is obviously the stuff that you get from like bows, javelins, pistols, guns, that sort of thing. So yeah, he could use that to tank a bit of the Falconet damage, maybe, but still, that's going to be a lot of firepower there. Varingo is getting countermeasures for the Boca Fuegos. He's got about 2 coves out there with the mass of the line infantry going. Yeah. And what is he doing in terms... Yep, so right now I think he's just going to scout around with the Manco horses and see what he can sort of do to do some real hard damage there, pretty much. Should be pretty interesting either way, I think. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so here comes the Cheyenne Riders over here. And they're going to basically try to see how much raiding they can get done. Because not only can these Cheyennes be good at raiding, they also have multipliers against shock units. So they'll be good at taking out Mancos, taking out enemy Cheyennes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he will be get spotted by the fish tacos, though. And just because he doesn't have enough numbers, he will have to retreat from that. Alright, and where do we go from here? We got more Boca Fuegos coming out for Incas. Well, Spain. I was just trying to see how many res they had, if they're in towards Imperial yet, how are they doing like their regular economy? Well, they got mills going. I got the plantation as well. Yep, got about 1, 2, 1, 2. And they're returning their Cheyennes to their main force there. I don't know about adding the Cuirassier to the army though, because see here, it's got a movement speed of about 6.25, and the Cheyenne is slightly faster. So I really wouldn't mix the assault unit in, because it's just going to slow you down a bit and make it potentially easier for Huamacas to A, snare you, or B, potentially range units to have a bit of a longer time firing at you too. Yeah. So I would take the fight with this. Yeah, this would be a good first initial skirmish here. Yeah, these are really good units to snipe because Incas can't actually train these any normal way. So if you take out all those Manco horses, you don't have to deal with them anymore, basically. Yep. Yep, that anti-cab multiplier playing a big role there. Take out that one, and now he loses line of sight of that middle part of the valley there, too. So yeah, basically Incas will not know what's going on over there now without those Mancos stationed there. That gives Varingo a lot of movement speed that he can use to sort of catch Bondar off guard now and sort of unleash some real damage, pretty much. Muskets are still guard still. Still guard on the line infantry. I don't know what to say about that, because he could always switch off to Ocaruna at any time. You will need all the HP you can need, though, if he's got Huamacas there. Because Huamacas, as I said, they can deal with almost any unit if they have the numbers and some sort of artillery support or something. So, yeah, you really don't want to... You gotta take this stuff seriously, man. Especially after you've lost 2 matches to this Bondar Juanito fella. Yeah, so we'll have to see how this one turns out. Exactly. So, let's see. So, Heavy Cans are still queuing in from factory. Bondar, what are you doing, buddy? You're making some maize from the farms. Got... Oh, Cheyenne raiding again. How many villas is this man on? 19 villagers. And how long ago did we check his vill numbers? Like, what, like 4 minutes ago or something? This just shows you how effective the Cheyenne raiding has actually been for Varingo. He's basically kept Bondar on the level of villagers as you normally have, like in early age 2 now. Really, yeah. Whereas Varingo, for perspective, has about 40 villages. That's honestly pretty small, you know. It's making me think that he's mostly going for more military. You know, he doesn't care so much about the eco, but he just wants more mass. He's also probably looking for more steel guns, maybe some more line infantry to add into the ball, I think. Those are ferocious doggos there biting the Huamakas. And the remaining Cheyenne. There you go. Huamaca's completely ravaged at that point, and we see the Incan army of fish tacos and Huamacas move back. No, these are Huamacas. These are Bullaz warriors, yeah. Huamacas right here. They're gonna have their way with finishing off this last cav unit, but the doggos might deliver some more ferocious bites. They might even bite this man to death. Yes, they do. Very hard bites, actually. It's very rare you see a unit humble a Huamaca, and I guess those doggos managed to do it. Alright, so I'm kind of surprised if Ringo hasn't gone Seadrill yet. He's researching that now, as well as bookkeeping. This means that he's basically been operating on very minimal resource gathering. He hasn't even really sent his Royal Mint, his Refridge, or his textile yet. I honestly don't know why he's even sending the musket shipment. He really should just upgrade his eco. You know, cap on your larger villager number here. Get that going, you know what I mean? Yeah. Take what your score, soar even more. Score even more. You know, more score. More score 7 years ago, that's really good. Yeah. Scanning field guns for the Falks. But where is guard line infantry? That's what I want to see. Oh, look at these Bullaz warriors. Actually doing okay. I'm honestly surprised Ringo hasn't tried moving these villagers out of the way yet. I'm kind of just hoping that his army just cleans them up. Yeah. He's going to get the Sap Ink, and that could be quite good. Takes out that Sap Ink, and that's going to drain Bondar of some of his unit stats when he's fighting. Yeah. I need to go for another blow of tissue once again. Boy, I'm super plugged up. I don't know why, though. Ah, interesting. Alright, should be good now. Yeah. So, what has he got over there? He's got some Falks. Got his line infantry lined up. Lines of line infantry. Incas. Oh, they're getting the old ways now. Imagine they're going to use that to just mass up a bunch of Manco horsemen. But better make sure he has enough houses for that, because unfortunately the muster that the Big Button uses does rely on pop being available, so he might actually lose out on units if he doesn't have satisfactory pop for that. Where's he go? Oh, look at him wall this thing up. This crazy wall. It's not just a regular... It's not only a box. He's got like a line through the box. This is like a cross-out box wall here. That's going to make it a really hard choke point for Incas to get through there. You know. So if Incas thinking of going through there at all, that's absolutely not going to happen. Really. Is Ringo at least getting guard on the line infantry yet? He is not. He is not getting, but he is training Cheyenne, which I'm a little bit shocked by. Again, the factory steam power there for the coin trickle from the factories. I would get guard on this line infantry just so you keep up with the strategy that's working well for you, honestly. That's what I would be doing. At least personally. Yeah. I don't know, though. Maybe he's got something planned. Yep. Oh, there's some mill kills. That's good. Take out that trading post. I should also mention that all the Incas build all their buildings with only gold. Yeah, all the buildings cost only coin. Yeah, like this is 200 coin. This tower here is 250 coin. Yeah. The Incas literally build their cities full of gold. Like actual El Dorado level gold. It's pretty insane, actually, the way that bonus works. I wonder what the Fam Edition would have ended up like if they had the Incas also have all their buildings cost only coin. You know, it'd probably shift the entire way they get economy as well. You can only imagine, right? Yeah. Here comes some Cheyennes coming in from behind, and we're going to see them push right in forward over here. I think this is going to be a... It's looking very favored towards Varingo. But we never know, though. Never know. Bandara is up 2-0 here against Varingo. So maybe he pulls off an upset. Well, he's got Fish Tacos and he's got Bolas Warriors. Up to the guard level at champion. Well, the Fish Tacos are an upgrade, but that's fine. We don't see any assault units here, so their upgrades are not that essential, really. Yeah, well, they should do pretty well against these line infantry because they're only at veteran level. It just matters how well these Boca Fuegos do against the cannons. They are working on this one. They're going to take this one out too. And he's going to take out this one as well here. Maybe, yeah, that one. The problem with the Boca Fuego is that their guard upgrade is extraordinarily expensive. For some reason it costs 600 food and 600 wood to get the guard upgrade. But normally upgrading cannons in Age 4 is normally like 250 resources a piece. I don't know why it's so pricey, you know. Pretty strange if you ask me why they make the Boca Fuego so pricey to upgrade. Especially when it can be such an important unit sometimes to deal with like artillery masses like that. Really. Oh yeah, big time. Alright, so doing a pretty good job there against the Bolas Warriors. Oh, nice. You finally see a Varingo win for the day. Yeah. Alright, so how did this one go in terms of... Well, this time we see Varingo... Bondar actually had a very close economy to Varingo, even though he won. Here it just came down to pure artillery usage, I think. You know? Yes, Bondar had the mass, but Varingo was able to manage his artillery a lot better this time. Just enough that he was able to get a win there. Might have also had to do with the map control and the map layout, I think, a little bit. But yeah, either way, he also got some good Cheyenne raids in there too. Yeah. Yeah, like here Bondar had his glory days here, and then Varingo just went full berserk with his army size and just cleaned it up at the end. Yeah. Yeah, and Bondar didn't really do what he did with the Serbs at all. He just kept his ville numbers really low, which I think also contributed to his untimely demise too. Yeah, it just seems like it here. Yeah, unfortunate. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go watch some games from Cappy. They're on version 1.1.1b now. So yeah, we got some more matches to do. So let me load up. I got my file explorer still open here, right? We'll load into game number 4 now. Here we come. Here comes game number 4. This should be pretty good. So what's the 4th record called from Cappy? So it is called, how many more games we actually have in version 1.1b? So we got a lot of them actually, a whole lot of them. So I'm going to be going through 1B for a while here. Yeah. So now it's called Line Infantry Rushes Back. So Musk rushes back. Italy versus Germany. Back to the ESOG maps. Great Basin. So this should be pretty good. Let me find where it is. Line Infantry rushes back. Alright, so this is going to be a pretty interesting fight here. We got Hishe versus Cappy. Two very infamous musketeer fighters, basically. As we know, Hishe has a really long history of spamming line infantry with Italy. But we're going to see if it can stand up to Cappy's spam of line infantry as Germany. Yeah. The map is Great Basin. And the big thing about this map, of course, is you got the central trade route here in the middle. Has about 4 sockets on it. And then off to the side, you have these little desert patches that have the Navajo on this side and then the Klamath on this side. So you got some skirmisher natives here. We'll see how this map turns out, how the match turns out. So let's get started right now. Yeah, so before we get started, we're going to have to... Well, let's get started, but let's talk about I don't even know, I'm getting plugged up here, but yeah. So basically, Germany under Cappy is not the same Germany you grew up with back in 2006 or whatever. This Germany that we see here right now is more close to the British. And why is that? Because these Germans get the manor house bonus of the British. Right? Instead of a manor, it's called the Mietskaram, but it's the same idea. You build a house, you get a free villager from the house. Thus, if you build all 20 of your houses, you get 20 free villagers, which gives you a really nice boom. Yeah. Not to mention, they also get they actually get musketeers now. The line infantry, they get hussars, both of which Royal Guard, just like the British. They get cuirassiers, they got free artillery from the Krupp factories, but that won't be until a bit later. A lot of good stuff. As for Italians, these are not your Definitive Edition Italians. They got really cool functionality. So basically, they got all these wagons, right, to build their buildings, and they come right out of this guy, the architect. You know, these villages here, the merchants, they can't actually build anything. They can only gather. You know, they only gather stuff. Whereas the architect, he can't gather anything, you know, but he can build stuff. That's why he's holding on to that little hammer he has over there. So he can build stuff. Where at least he can build the wagons that builds the stuff for him, basically. And Italy gets like, I think, six or so different wagons. One for houses, markets, docks, livestock pens, and marble statues. They get one for barracks, stables, and safe houses. They get one for artillery foundries and arsenals. They get one for mills and plantations, and they get one for their basilica and their capital. Yeah, so a lot of different wagons, basically. And they can build walls too, I believe, and they actually do use their hammer for that instead of making a wagon. Because obviously have to have... Oh yeah! Imagine having like 20 different wagons to build a single wall with all the different segments. That would be so painful. Wouldn't even be funny, yeah. Really would be painful, yeah. So we're going to have to look at the decks here now and sort of see what both players are going with here. So Cappy is going with a deck called 1v1. And it's a 1v1 deck because it has lots of crates, lots of unit options, and a lot of upgrades, you know. Mainly military upgrades, but we also have Refridge and Royal Mint. Yeah. In terms of the military upgrades, we got all the ones for like the line infantry and the skirms here. These are for line infantry and the landwehr infantry. These are for skirms and volunteers, which are just crossbowmen. The Jägerbusch is basically a card that gives your skirmishers more multipliers against dragoons. And then the needle gun simply allows your musketeers or your line infantry to shoot faster, so they get a better rate of fire. Yep. Steel guns, skirms, hussar, Ulan shipment. Keeping in mind that Germany no longer has them in their rosters, so they do still get a shipment of them from West Prussia. And then you got the 3 Kilesses too, so quite a bit of variety there. The one thing you'll note about Hishe decks is they're a lot more late game oriented. You know, he's got sustainable agriculture, cigar, rum distillery, eco theory, refridge, textile mill. And then he gets a lot of different upgrade cards too. So he's got like Slinging Italia, which gives his hand cavalry, allowing them to move faster and have more HP. Paleo allows his hand cavalry to move faster and have more attack. Our cavalry combat helps your anti-cav units mainly. Actually, all these cards help with mostly anti-cav. And then factories. A lot of building hit point stuff too. We got improved buildings and also Nizantamento, which helps with building time as well as HP. Yeah, so really good defensive stuff there. Eco Theory is coming up now. And we also see the Artisan age up for Hishe there. And what Cappy aged up, I believe, with... I don't know what Cappy aged up with, actually. Oh, we got the Statesman, I can tell from the coin chest there. So we got the Statesman to get a tower, as well as some coin. So the tower's going up here for a line infantry rush, yeah. So a good old classic British musketeer attack. Just with the German Jawohl behind it. Instead of the yes commandment, it's more of a Utsklamen Jawohl. Yeah. And what is he going to support that with, though? Well, I'm assuming, if I know Cappy's Germany tactics very well, he's probably going to set up a stable at some point with that wood and get some hussars behind it. More of that classic British musketeer and hussar style gameplay, pretty much. The one thing you miss out from not being British, though, is not having longbowmen, right? Yeah, Germany gets volunteers, which are like your average Joe sword crossbowman unit. So not that powerful, but still can be used in conjunction with those units. They also get a unique unit pikeman called the Fischelair, which I think it has a good rate of attack. It attacks really quickly. I think it's somewhat tanky in some situations too. So yeah, they get some interesting units to work with. Oh wow, using the Explorer to do snares, so the villagers are more likely to get shot down by the line infantry. Very nice move. SJ is going to try shipping in some villies now. About 5 villies, right? Yep. And is he going to get like a military wagon somewhere now? Yeah, he's going to need some wood. Oh, and I don't like the place where these merchants either. These look like some sitting ducks over there. Hopefully these vills don't go out too quickly. Definitely not. That'd be very bad indeed. Very bad. We'll see though. We'll see if they can survive. Should be very interesting though, to say the very least. Yep. Crack that neck. Yep. Yeah, TP should be done pretty soon as well. So where's Germany in terms of aging up? So they are going full throttle with this rush, picking up some of the more villager-oriented upgrades at the market. I saw Blunderbuss there. Now the Great Coat is coming out. It's a really great coat because it gives you more hit points. Yeah, what? It's not a regular coat. You know, normal coats keep you warm during the winter and also from the rain. But this great coat also makes you less likely to die when you're shot at by a musket ball or run through with the bayonet, which is really great. So it's a great coat for that reason. The greatest coat of all. 600 wood. How many mares is he up to at this point? 7 of the Mites Cairns. Plus 7 3 This will give him a lot more of them too if he gets that. Do note that Germany also gets the Hobreich Plan as a card, which is their version of Virginia companies, so they can, you know, basically cheapen the cost of those manor houses as well. Merchants here basically get picked off very quickly. He does have his own barracks though, so he is going to be popping out his own line infantry now. It would be very Hishay-like to get out another barracks though, I think, and try to double it up. But I can't say at that point if that's even going to make a difference here, because it looks like Cappy's got himself really established now. And it would take a lot of line infantry pushing back at this point. What's this? So more again with the villagers and keeping them in places you can't defend them. Not a good idea. Never a good idea, actually. Definitely not. Then we just see more line infantry get queued up over here. See a barracks coming up now. Take out some of those line infantry there. That's a Minutemen there too. Oh, nice. Got a bit of a defense, but I think now the line infantry mass is going to pile on way too much for Hishay to handle. Yep, now I imagine he's gonna make a move on to that TC. Yep, there we go. TC is going down. Oh, here comes those Hussars I promised he was going to do as well. Yeah, at this point it's just way too much of a mass. He did actually get barracks number 2 as I predicted, but yeah, just not enough. Especially if he's cooped up in his TC and can't gather any more res to make him either. There goes the architect. The architect will build his last building now. Yep, he's down on the ground. There you go. GG, well played. So, what went wrong here for Hishay? So, definitely the manor boom. Way better than what Hishay was doing with the villager cards. In terms of military, pure numbers led to about the same kills, you know. Yeah, just pure mass. Yeah, in all honesty, though, Hishay able to keep a similar amount of kills with the, yeah, quite impressive. I think if he just kept his villagers away, he probably could have actually had more kills there, potentially. Yeah. Just seems like it anyways, yeah. Yeah, just a lot more units a lot earlier just led to a win there. Yeah, that's really about it on that one, you know. Yeah, just about. Yeah, so now we're going to go into Cappy game number 2 now. Cappy game dos. Still in 1.1b. Let me get that closed, and now we'll boot it up once again. Let me see where my file explorer is. It's right over here. Yep, let's boot. Let's get in. Here we go. So what do we got here? So what's this game actually going to be called from the Discord? It is going to be called Gunto Riders for the Win. Japan, Argentina versus Italy, Canada on Herald Island. That's a really good ESOC map. So let's find that one right now. Should start with G. G. Gunto Riders for the win. Alright, so this is St. Harold's Island. This is a map we also have in Definitive Edition, under a different name, I believe. But same concept, though. You're basically on this big, giant, elevated space surrounded by water. But there's no fish in this water, so it's not like you can fish on it, you know? And then you get this little, like, handle, like, sort of a handle on, like a dumbbell or something up here, basically, where it's all ice, basically. And you got mines in there, pretty much. You got some hunts. You can't build on this ice, mind you. You know, you can just slip and slide on it, basically. And your trade route is sort of down here to get your free trade sockets on over here. Yeah, it's a pretty well varied map, honestly, and I like it quite a bit. Yeah. So let's get started now. So this time Cappy's playing with his other signature Civ, the Japanese, the Japonese. He does opt to actually just build out his third cherry orchard here instead of scouting with it, which I found pretty interesting. A lot of Japanese players will actually use their second or third cherry orchard depending on how many they get for the map and just scout around. Probably just could use his monks for that. And what is his ally picking? Fierro is always playing Argentina because he's a Juanita Argentina, right? Juanita Argentina, so he's always picks Argentina. Yeah. And then on the opposite side, we have Mehmed Khan as the Canadians, Maple Syrup Civ, and Hishe as the Tomato Sauce Civ Italy. Yeah, just don't mix them together, you know. You like tomato sauce with your spaghetti, and you don't have maples, well... Yeah, oh yeah, that Elf movie with Will Ferrell. Yeah, they did put maple syrup on the spaghetti, didn't they? Yeah, that is true. But normally you wouldn't put that on there, right? Yeah. Yeah, and you definitely don't want to mix your maple syrup with your tomato sauce. It's just gonna come out tasting very strange. Probably. I wouldn't try it. You know, something good things for tomato sauce is like meat, like hamburger meat. Garlic is good. Tomatoes obviously good. Onions good. Parmesan's good, but definitely don't put your maple syrup in it, you know. Let the maple syrup stay on the pancakes and the waffles. It's where it's really where it's meant to be. Or in the candy, you know. You can make maple syrup candies, actually. And I've actually had a maple syrup cotton candy before, too. It was like cotton candy, but it had maple syrup flavor to it. Actually quite good. You know, it's not like your normal cotton candy. It has like that cherry or strawberry or blue raspberry taste to it. It's fruity. If you get the maple syrup, it has a whole different sweet profile to it, I think. Which makes it a lot better. Yeah. So where are we at with the decks here? I'm assuming yep, he's using the same deck as he did last game. And what is Mehmed Khan using? Mehmed Khan is using a 1v1 deck and a 2v2. Is that good? We'll find out. But I do question a few things here. I mean, I think up until age 3 it's doable. I just don't understand why he didn't get Royal Mint instead of Cigar Roller. It's like, you know, you can't make plantations in age 2, right? Unless you have, like, advanced plantation research, correct? Like, why is this here? Just get the Bear Gather card like Royal Mint. Because Royal Mint not only helps you with the plantation gathering, but it also helps you with the mining as well. So, I mean, just card choices there. And, I mean, for unit cards, I mean, he's got the Whitworths, which is good. This is good. This is good. Rifleman's good. Whitworth is questionable. I guess if you're planning on doing it one after another, you can justify it. I think it also somewhat depends on if you can get enough trading posts up in time to really get a lot of value out of it too, personally. Yeah, the fort can be useful too, and it's the only way you can access the general as well. With the general being a special hero unit that the Anglophone Cids like Canada can do, that boosts up the nearby units with special abilities that take time to cool down, pretty much. Yeah, once you use them, that is. Yeah. Still kind of plugged up. I don't know why. Hopefully not coming down with anything. That would be pretty sad. Might just be the heat being on. You know, it's starting to get colder where I am, too. So we have to put the heat on to basically ensure, you know, your pipes in your house don't start freezing on you. Because that can be very bad. Because when a pipe freezes, if you don't know anything about plumbing, they start to burst when they warm up again. And they basically explode in so many ways. So you gotta be careful of that, you know. Definitely. But the problem is when you run the heat in your house, it dries the air. It makes you more stuffed up. It makes it feel hotter and more irritable and uncomfortable, basically. So you definitely gotta balance that out when you're managing your thermostat where you are, if you have that sort of technology, you know. Yeah. So he's aging up with Pierre Francois de Legade. He is part of the Quebecois faction of Canada. Because with the Anglophone Civs like USA, Canada, Australia, you get two factions. And each faction actually has its own unique unit for that age. Yeah. Which means from age 1 all the way to age 5, you get up to 4 unique units, totally depending on which faction you go with for that given age. Yeah. The Quebecois units tend to have better melee attacks, whereas the Canadian unit, the British Canadian units tend to have better ranged attacks. Yeah. Usually a lot more range, typically. Yeah, like Defensible in age 3 as a skirm for British is quite good in terms of range, whereas the Metis Rebel, you know, has a better melee attack and is overall better at short range. Yeah. So, it really depends on what you're looking for. Pretty much, yeah. The unique unit for age 2 Canadians is the Troupe de la Marine. The Troupe de la Marine, which is basically a naval infantry. So, what sets apart naval infantry from other skirmisher types is these ones are literally just Marines from Definitive Edition. Yeah, so they have multipliers against artillery and siege tag units, so siege troopers. Good against like petards, grenadiers, battering rams, that sort of thing. As well as cannons. So yeah. But the thing about the Troupe de la Marine, though, is it actually has really good general combat stats, too. It gives up a bit of its HP for having really good ranged attack stats. Somewhat stronger than that of even a musketeer. So you can attack with Troupes de la Marines pretty well, honestly. It's quite good. Yeah. Even if there is no grenadiers or cannons on the field. Definitely. And what do we have on the Cappy side? Because Cappy, like he is right now, he seems to like going greedy with his Japan. He always goes with the Teshugu Shrine, which I find pretty interesting. And he's got Stander. It's called Stander, but I don't see the D, so it's just Standar, basically. He's got Refridge, so a bit of greed. He's also got Heavenly Kami to make the shrines cheaper and trickle a bit better. In terms of units, he's got Shiguma, he's got Kie, he's also got his Gensui there, his Iago Takamori Gensui there. He's got about 2 of the Cherry Orchard rickshaws. He's got Diplomatic Intrigue. Yeah, this is kind of like the 1v1 he used against Gustoso last week, right? So yeah, quite good for that. Lastly, what's Fiero running? He is running all the essential food cards for Argentina. So he's got his Simonones to get him a pasture, which he already sent. Butchers to make gathering from livestock very fast and effective. Insolideros, which allows cows to be semi-fat when they're created. Oh, only for the all-spawn ones, it looks like. Not the ones you actually make from the livestock pen, it looks like, yeah. Because if you look right here, Argentina actually auto-produces its own cows for free from these pasture buildings, which is basically Argentina's answer to the mill, pretty much. You know. Yeah, it's basically a farm that makes its own cows, and the cows can fatten at the pasture as well. So, I mean, you know how bad farms are, like gathering, right? If you don't want to, like, use them for gathering, just let the cows get fed on them, you know? I find it interesting how Lucas Fierro gets so greedy with the food and gets Solidaros this early down the line. Yeah, I don't usually get Solidaros this early. Makes him feel, I think he feels pretty confident with Cappy as his ally that he's going to be able to sit back and be able to be that greedy, honestly. Yeah, it just seems like it, really. Here we see some Shigumas from Cappy there to try to take out that trading post, pretty much. Also queuing up some of the Infernales there. These are neither Scout nor Assault, by the way. They're sort of like a weird side class of cavalry that's anti-cav, with purely an anti-cav multiplier, but also a malice against muskets, you know. Because basically, since it's neither Scout nor Assault, they actually don't suffer from any multipliers from bayonets, which is kind of weird, but that's the way it works. Yeah. So instead of like adding an extra multiplier for them, because there's only so many unit tags you can use in the engine, they kind of just gave it a malice so it wouldn't do a whole lot of damage against a musketeer. Yeah, sort of. It's gonna start building up some of these shrines now as well. This is what makes Japan a real beast on any sort of map, especially bigger maps. In big team games, is they use up all the hunts by taking them over by the shrines, you know. And what ends up happening is you can use those hunts, and Japan's just making up lots of resources from them, which is totally insane. Yeah. But the one thing you can do, which you should do, which Canada's doing pretty well here, is actually start to siege some of the shrines. Because when you take out these shrines, you get some of those hunts that you can use again. And you're hurting Japan's eco too. Yeah. I don't think Infernales is the answer here, though. I think Mehmed Khan should actually be able to fight this pretty well here. Yeah. Pay attention to the battle, and you should be okay here. Yeah, okay, yeah, I think he can handle this. I believe he can handle this. I believe you can. Yep. Yes, he does. Alright. The one problem with Marine Infantry, though, is that they have a mouse against all cav units instead of just Assault or Scout. Because if you didn't know, there's sort of this, like, setup thing where, the Hussars have a mallet. Early skirmishers like crossbows only have a malice against Hussars, and then late game skirmishers only have a malice against the heavy assault cavalry. In the case of Marine Infantry, they have a malice against everything. Probably because of developer PTSD of how OP Marine Infantry used to be when they had crush damage against everything. Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine that's sort of what inspired them to do that, basically. Yeah. Just about. Looks like now this lookout's going to be targeted here by the Shigumas. Looks like, yep.
See?
Here we got some Infernales. Alright, so it looks like at this point Cappy and Fierro are leading the bigger unit charge at this point. Cappy goes up to Capital Age. Probably so he can access some artillery. Well, wait a second, actually. Let's see what Cappy's up to. So Cappy is actually going to go for an early Shogunate here, it looks like. To an FI. And then with that, he's going to pick up his free Gensui from the Age Up. And then he's going to basically ship out infinite artillery out of the thing and get a really nasty build going. If I know Cappy very well, I know exactly what he's doing here. It's going to be really powerful and OP. Yep, we see the 1,000 coin coming in, and then after that, Shogunate goes up, and then he just rams very hard with the Gensui and the free artillery the artillery shipments he's going to get. Because remember with Japan, you can ship things twice. He's going to get like 8 of these cannons, about 8 of these mortars, and it's going to be basically game over. Just about, yeah. Yeah, it should be very good then. Yeah. Just about. Getting the veteran upgrade on the Shogumas, it looks like, too. Yep. See, though. Also, again, Bushido principles, so you can train units in blocks of 10 instead of 5, which is very powerful. The Shogunate, here comes the Shogunate. The man with the very long mustache from Japan's going to come out then and be able to act as his daimyo, basically. And he does have a very long mustache. It looks like bird's wings, practically, sticking out of the man's little bald head, basically. Is it bald? I don't know if it's bald. We'll have to see him when it comes out. Here he is. He does look almost bald, doesn't he? But yeah, look at how long that mustache is. It goes from here all the way to over here. Has a lot of hair on his head. I don't know if he has to basically like use some sort of a thing on his face to keep it up like that, though. That thing goes really far out onto every side, really. Yeah. Definitely longer than his head. Almost looks like a cat. You know, like a cat's whiskers in a cartoon. Looks like a cat's whiskers coming out both sides. Yeah. Yes. And now what he's going to do, he's going to have these Moritaros come right outside of his unit here. Yeah, he's going to try to run them as far forward as he can, and then he's going to start laying down the mortar shells right on top of these barracks over here. Here we go, here we go. Here we get Super Siege, Super Siege. Isn't Japan just lovely? Yeah, that is. Not to deal with, but to play as them, just because of that. Yep, and they're just going to shell their way through all that stuff, pretty much. And here comes some Argentine support units, some of the Patricios, as well as the Infernales. What does Italy even have to defend against this? Are they... Yeah, so he's stacking veteran line infantry, it looks like. And getting Falks, too. That's a good move. But I think once Cappy ships some of the canal cannons in, that's going to become a whole different ball game. Probably get really bad really quickly. Yeah. Instead, he goes for close combat to make his Shogumas a bit tankier and gives them more multipliers against cav units and melee. Even though we don't even see any cav here, which I find kind of odd, you know. Probably just doing it for the HP boost at this point. Yeah. Spontooners, basically Anglophone pikemen, are going to keep the Infernales away for now. Here comes the Tropas Diabolines. They're going to have to take out the shock units before they reach the cans. He's doing okay. I mean, he's forcing the Moritaros into retreat. He can get some pretty good volleys there on the infantry. How far? Yeah, Japan's pretty far away from another shipment, so he's going to have to come up with something pretty soon here to be able to deal with this infantry threat. Boy, it's really dry in here. You can barely even breathe. Crazy. Yeah. Ugh. Yep. Yeah, it should be good now, though. I see he's adding in the Kie skirmishers, too, as a response to the Hisei line infantry, which, you know, Should do reasonably well, I think, in that matchup. Yeah, should do. And, oh, red shirts. Very nice. Gets that from the age 4 if you stick with just Italian immigrants is Argentina. Definitely helps and you can train the units in blocks of 10 thanks to the Bushido principle. And if you didn't know, from the Golden Pavilion you can get some advanced arsenal techs like Flintlock there, which should help with the HP, as well as the paper cartridge with attack, which is really nice too. Juanito Fierro is going to put down a Fort Juarez over here to help control that area. And Japan just says, you know what, I'm going full in. I'm not waiting for the fort. I'm going right after his log cabins. Oh, Canada's got Whitworth, so they do have some artillery protecting them too. Alright. These log cabins do trickle Canada wood, by the way. So yeah, one thing for you to keep note of, definitely. Yeah. Alright. So we're doing good on performance. Seems like things are moving a bit slower here. Alright. Looks alright right now. Here comes some Alpini and some line infantry. They're gonna... Oh no! Long mustache Catboy is gotta get out of the way. I think they could take this fort down, actually, yeah. Let's see what happens there. I'm gonna take down this fort. Blast it. Blast that fort. No, get this. Get this. You got the cans for it. Do it. Do it. Get this. Right there. Right in the heart of it. Yeah, they're gonna get that Fort Juarez down. Yep. Very good. Let me check the OBS. Make sure we're good. Alright, so we're still running very well. Okay. That's good. About 2 cherry orchards coming in for Japan as well, which is nice. And then once those cherry orchards come in, should have a bit better food gathering then. Because yeah, basically you want to be gathering from cherry orchards as long as you possibly can as Japan, because of course berry gather rates are going to be better than farming most of the time. Especially when you add the market techs that you get with Japan into account as well for their berry gathering. So here's the name of the record, and here's the Gunto Riders for the win. Gunto Rider, veteran Gunto Rider. So do Gunto Riders really change the way this game outcome occurs? Maybe. Maybe it does. We'll see. Let's see where he puts them. Where are the Guntos? So they are here. Yep, stable's right here. Here's the Guntos right over here. Does he get the guard upgrade on him too before he... Does he actually... Yeah, he does have the Bloody Harvest as well to help add some more multipliers to the Guntos too. Because these Tropas de Armelines have the Skirmisher tag, these Gunto Rares can actually do some really good multipliers against them, pretty much. Yeah, some really good multipliers overall. Yeah. We'll see though, See how this... Yep, let's see what happens once the guard stats comes into play there, pretty much. Yep. Getting some rice paddy upgrades too. Are any of these Mehmed Khan or the other one going H4 at all? History might be going H4 for the guard line infantry because I see he's saving up and he's he's getting it right now, and he's got refridge to help get some of his food resupplied pretty quickly from that age up. Yep. I see now Mehmed Khan is also mixing in the Metis Rebels. That's a pretty good move, I think. You know, these Metis Rebels, they got about 40% pierce armor. You know, they can do pretty well. Some pretty good stats there overall. Also 2 Whitworths coming in as well. And now, yeah, let's see. Oh, these are Escoltas. These are the Latin American Assault Cavalry. Instead of having splash attack like the Kidesses do, in Europe. These guys just do lance multipliers against heavy infantry. Doing overall like 90 damage against like musketeers and H3, so they're pretty good against muskets, really. It's really what they're meant for. Italy just massing up lots of line infantry and Alpini, which are Italian skirms. These skirms have a lot of range, about 24 range actually, which is more than the standard range for a skirm, which is about 20 range. Looks like they're going to engage with the Ascultus first, which they should be able to defend against, I think. Yep. Take those out. And then they can, oh, here comes the Gunter Riders for the win. Gunter Riders for the win, man. Look at them. 43 hand attack. Right? 40 on the HP. Absolute brutal unit. Absolute brutal unit, man. Here they come. Ferocious, ferocious, ferocious. Yeah. Very strong indeed. Yep, right there, and they're gonna squeegee in right over there. Yeah. Just about. Nice. Should be a bloody harvest indeed. Yep. Now they're basically surrounded by just Japan alone at this point, yeah. Looks like Fiero did try to train a few sailors, since you can actually train naval infantry from your fort as well. So that's good. What are these? These are Guilesses from Italy. Nothing though against this huge mass, honestly. That huge mass is just cleaning up like really quickly, I think. Now we see bookkeeping, followed by the rum distillery over there. Yep. It's about. Yeah. Yep, looks like Gunter should be able to clean up that infantry, and the Shogunas will continue to push forward on this side. Yep, pretty clean sweep, I would say, overall. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Very easy sweep, it looks like. Yep. GG, well played overall, I would say, on that one. They tried their best, but they can't overcome Cappy's Gunter Rider mass. That's what sealed the deal, I think. Yep, and what's the post-game look like? So we got basically most eco from Fiero. Cappy was pretty close behind, so they really were the best team in that regard. How about the fighting performance? In terms of unit numbers, it seemed like yeah, the Fiero team did better in unit combined, but it looks like Memecan did get a really good mass out individually. Yeah, in terms of unit counts here, military unit population. Yeah, Cappy was just like doing really well for latter part of the match here from this amount of time. Quite good. Yeah, so let's go into the next game now. Got another game from Cappy to do. Let's boot up into the next one. That was a very huge line, man. Oh yeah, big time. Huge army of Japanese infantry. Big, big army. Yeah, so where's my file explorer here? Let's boot into that. Yeah, Cappy's just really good for coming up with these huge armies of like infantry overall, I think. Very good in that regard, I think. And now we will be going into the next record game. Let me see what that one's called. Should be right over here somewhere. Let me check the Discord, see what it's called. It is called Old Han. Oh, so he's going to use the Old Han army. Oh, nice. That's going to be very powerful. So that's Portugal and China versus Italy and Argentina on the Manchac. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Let's look under O. O for the Old Han. Right over here. There we go. Perfect. And let's see, we got Cappy here with China, and we got his ally here, Mehmed Khan, is the Portuguese. And on the other side, we got Fierro, I believe, is Argentina again, yep. And Hishe is still playing Italy, okay. This is the Manchac, for those that haven't played it on it before. It's a pretty cool map, you got like sort of this like really cool sun-like structure in the middle of the map, like almost looks like a sun in the middle of the map basically. And then up here you got the swamp area with actual mines underneath the swamp. And while you might be able to get these mines by just walking over there, you cannot put up any outposts here, so you're a total sitting duck in terms of raiding, If there's like Hussars coming this way, you gotta run all the way back to this part of the land just to get away from it, so it's very risky. Even these hunts can be risky if you can't snare them over here and get a TC over there or something, yeah. And in terms of natives, you got a lot of Seminole natives here, a lot of archers, so really good skirmisher nats to work with, pretty much, yep. Or my ears pop a bit there. It's a bit strange. Okay, let's get started. Alright, so we got the Chinese over here. These are probably one of the strongest civs in terms of rush potential I've ever used, especially from Legacy. I think in Wars of Liberty, though, the Chinese get even more frightening, I would say, because they do get some really good consulate unit options, I think, that were totally redone. Especially from Russia, Germany, and British. Yeah. But they also get the Portuguese allies too, mind you. Which is pretty nice. And in terms of Portuguese over here, the Portuguese are pretty much the same civ as we know them from Legacy. Yep. Age up, you get a covered wagon, which means Portugal's always just going to be good at defending. As well as being able to boom with multiple queues of villagers, pretty much, yeah. It's something they're always going to be pretty good at. And what do we got on the other side? We got the Italians, which we've seen so far, as well as Fierro's Argentina. One thing I'll say about Argentina, though, is they're mostly a cavalry civilization. Yeah. They can do infantry as well, because they do get Escopetero and the Patricios, but they are mostly particularly going to be really good at attacking with cavalry. Whether that's the Infernales, the Escoltas, the Inettes, or even their mounted skirmishers, the Choiquero that they can get from the home city as well. Or their horse grenadiers, too, that they can get from their ultimate building, the Estancia. Yep. So Argentina gets a pretty wide variety of cavalry that they can use. Just no sort of like Hussar cavalry anymore. They used to be able to get Lanceros, but eventually they ended up getting removed from the roster in place of mounted skirms from the home city. which is pretty neat. Let's look at the deck here. So basically, this Argentina deck is probably the same one from the last game. I really like this Infinite Four Gaucho card myself, because if you're just waiting for something to ship, basically, just keep sending 4-vil after 4-vil after 4-vil, it really does add up and helps you boom ahead quite quickly if you can't go to H3 and get another TC, typically. A lot of cav upgrades here. I think he's actually got all the cav upgrades, yeah. They mostly affect the hand cavalry. It also has the Leather Cuirass, which gives you Escoltas and Cholquitos, more armor, basically. Yep. And then this is the Estancia, which is your basically your ultimate building livestock pen that can make horse grenadiers, as well as your other cav units too. You know, other cav units in your roster. It'd be cool if it could train Choiquieros as well as like a secondary sort of effect. But I guess it doesn't. Also makes these really nice herdivals called Zebus, which have a lot of food in them. They're like supercharged cows that have a lot of food. I think it's like 1,000 food or something. Really big. You'll be eating like steak for an entire year if you get one of those Zebus. Pretty much, yeah. And what is Cappy run? So he hasn't even picked his deck yet, right? Yeah. It is possible to ignore getting a age 1 card as China. Though I still usually don't do that, you know. I'd rather get like 300 food and age up quicker. Maybe get another upgrade card, you know. So what is he going to get, probably? I don't know, actually, what he's going to get. Says he has the Summer Palace as the age up. Still don't know what deck he's going to get though. As for Portugal, he's aging up with the Artisan. Basically just your good old 4. Basically the Artisan is the same thing as the Core Master, so you'll actually get about 400 wood from that politician. And then for Hishe, getting the Artisan as well. Another 400 wood. Getting Sawmills as card number 3. He went for a 3-card age 1. Kind of fascinated by that. You know, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. You know, Hishe does deliver some pretty good upsets against me in late games. So I mean, he must have something in mind with that. Is getting Gangsaw as well for even more wood chopping. Nice, switching over to coin gathering. Maybe to get hunting dogs, perhaps. We'll see. Either that or steel traps. And what's Fiero? Fiero is going with Polish immigrants. Alright. These Polish immigrants are a really good synergy for the Argentines because every time you train one of their workers, one of the butchers, they actually will leave behind. They also come with a cow, and the cow can go right here onto the pasture and start fattening up too, which is really neat. And what else? Basically, the Polish immigrants can also produce a battalion unit called the Danube Legion, which is a grenadier. Yeah, we haven't actually seen any real grenadiers today, which I'm pretty surprised by with any of the gameplay. Generally, how grenadiers work in Wars of Liberty is, instead of the old way you know them as basically being this artillery foundry unit that, you know, throws grenades the whole time, grenadiers in Wars of Liberty, at least most of them, are sort of almost like an anti-infantry version of the musketeer. See, what they are is they're a 1-pop unit that has some pierce armor, they throw a grenade, right? And then after they throw the grenade, they get forced to fire a musket for like 60 seconds, and then they throw the grenade again after 60 seconds. So it's almost like a charge attack, right? And that grenade throw is actually quite powerful because it actually has some multipliers against infantry, you know? In the old days, it didn't have a malice against cav, but they had to sort of change that because, well, grenadier armies were getting really bonkers and stuff. They had to have some sort of way to counteract that pretty much, so they eventually ended up doing that, which is great. Yeah. Overall, Grenadier is a very massable unit now. You can have, like, for 3 pup, you can have 3 of them now instead of, like, just 1. Which is pretty good, you know, pretty good. Like, see, in the old days, Grenadiers would be, in Wars of the Liberty, would be a 3 pup unit, but they would have multipliers of 3 against infantry. But they'd only be good against infantry, they'd be horrible against everything else. Unless, of course, you mass them up against cannons, which didn't always work, and then sieging. Yeah. So yeah, kind of an interesting way they evolved the unit to be really unique for this mod. Just about. I don't even know where they even got the inspiration for that from, basically. Because sometimes Wars of Liberty will borrow ideas from DE and send up unit stats. Grenadier was something totally new that they invented off the fly. Really, so that was pretty cool. Yeah.
See?
Zero my wires here. Looks like they'll start eating from that elk right now. Yep.
Dígame, maestro, ¿qué querés? ¿Qué más?
Got some line infantry there too from Italy. Oh, we got a raid from Fiero, perhaps trying to take out a Vil or two.
Dígame, maestro.
Oh, but here's the Tigermen, so we better be careful. Those are pikes. Yeah, just like the recording said, he's probably going to stick with the old Han army, I think. And he should have a deck by now, right? So we should probably check that out. He did go with the German allies at the consulate, because I do see he's got that wood trickle tech from there. His best move would probably be to go Red Banner Army, I would say. Really take advantage of this if possible. Yeah. That's basically like a free guard upgrade for both the Tigermen and the Chukunus, really. We see the Infernales trying to circle around, see what sort of damage they can do pretty much there. Yep, but then you can move on to that villager now. Okay. Going for Industrialate, so he's might actually go for the Red Banner reforms. Should be a very powerful move. Of course, with the Summer Palace, he's able to slowly trickle in armies of those units without even training them, which is great. He is also starting to pick up some of those veteran upgrades for them, too. Yeah, and he has Repel and Volley, too, right? Yeah, so it gets the extra multiplier on the Chukunus as well. It's really good. Oh, looks like Argentina's attacking with Patricios. Taking out Villager. Alright. That's pretty big. Another villager too. Very interesting. Looks like line infantry are probably going to win against those patricios, merely because they're outnumbered there, pretty much. Yep, just about. Here comes the, veteran upgrade for the Tigerman. And here comes red banner reforms. Probably going to see the guard upgrades for the Tigerman and the Chukanu come out pretty soon as well. Now that Membe Khan is H3, you can start to get the Cazadors, which are still as OP as ever. Yeah, basically, these Cazadors can do pretty good. You know, they got like 50% pierce armor, so they're very tanky indeed. Very tanky. It's basically going to force those Patricios into a retreat. It's going to try to do something with the Infernales, but I don't think that's going to really do too much, honestly, here. Nope. Yeah, merely just a distraction. Yep. Alright, just take out those Infernales, I think you're good. Yeah, and then China shows up with their Red Banner Reform units. Starting to get the guard upgrade on the Chukonus as well now, so these things are really beefed up even more. Oh, 21 Chukonu, that is huge. This is like a true FI deck. A true FI deck, like, really. A lot of skirmishes. Oh, I got another Disciple, taking out that unit. Very nice. Kung Fu fighting. Yep. I think though once the Chukanu come in and it gets repelling volley, it's going to be pretty near fatal here for the enemy team. Just seems like it. Yeah. So here comes those Chukanu right now, coming out. Here they are. Just about. And Cazador's over here. Look at how exposed these gouges are. They're just going to get picked off pretty quickly. Yeah. It's usually why you don't try to put your villages that forward. The one sort of saving thing that helps Argentina, though, is the fact that they're mounted villagers, so they can retreat pretty quickly. Yeah, see how fast they get away there. But still, you really don't want to be losing any villagers, and you have to really make sure, hey, if I am going to have, you know, vills that far out, have a tower maybe to identify that they're there and, you know, secure the spot a little bit, you know. Something like that can help out quite a bit. Gets guard upgrade on Tigerman. And basically the Chinese army is complete at this point. Just missing the repelling volley. Oh, he might actually just go for the 20 Tigermen. Just get a full, like, rack of those going. That should basically be China's army with completely everything they need. Yeah, notice how they have 54 siege right now. So these Tigermen are actual tigers, ferocious with their siege. Yeah. Just about. The town center's going down now. Yep, TC should be going down like right now. And the food trickle as well. What is this shade doing anyways? Like, is he like preserving something in age? Yeah, no, he's just got like veteran line infantry, it looks like. So not a huge answer to this at this point, no. Definitely caught them for a loop, I think, with that Red Banner Reform. I'm gonna get some more war now too while they fight this out. Got my war to help out a bit. Overall, though, this is like a total slaughterfest here. He's gonna try one last stand with these Falcons, but yeah, he can just stick those into like cover mode, negate that, or just go right up into the melee with them. Like that's completed. Yeah. GG, well played. Good one. China with the best eco, military, biggest army, most kills. So looks like China got a pretty clean sweep of this one. Yeah, just about. And resources, yep, similarly. Yep. Can't find any way to fix Woda's crash sieves, yeah. Alden's looking for a way to get Woda to work. Doesn't seem to be working right now. Alright, so let's go into the next game now. Alright, I will boot into the next game now over, let me see, here, yep. Load that up. So what do we got here? Let me see what the next match is called. Okay, so go to Discord. It's called Auto Boom 3TC. So this is gonna be a 1v1 between Austria-Hungary and the Ottomans, it looks like. Yeah, okay. And then after that, we'll have about 4 more of the 1.1.1b games, and then after that, we got about 5 of the 7 1.1.1c games. Okay, so we got a lot of matches to do, it looks like. Yep. So let's go on to the next one now. Auto Boom 3TCs. Should be under O for Ottoman, just like old Han. Alright, so yep, it's gonna be Ottomans for Cappy, and Mehmet Khan's gonna be doing the Austro-Hungarians. Alright. Looks like the map is Tassili here. This is a map we see in both DE as well as Legacy. In the Definitive Edition version, they actually have some Berber natives on it, which adds a bit of spice to the game, but here we don't have that, so it's just 2 parallel trade routes pretty much, which, you know, still good, but, you know, let's hope for a little bit more. Another detail, you got these little oases in the middle of the desert too. Just like you have in the Age of Mythology map, Oasis, basically. So yeah, it's pretty interesting the way they had those set up here to resemble that. Alright, let's get started now. So basically, Ottomans and Wars of Liberty are pretty much the same civ, except for a couple of key differences. One being, the Ottomans can't upgrade their units in age 3 or 4, but they can get a really strong Imperial Age upgrade that gives their units like 85 or 95% stats, which is really huge. Like, really big. Yeah. But in turn, as you know, Armins just have really strong units overall. So yeah, that's sort of where they make up for that, basically. And of course, they have their old infamous cards like the Safahi shipments, the two Falks, the Mamluks. They got all those good things here too. So I mean, you play them like your everyday Ottomans pretty much, just without, you know, the ability to get Veteran and Guard, basically. Yeah. Does mean, though, you have to play them a little bit more carefully. You know, you just can't sit back as much. It's better to just play more aggro, I would say, and take advantage of those really strong initial stats on units and not wait for somebody to out-upgrade you, basically. Yeah. As for Austria-Hungary, they are sort of like your old school Germany Civ, almost, right? So what do I mean by that? So when you do ship cards in Age 2, 3, and 4, you do get free Hussars with their cards instead of Uhlans, basically. AKA the Magyar Hussar, that whole thing. And then actually for their villager shipments, they actually do get extra villager shipments too. So instead of like 3 settlers, you can get 4 settlers here, and then you can get 6 settlers, which is pretty cool. Because I guess initially, Austria-Hungary was going to have the settler wagons, but they decided that they were, a little bit better to maybe have in the USA Civ at some point to represent German immigrants. And then instead what they thought, we can have the same effect by just giving you more settlers than normal. So basically 4 settlers is equal to 2 settler wagons, about 6 settlers is equal to 3 settler wagons. So they, just made them a bit more effective in that sense. Yeah. Just about. And then, other than that, if we look at this deck, we notice there's a lot of crate cards and upgrades, One of the best units you can upgrade typically is your Hussars by using the Magyar combat cards here, which benefits your Hussars as well as your Grenadiers. But you also get Austrian combat cards too that benefits your muskets, your line infantry, and your skirmishers pretty much, yeah. So yeah, if you can get both of those, typically that's pretty good. Yep. And then over here you got Radetzky's March that helps the muskets move a bit quicker. I usually don't get that because I'm not really too concerned about that sort of thing. It's mainly if you like playing as Japan with the Ashigarus and having the quicker movement speed on your muskets, typically, that you'll typically get that card. Yep. And then you have in Age 4, you have this card, Vestunvilik, that basically allows your explorer to build up to 3 forts. It increases the fort build limit by 3. So your explorer can build up to 4 forts, which is a lot more than you normally can get, right? I think the closest other thing you can think of is maybe the French that can, of course, get 3 forts. Yeah, but this lets you get up to 4 forts, which is pretty good. Yeah, quite good, actually. And then, let me see what we got here, too. We got Spanish Rhine School, which, believe it or not, is in Vienna. Yep. I think Talance back in the NE days made a lot of jokes about that. Like, oh yeah, they call it the Spanish Rhine School, but it's actually in Austria. Yeah, it's actually in Vienna. And then, let's see what the Armaments deck looks like here. Yep, so this is like a standard 1v1 Armament deck, Mamluks, Safahis, Abyss, really all the cards you would want for like an Armament. And then you get the Bombards and Safahi for late game and Factories. But what is Memicon aging up with? He is aging up with the Artisan, same as the Core Master, about 400 wood. Should get him some good infrastructure overall, I would say. Yep, most likely. And for the opposite side, Cappy is the Almonds. He is getting 700 wood, followed by 700 coin. I mean, from that I would say maybe he's either going for Janissary Abyss or he is going for an FF. One or the other, basically. We do see barracks going up, and potentially we'll see an artillery foundry go up as well to allow for the production of the Abiscars. It's starting to get some upgrades at the Moss, though, which I find pretty interesting. It's going to get the one that improves the speed of the settler production, as well as the one that improves the build limit of the settler production. Because if you didn't know about Ottomans, they create their villagers automatically, so they come out without you having to push a finger, basically, you know. Pretty good. It makes them a pretty good beginner civ, you know, because you don't have to worry about maintaining villager numbers. As long as you have the right upgrades in your mosque, you basically can have as many builds as you want, you know. Well, at least until you hit the build limits, of course, you know. That's the only thing holding you back. And their spawn time, too, which, of course, you improve at the mosque as well. Alright, so it's going to start out with some pushing with some Jans, it looks like. Do we see a foundry go up at all? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe just trying to destroy... Oh, he does queue up more Jans, though. Good thing to note. And the Wars of Liberty does actually update the Explorer skins, if you haven't noticed, too. This Ottoman Explorer has his red fez on, so he's definitely a lot more modern than the old Ottoman Explorer that basically just had his turban on, pretty much. It's gonna get 75 coin. Pretty good treasure that could go right into more Abiscars. What does Austro-Hungary just sticks it out in H2 and makes line infantry? Overall, the Jans will win because the Jans are just much better in infantry combat, I think, than the line infantry are. So that might not be the best move. But what can you do at this point? You know? Yeah. You might be asking yourself, what's up with the building set? I guess in one of the patches they decided to give Austria-Hungary the Western European building set instead of the Germanic or Eastern European one for whatever reason, which I felt was pretty interesting, you know. So now the Austro-Hungarians, in terms of buildings, look more like the British and the Dutch than they do the Germans and the Swedish now, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. So here comes the Janissaries over there. Yeah, Jans are gonna go right for the Bills. Kind of gave him that opening. Now you're gonna have to retreat back. Oh, I got you surrounded. Now you don't, because Jans are just overall gonna win better because of their higher amounts of HP here. Yep. Yeah, he doesn't even need the micro this, I think. Just make sure that they're targeting down one line infantry at a time, honestly. It's probably all he needs to do with this. Yeah. We do see coin coming in for AH, though, so I don't know what that's about. As he hasn't got any of the Austrian combat cards yet, though, so these line infantry are pretty dry in terms of stats. Because he's got the home field advantage, was able to root the Jans for now. So what does he do now? Does he just get enough food, get the coin, and go up to age 3 pretty much? Yeah, that might be exactly what he does here. We'll have to wait and see. Just about. Yeah, should be pretty interesting either way, though. Yeah. Yep, definitely. Absolutely. And where's Armin's at? Are they like gonna be? So yeah, what Egypt does he get actually? Because I think he's going for an Egypt. He's going for the gunsmith. Gunsmith is the same as the marksman, so you get skirmishers with them usually. Yep. I do a sneeze here, so I need some paper. Yeah, I'm wondering if I got a respiratory infection. Seem to be pretty plugged up. Felt better earlier today, though, so it's a bit strange how it's progressing. Yeah. Whatever, though. It's alright. Should be able to get the rest of the stream done pretty easily. Since my talking ability is pretty on par with what it usually is. At least the way it sounds coming out of my mouth. Yep. Austrian hit points, so he's going to invest a little bit more into his line infantry. As for ornaments, they are already in age 3, so they are looking to get Janissary combat, as this is like the only sword stats improvement you're going to get on these Jans until Imperial Age, except for, yeah, with the only exception sword being like Advanced Arsenal, which he does not have, right? Yeah, so, yeah. This Janissary combat could be thought of as sort of like a veteran upgrade for these Jans, really. So, yeah. A veteran upgrade when you can't get a veteran upgrade, right? Yeah, just about. Pretty sure it is directly from Cocolombia. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I guess so. Oh yeah, it could have came from there, you know. You never know. You know, we get so many new people coming into these towns lately from all over the world. You just don't know what sort of infection that they bring with them, you know. It could be your everyday cold or flu or even COVID, but it could be something totally exotic and tropical too. You just don't know. It's kind of weird because I feel hot. I feel like I have body aches in my neck and my head, but and I feel stuff, but I don't feel a lot of sneezing except for one that I almost had, and my throat is totally fine. Like, if I had like a sore throat right now, I would be in real pain and I wouldn't be able to talk, but right now I can, you know, work pretty well. So yeah, maybe I'll be fortunate enough to be able to eat food normally without too much pain, which would be great if I am coming down with something. Yeah. I think my head feels really painful right now, so I don't know what's up with that. Yeah. Very strange indeed. Oh yeah, I got this weird spasm on my arm too, which I just noticed on the mic. I don't know if that's related to the cold respiratory stuff though. Yeah. Very strange. Yeah. Ugh, my neck. And, still messing up Janissaries, it looks like. Is this the Foundry? Yep, so here's the Foundry. I think we are going to see Abiscars finally get added in here. With the 2 Falcons from the homes. Oh, he's going to ship an Abyss instead. Alright. And what does AH do? So he's got a lot of Hussars from his shipments, it looks like. Yep. Pretty nasty 8 Hussar shipment. That is a pretty big shipment for age 3, folks. 8 Hussars. That's like a really big shipment of Hussars. Let's see if he can find any targets with it. You know, that could maybe give him a bit of a leg up here if he does it really well, since the scores are so even Steven right now. Oh, God. Yeah, it looks like the Hussars can't really get anything just yet. But he is going to want to make sure he keeps them in position for when the Abyss do start popping out. He's taking a move onto the town center, which is a pretty good idea, I think. Just get those Hussars in the position to deal with Abyss, I think, is probably my advice to you, man. Yeah, here's the Abyss right here, but he's not holding on to his Hussars, though. He's basically just meat shielding with them right now. Which you probably should. No, you need to take this TC out right now. You're gonna lose the opportunity if you. No, get this TC. Do not leave it. you're failing your entire mission to take the TC out. Yeah, well, he is getting veteran line infantry, so that's at least good. Probably could get this as well. Get some more hussars from it, maybe.
Auftrag.
Yeah, Deutschmeister line infantry. So basically, what Austria-Hungary does is, instead of having like Royal Guard upgrades in Age 4, they get their Royal Guard upgrades in Age 3. Which means their veteran upgrades for their line infantry and hussar are 400 wooden coin instead of 200. So it's a bit different, basically. Yeah. Looks like 1,000 coins coming in too. Just about. Yep. Here comes some more hussars, it looks like. Yep. And we see some more grenadiers queuing in as well. Just about. There's some over here. And some more will probably come in as well.
Igen. Ich bin verwundet und kann mich nicht bewegen.
Yep, taking out the explorer there. Now we see grenadiers for the first time today, just about. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see here, they have a musket attack and a grenade attack. So after this grenade attack occurs, musket attack replaces it for 60 seconds, and then grenade attack comes back, basically. Yeah. I'm assuming he's going to get the RG upgrade on him now. Actually, no, it's not. Because they don't have an RG upgrade anymore. They used to. Austria-Hungary used to have 4 different Royal Guard units. Then they decided to remove it because of the wonky mechanics behind it that was basically bugged and stuff. Yeah. Yep, start doing some grenade attacks on that TC. There's the food. Food is up there. Comes the Abiskars coming in to clean up some of these units here. Okay. Oh wow, look at that. Not enough hussars in. Oh, good as volley with the grenadiers though. But now he's gonna, yeah, just retreat. Just give yourself, what, like 60 seconds to recharge, to reboot. Go for another one, another lob of the grenades. Yeah, that's all you can really do, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Got some skirms mixed in. Yeah, this is the problem though. Abiskar's just brutal units to deal with. Yeah, they're 2 pop, but that crush damage just crushes through stuff. You know, it makes them just utterly nasty when you're a skirmisher because they do literally 40 damage straight to the skirms. Skirms don't even last against them. It's like, yeah, they don't operate on the same level as other skirmisher units do, really. So here comes the Austrian combat. So this will benefit the line infantry and the skirms mainly. Yep. pretty much. Going up to Industrial Age with who? Oh, the engineers. So this will grant them about 2 Falcons, pretty much. That should be pretty good. Other grenades back in action. Yep, no. Well, most of them are gone anyways, but maybe you'll get a little bit of an edge here. This engagement, perhaps, mayhaps, we'll see. Just about. The wait and see with that one. Alright, so Abbas goes behind the Jans, it looks like, pretty much.
Auftrag.
Oh, mortars. Ah, that's interesting.
Dome.
Mortars. Yeah. I just don't think the mortars are going to see a value here. Because, like, you know how far he's going to have to go to, like, reach that town? Reach one of these barracks right now? Like, he's going to have to go pretty... No, he just... No, yeah, just run them forward and get them snipes. Yeah, that's great. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely fantastical. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that, though. Huge throw, I think, by Mehmet Khan, though. He should have gone, like, Hussars or Cuirassiers or something from the Age Up instead. Would help him out a little bit more here. But truthfully, when you're dealing with that many Avascars, it's kind of a lost cause. Almost. Sort of at that point, yeah. Just about. Yeah, because of how OP the Avascars typically tend to get. Yeah, they're so nasty. They have to get a mouse against all Shrug units, not just you know, one of them, all of them. Just about, yeah. It's kind of interesting. So yeah, let's see. Armin's doing better with the eco, military. Austro-Hungary did get a huge mouse, but it did like absolutely nothing. Armin's just shredded with Abascar, whatever they made. Totally phenomenal on the Armin side, not so phenomenal on the Austro-Hungarian side, just about. So yeah. Let's go on to the next game now. From Cappy. Let's see what it's... Well, I'll boot the game up first, and then we'll see what it's called, pretty much. Let me see. Where's my file explorer? Here we go. So let's boot up. Boot on up. Alright, and let's see what's here. Core games. What's the game called? Have to go back to the channel I was in Discord. Oh, it's called Unstoppable Frontovic. He plays as Russia, just to use my alias on Discord, Unstoppable Frontovic. Classic. Alright, classic Cappy move. It's a 3-player FFA, so this is going to be a lot different than what we're used to, and we're going to have to like look at a bunch of different stuff when we're considering that. Topak, this is how I get my civvies. Oh, is he trying? It'd be great if you could get more of the Triple Alliance working. Be a cool nostalgic experience for my channel, I think, for people to see. Ah, yeah, so it shows the civs in his thing, but it does not show strings. I'll have to give him some advice, maybe. I told him to delete his stringtable.y.xml.xmb, his techtree.y.xml.xmb, and his protoy.xml.xmb, and that should be able to fix it for his game, basically. Yeah. Just about, yeah. Yep, because basically War of the Triple Alliance is like an older version of Wars of Liberty. Before Wars of Liberty was Wars of Liberty, it was mostly Latin American, set in Latin America pretty much. So yeah, quite a bit different experience overall. Oh wow, those icons look really old there. Even older than the ones they had previously in Wars of Liberty and the older versions. Yeah. The only ones that look pretty similar is the Colombia one and the one for Argentina. And the Tupi one too. Yeah. Just about. Yep, Canada one looks similar too. Yeah. So let's go into this 3-player FFA that we got cooking for you. Yep, I know you did it, Cappy. I know you did in my R. So we're going to watch that one right now in your honor of your gameplay. So when we go to U for Unstoppable Frontovic, right over here. So who's in this FFA? We got P4B10, Mehmet Khan, and Mexi Capno. So a 3-player FFA on Parallel Rivers. Very interesting map to do a FFA on. You know, you normally think of this as like either a 1v1 map or a team game map, never an FFA. And interestingly enough, player 3 gets stuck right up here towards the top of the map here, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, this is Parallel Rivers. Basically, you get this river right here that can almost be used like a choke point because there's little cliffs there. Yeah, another river that goes through here that, you know, walks this off. And then you got a similar one on this side, too. So it's makes the map pretty interesting. And then in terms of natives, you got Zen natives on it, so mostly pikemen overall. So yeah, let's get started. See how this one turns out. Yeah, okay. So Cappy is playing Russia to make the spam of the Unstoppable Frontovics in my name. And Mehmet Khan is playing as the Dutch. And P4B is playing as Italy. Very interesting. Yeah. So, should be an interesting matchup, I think. Can't say for certain who's got the total edge here in terms of Civ and all that, but I think with Unstoppable Frontovic spamming, I think Russia will have a pretty good time here, you know? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, basically it was using a bit of a technique on your sinus muscles you can use to get your nostrils open a bit more, basically. Feel a bit more comfortable when I'm talking, yeah. I'm almost 90% sure I got a respiratory infection at this point, from the way my sinuses are plugged up. Yeah, you normally don't get sinuses that this plugged up for this long, unless you got something going on in that department, yeah. And the odd temperature sensations as well, so reports in that direction. Hopefully it's just a normal one like the cold or something. Really don't want to deal with COVID all over again. Yeah, COVID's never fun, you know. I've had it once, it's pretty uncomfortable, you know. I noticed when I had COVID, I got like super duper hot all over, like got cooked like a cookie or a brownie in the oven, basically. Like you were always hot, like steaming hot all the time. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for, you know. I remember when I got COVID, my throat was like completely destroyed. Like I couldn't even talk, I couldn't eat, it was horrible. Yeah, but the fact that I'm still casting right now and stuff without any pain really is pretty phenomenal. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just keep going. Keep going. Because I know if I'm getting COVID or something, you won't be able to do it for like another week or something. Definitely get the work going now, pretty much. Yeah. So what decks do we got here? So we got P4B with this Italian deck. What cards has he got though here? He's got the Marble Sculptors, which increases the HP of the marble statues. The marble statues are a very special building that the Italians can make. It actually acts as sort of a, well, one thing it does, it detects stealth units, and another thing it does, it prevents enemies from building buildings within, I think, a mortar's radius of the statue, basically. In terms of measurements, whenever I say a mortar's area, it's basically the range of a mortar to a building, basically. So yeah, it gives a pretty large circle around it where enemies won't be able to construct any buildings at all, whether it's barracks, houses, hunting lodges, whatever it is, basically. We also see the Risonamento card that we saw with Hishe. Got Italia Tolita. It basically makes the upgrades for the Alpini and the Basigliere cheaper. In fact, I think it's not that good because, you know, you only get Guard and Imperial upgrades for these units, so it's not like you get a whole lot of value out of it, really. At least to me, personally. Barricades is an interesting card because it basically gives you volunteers double armor. I believe it gives them like, 60% armor or something, right? Because if I recall, volunteers get 30% armor, so it basically brings it up to like 60% armor. So they become like really tanky units, pretty much. Yeah, just about. And what else do we see in this deck that's different? Infinite red shirts. That's always a good card to have, pretty much. And what about the Dutch? What is the Dutch running? So Dutch is running Food Trickle, Shudderige Mobile. This is a really great card because it basically turns your Musketeer unit here, the Flanker, into a really speedy unit, just about. Like, to the point that you can actually kite units, just almost. Yeah, because see, the Flanker is almost like a hybrid unit in a way. It's got the properties of a Musketeer and also the properties of a skirmisher, of an early skirmisher. So in melee, the Flanker does have a bayonet to counter cavi, but in range, it does have a multiplier to counter dragoons. It's got actually, I think, like 14 or 16 range, which makes it better than the average musket, and it moves very fast. When you send this card here, Shudderige Mobile, pretty much comes right, really speedy, just about. Starting out with the shipment of Flankers, and we'll continue to train some more Flankers as well. And last but not least, we need to sort of see what Russia's going to be running for this deck. So they got 13 Cantonists, 2 Infinite Training cards, Team Scouts. So this is a pretty good FFA deck. It's got a lot of eco upgrades, a lot of military upgrades, but still enough, you know, defensibility with the resource crates and the 13 Cantonists, I feel like. Yeah. And does have advanced arsenal, so these will truly be unstoppable Frontovics that he will be making. Yeah. For those that don't know what a Frontovic is, it's the Royal Guard upgrade for the line infantry for Russia. Henceforth, why my Discord account has the Frontovic as the star icon, pretty much, yeah. Oh, looks like I was able to fix Alden Topak's problems aboard the Triple Lines. Pretty cool. Yeah, very nice actually. But yeah, basically if you want to make Royal Guard line infantry as Russia, you just know that they'll be called Frontoviks basically and have a very white and grayish uniform just about. Yeah. So I think honestly Cappy's probably the one most prepared for this FFA, at least from the decks so far, you know. Like P4B, he only has Reefridge and Sawmills, that's like not a lot of eco. And Mehmet Khan, he's only got Cigar Roller and a Food Trickle. Like these are better for like, these would be better for like 2v2 decks maybe, but definitely not an FFA. Because what Cappy could do is he could just sit back for the whole game, go to Great War Age with the deck like that, and let these players scramble against each other basically, and just wait till the very end and just spam a bunch of tanks on them. It's kind of the deck that he's got just about there, really. Yeah. Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting matchup overall, I would say. In terms of what the Dutch does, at least, you know. Because I feel like, overall, you might actually see... Oh yeah, look, he's already starting to do some of that crazy raiding tactic stuff, yeah. You see right here, the flankers have about 4.5 speed as it is. And then once he gets this card, they're going to move really fast. Be able to zoom in and out of trouble very quickly there. Yeah. And he knows how he puts them into this defensive mode as well, so they're very close together. Yeah. This ensures he's able to raid villagers a lot easier because they're a lot more grouped up, basically. He will be going to H3, it looks like, from the looks of it. Yeah, looks like we'll get an H3 from Dutch. Wonder what we get from Italy then. Yeah. Politician will be the merchant captain. Very interesting. Yep, I can't remember exactly what the merchant captain does. I think it's something to do with silver coin, I believe, but we'll have to wait and see. Ugh. Yep, that's a lot of stuff. And what's Italy doing? I want to check on them real quick, see what they're up to. So they are ship training in some hussars, it looks like. They will not be going to H3 for a while, it looks like, at the very least. Got some volunteers from Home City as well as line infantry. Alright. So they're mixing some stuff together. And like I said, I'm assuming Russia's just going to go full throttle industrial age right to the unstoppable Frontoviks themselves. Yeah. So engaging up with the Cornet for some Cossacks. Should be pretty good. Does he have enough crates to get to a quick industrial? Yeah, with the coin it looks like so. 1,000 coin will do it. Let's queue in a few Cantonists though for some skirmisher action in case he needs to against heavy infantry, which is a great idea. That was a lot of liquid. Yeah, looks like he's gonna defend pretty easily against a small Hussar raid here. Where's he got over here? Yeah, he's got some Cantonists pointing towards the Dutch as well, so he's sort of ready to fight on all sides, which you need to be in a 3-player FFA. Because sometimes in a 3-player FFA, it can go from a 1v1 to a 2v1 very quickly, so you gotta be ready to deal with both sides effectively. Otherwise, you're kind of forced to take out one very quickly and then move on to the other one, which can be a bit tricky, but you can do it sometimes, yeah. My paper up against the door instead. Taking out these treasure guardians. What's a treasure exactly? It is about 300 wood. That's actually pretty good. Pretty good wood. Again, veteran upgrade on Cantonists, I'm assuming, or the line infantry. Yep, so again, for the line infantry. And what does he do from there? Gets it on the Cantonists as well. So he wants both an upgrade musket as well as a skirm, pretty much. Also starting to get ganks on the one-shopping pretty much as well. Just about. Yeah, is next shipment going to be 1,000 coin, I'm wondering? We'll have to wait and see, though. Yeah. Goes for refridge actually, for a bit more food eco, which is pretty good. Flankers and Hussars, veteran flankers I should say, and some Grenadiers are going to move towards Italy as well. Does Italy have much of a defense? Well, he doesn't have any upgrades. He's got pikemen, which, you know, might help against the Hussar, but not going to help against the infantry mass coming in. Oh no, he doesn't have the pikes there though. These skirmish units are going to get totally destroyed. Vills are also on hot water at that point. And targeted. Vills, yeah, they're going to be hacked down pretty quickly there. Is that right? Yep. I don't like how he idled his Vills there that long though, because that's basically welcoming him to basically wipe out as much as he possibly can. He's gonna. Oh wow, he's gonna cut down these remaining line infantry just with the Hussar sabers, really. Oh wow. Very interesting. Yeah. Start sieging at the stable. Did he get ransacked yet? No, hasn't gotten ransacked yet. Stable should be going down now. That was a good timing for Cappy, you know, just as he was done to fight. He lost all his Hussars in that engagement with the Italians now. Now he's got a much better army there with the frontal Cossacks tanking some of that damage in, you know. Pretty much, yeah. We'll be able to take this pretty easily here. Going for Royal Mint now is another good gathering card. Oh, a very clean sweep, I would say. Just watch out for the Grenadiers. They are going to throw a pretty dangerous throw at you. Ooh, yeah, that was a big one. Very big one. Sent some of them flying, actually. Yeah. Now, where's Dutch in terms of resources now? Is he pretty... No, he's got some healing left to do. And begin to ship some more flankers as well. Alright. Looking pretty good. Pretty good, I would say. Yep. Just about. Here we go. Got some flankers. Veteran Grenadiers.
Commando.
Got some more Cossacks with veteran upgrade. Yes, is he shipping those or is he training those? Looks like he's simply... he could be training from this stable. Yeah. Actually, no. How would he get veteran upgrade if he wouldn't train him? My bad. Yeah. Alright, so he's definitely going the total unstoppable Frontovic route, getting advanced arsenal here just to make him that much stronger. And it's pretty close to age 4 as well, which is pretty neat. Topak's still talking about Warlord Triple Alliance to me in the Discord as well. Just wondering if he can get the latest version of WOTA. The latest version. Whatever that is, yeah.
Что?
I mean, WOTA is WOTA, and it really doesn't matter which version you get, I suppose. They're all pretty good. Yeah, just about.
Готов.
Just gotta find a way to let it accept the files. Not ignore them, just about.
Да.
Yeah, exactly.
Готов.
Alright, so we got the ballerina here as the age up. I believe that grants Russia a shipment. Yep, a shipment. Gets the military drummers and the flintlock, basically, to get some more stats onto the infantry. And we should be approaching Frontovic guard upgrade pretty soon, yeah. It's looking about Frontovic. The namesake itself. Yeah. Oh, nice. Got a pretty good mass there to do. Oh no, just one cannon. The Cossacks are gonna wipe that out before it even hits the ground. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty big. Yep. Cossacks gonna do some work there. Oh, here's the Basigliares. Should be a pretty clean sweep of them. So, by the way, these are basically foot dragoons. Except they don't get multipliers against artillery, though. Yeah. And you train them at the barracks instead of the stable. So if you don't have a stable and you want something like a dragoon, make the Basigliares. Oh no, he's got the fort. Oh, that is so bad. Oh no. Oh no. Man should have just canceled his fort at that point. You knew what was coming your way, man. Big time. And then then he could just casually walk away because he did enough damage. Doesn't want to lose any more units there. Unstoppable Frontovic, here we come. Comes the Unstoppable Frontovic upgrade. Which one though? Which blockhouse is gonna make it? Nice, factory first. Mercantilism, okay. So he's gonna probably get another factory, right? Maybe Cantonist Horde, perhaps, maybe. So he's getting more houses though, for more pop it looks like. Frontoviki. Yep, stop on Frontoviki, pretty much.
Что?
Yep, so this should be done pretty soon. This will give them about 40% additional stats and pretty neat looking uniforms, just about. Here we go. There we go. Those nice white and gray looking uniforms. Very different than your average line infantry. Also picking up fencing school, probably doing school pretty soon as well, just so I can instantly spam these things all over the place. Yep. Yeah, it's not looking good to be Dutch or Italians this day when you got Russia doing this much stuff. Yeah, definitely not. Absolutely not, really.
Приказ? Готов.
Fencing school coming in there. Getting these mills done. My question is though, what does Italy even try to do here? So Italy barely just trying to get the veteran upgrades on Hussar and line infantry. Ship some Alpinian. Was Dutch up to? Oh, Dutch is actually trying to get to age 4. They have like the steel gun shipment. Yes, they do. So maybe they're gonna need that. They might want to get some of those ultimate units as well once they hit age 4, because normally with the Civ and Wars of Liberty you can only have one ultimate unit, but for Dutch they had 3 of them. They got the one from Europe, which would be the not the Marchazi, but it would be called the it's got an interesting name to it, and then the Marchazi is the Indonesian ultimate unit that they get. It's a Machitero, and then they get the Zwart Hollander as their African ultimate unit, basically. Because if you didn't notice, basically the new Dutch Civ, instead of having banks, basically has 3 different types of villagers: an African one, an Indonesian one, and a Dutch one. And that carries over into their ultimate unit system too, where they get one from Africa, one from Indonesia, and one from Europe, basically. Oh yeah, the Dutch cab is called the Washmeester for ultimate units, yeah. Question is though, is he gonna be able to get the steel guns in quick enough to defend here? I don't know. That's a lot of unstoppable Frontovics coming in. That's a whole lot of them. Millions and millions of unstoppable Frontovics, pretty much, yeah. Pretty big mass coming in. Oh yeah, big time. Just start taking out lots of the infantry. Oh yeah. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Just about. Yeah. Yep, tower's going down now as well, just about. Yep. Oh, Grenadiers taking advantage of that. Oh, wow, yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Might survive a little bit longer after doing that. Yeah, definitely is going to survive a bit longer after doing that. Oh, but he's also striking out in the direction of Italy as well. 2 fronts. 2 front war, yeah. Yep, Frontovic. After Frontovic, after Frontovic, just about. Stoppable Frontovic. Let's start targeting some of these bills, I imagine, as well. See what happens there. Picking up the Killiser. Yeah, this is a huge mass. Can't even believe he's handling these battles on both fronts at this point, yeah. Probably gonna just make Italy resign and then go full throttle after Dutch soon after. I believe the Dutch actually get Royal Guard Grenadiers, so that's probably something he's probably gonna want to tech into pretty soon. Especially since Royal Guards were a bit improved in Wars of Liberty to be a bit cheaper. As you know, in Legacy game, it was 1,000 resources to get a Royal Guard. For Wars of Liberty, it's only 800. 800 wood, 800 coin instead of 1,000, which is pretty neat. Yep, pretty much. Yeah. Lots of line infantry there, just about. Oh, he's actually going to go in for another wave against Dutch while he's still dealing with Italy. Total madman, just about, yeah. Oh, just hunt down those villagers, man, just about. Yeah, they know where to go now. Jump in the water and try to swim away, but unfortunately these Italians ate too much pasta and salami and mortadella and pepperoni, so they're not swimming away anywhere. They're Italianos muy gordos. Their pasta and their pizza and their calzones, Just about. Yep, and at that point, it's hard to see if the Dutch can defend. And I don't think the Dutch are defending there. Definitely not. Get a guard upgrade on the towers, which will help a little bit, I guess. Yeah, there's way too many unstoppable Frontovics. And you can even count, Can't falling under the weight of the Frontovics, just about. There you go. Start sieging these towers here. Nice. Oh, neat. Neat. Nice. So, how did, yeah, I'm assuming at the wow, like triple the resources of, that's like practically triple resources right there too. That is actually really big. Yeah, really big. In terms of military. Yeah, also in the military numbers and kills. Also the sieges, nobody else took out any buildings but Cappy. Sorry, units, phenomenal. Resources, phenomenal. Much more you can say about that, honestly. Exceptional up and down the board there, just about, yeah. So now we're going to go on to the next game, just about. So this closes, yep. Alright, so which one are we on now? I'll have to wait and see. I'll have to look at the Discord once this loads up. I'm gonna look at the Discord and see what our match is called, just about. Let's see. So it is called Austrian army is really strong. Oh, I always knew that, but I'm sure you're gonna prove it to us even more. Yeah. Japan versus Austria-Hungary on Wadmalo. Oh, that's a good map. Yeah. Very interesting map, actually. Yeah. So let's go on to that one now. Go over here. Austrian army is really strong. So, yep, this is Wadmolo pretty much. Notice the cool shape of the map. It's almost like a fish's fin almost, you know? This is exactly how a fish's fin looks, you know what I mean? Or like a lobster's tail almost. Basically any sort of flipper-like structure to help you swim in the water just about. Which this map tends to be surrounded in, right? Except these little islands here. You know, you got these islands here just about. They have some resources on. You do start the game with the canoe, though, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, you can use this canoe right away to start fishing, which is pretty helpful. Yeah. So it looks like Cappy's going as Austria-Hungary, and Jesucristo is playing as Japan. Jesucristo, as you know, is a very skilled Wars of Liberty player for many years, so he will be doing pretty well here. Yeah, quite well, actually. So, yeah. Trade routes right around the middle here, and then if you want any natives, you have to go all the way over here for some Cherokee just about. So, yeah. Let's get started and see how this one turns out, just about. Alright, so how many cherry orchards does he get? He gets one over here. Might start scouting with this one, who knows? Wait a second, you named this lady Goku and Mitsubishi? Oh yeah, that's a funny one. Mitsubishi and Goku. Alright. Goku with the operation. Goku if he became an anime girl. Yeah, just about female Goku. Yeah, seen it all now. Yeah, they might do that in the future because of Hollywood. Who knows? They're into that sort of thing, you know. That's what they do in modern day Hollywood, just about. Make men into women, turn them from vanilla to chocolate, chocolate to vanilla, from chocolate to lemon, you name it. So yeah, this should be a pretty nice matchup. Wasn't it the last week that or the week before that we saw Jesucristo doing the Austria-Hungary and then Cappy playing as Germany? So yeah, this might be a pretty interesting change of events here, you know? Even though Cappy did warn us, he did warn us that the Austrian army is very strong, you know? So we might be too strong to handle, maybe. Yeah. Oh wow, look at this. Grabbing treasures on the islands. As well as grabbing the cows. I have never seen anybody actually acknowledge these islands before in a 1v1. You know? So you're gonna get the cows, he got the coin. He's gonna basically take those away. Yeah, I thought the canoe was gonna leave without him and just leave him there stranded like a maroon on that island, you know? Like Castaway. That'd be a pretty messed up situation. Yeah, this would be a... Alright, so let's see. What is he running it for a deck? So his deck actually looks basically identical to Cappy's deck. Verbatim, I would say. He's got the close combat, he's got Way of the Marksman, he's got Bloody Harvest and Gunto hit points, the two cannon cards here. He's got two Gensuis, he's got Siago Takamori for age 2, and then Yamagata Oritomo in age 4. Sends out Heavenly Kami as age 1 card to get the cheaper shrines and the bigger trickle. So yeah, this is looking very identical to a Cappy deck. Yeah. Cappy's deck is called 1v1. Namely, it's got all the upgrade cards, just about. Lots of big age 3 shipments, you know. 9 line infant, 3 hussars, 7 hussars, as well as 8 hussars here. And he's got Refridge, Cav Combat, Grenadier, Magyar Combat. Yeah, quite a lot of stuff here, just about. Yep. 6 Dragoons and 2 Hussars. Yeah. I'm probably going to be going for more of an FF, I would assume, here. Just about from what I see. Goes up with the Artisan. I don't know what. Oh, Jesus Christu playing just like Cappy, going for the Teshugu Shrine Greed. Yeah. It's a good spot too because you see the deer are right there to go right on top of it once it finishes. Yeah. What's gonna happen to this deer? Is he gonna get like canceled because he's standing right on top? This deer is gonna die. This wonderful creature in nature is gonna die at the hands of this building. Or he's gonna forever live inside the building. We'll see though. Let's see what happens to him. He's stuck in there. Can't get out now. It's too late. It's too late. Let the wait and see what happens to that deer. Does he live or does he die? It'd be kind of weird if he was still alive but inside the building almost. Because I think his head is sticking outside the building almost, yeah. Looks like a lot of these deer are sitting inside the confines of this. Yeah. It does look like he got out safely. No, his legs are in there. Let's see what happens to this poor deer. Oh dear, what's gonna happen to this poor deer? Yep. Looks like the deer got out safely though. Unless this is him. Alright. Yeah, okay. So looks like everybody got out alive and safe. They can safely help Jesus Christu gather from that Teshugu Shrine even better now. Yeah. Goes for the 600 wood. And what's Cappy doing? Cappy is playing for 700 coin first, and maybe the 600 coin next, perhaps. Mayhaps. Let the wait and see. Should be pretty interesting either way, though. Just about. Yeah, you really should basically try to herd these up over the cliff, honestly. But I understand when you have these cliffs on these maps, it can get really nasty trying to hunt. Because what happens is if you hunt over the cliff, your villagers have to walk all the way around the cliff just to reach the animal. And sometimes the cliff is sort of in the way, and you know, cliffs can really ruin your hunts really quickly, which is pretty obnoxious, you know. Yeah. And then there's other times where the hunt is right over the cliff and all your villagers can surround the thing too. So, I mean, either way, if it's on the bottom side or the top side, it can always be pretty bad. Give or take, really. So it's definitely looking like, based on what we saw on the deck and what Cappy's doing right now, this is going to be an FF on part of him. Yep, we see him going for barracks too. Yep. Going for barracks, the academic. I'm trying to remember what the academic does. Let the wait and see. I think it's something to do with maybe some line infantry or something. But I can't remember exactly what it is. Yeah. Yep, start queuing up those line infantry just about. Yeah. What's Japan up to? Is Japan gonna sort of go the same route, or is he just... Yeah. Well, he's getting a barracks too, but he's got a lot less res, so I'm wondering... Does he play this aggressively, or does he try to play it more defensively? Yeah. He is getting the mining upgrade. He is getting a cherry orchard upgrade as well from the market, it looks like. Just about. Queuing up one Shiguma so far, but could potentially make more. Potentially. Yep. He's got 4 of them now. Alright. Maybe 5? Or does he just wait to queue up another set? Maybe. Yeah. Oh, he gets all 5 here. Now he probably is going to queue up another one, I would assume. Yeah, Shigumas are always going to be good in these Musketeer matchups just because they have a faster movement speed, you know. They have a movement speed of 4.5 versus the slower... What's to be seen about 4 with the line infantry. So yeah, Shigumas can just get in and out of trouble very quickly. But it does look like Deutschmeister is coming in for the Austrian line infantry. So not only will this be a 20% upgrade, this will be a 30% upgrade. Almost like a guard upgrade. So these line infantry will be really powerful to deal with, even for the Shigumas, just about. Also ships in about 9 more of the line infantry as well.
Ja.
As well as queuing up another line infantry at the barracks there, too.
Bereit. Igen. Brandben.
And what's going on over here? It's like line infantry will start to siege on that shrine as well. We'll queue in some more Deutschmeister line infantry too.
Auftrag. Ja. Bereit.
Queue in another, yep, alright. Spiritual Eastern Medicine to help boost up the villagers' stats. What is he gonna do with all that export though? Is he gonna get like a consulate or something? Yeah, I think he should just get a consulate. Maybe get a batch of flankers out or something. Try and match him a bit. Maybe. Or at least go Japanese isolationism. Get the stats and then get some Onobushi Naginata pikes in the front to basically front some of those hussars there. Yeah. Very, very interesting setup here. Oh, the red coat. That politician gives you a cheaper age up. Oh, okay. 900 food, 800 gold. That is one strat I've been developing with Austria-Hungary. So looks like the red coat is also developing a strategy around AH as well. It's pretty interesting. I hear the phone ringing. I might want to pick that up first. Let me see. So last we checked, we had the Deutschmeister line infantry and hussars making a move on the Japanese TC. They will be retreating, as Shogumas are starting to return in this general direction. Picking up the Shoguma range attack as well, so they'll have some more attack stats. Yep, so where are they stats-wise? So Deutschmeisters are definitely more upgraded, but the Shogumas aren't too far behind, honestly. You know, at least in damage. Yeah. Can Japan at all get to... Yeah, I just think Japan should just go for the Japanese isolationism, so they're at least working on a similar level in terms of range damage. Maybe even slightly stronger, perhaps. Who knows? Yeah. Still very early in the match in terms of upgrade potential. Oh, yep. Good move there. Good call. Taking advantage of that mobility. And I'm assuming at this point Kappa, yeah, he just ships in more hussars. Probably goes for Austrian combat next, just to get the HP and the attack up on the line infantry, I would assume. Yeah. Will take time to get these shrines out, because this is one of the ways you really cripple the Austro-Hungarians, pretty much, or the Japanese, I should say, is you take out as many shrines as you possibly can, and that just cripples their eco rate, because that's like an extra resource source they're getting, pretty much. Oh, he goes for the Royal Guard Hussar upgrade, the Radetzky's Hussar here, too. So these guys gain basically a 30% improvement in their stats. So really strong hand cav, really strong musket, just about. Yeah, it's almost like a comp you see with the British, like Royal Guard musket with Royal Guard Hussar, except it's earlier in age 3, just about. Shoguma's still lacking the Japanese isolationism, so you'll basically be forced to go into katana combat with the Hussars. Do they have enough to cut through the Hussar ranks? I think they do, but not enough to deal with the Deutschmeister line infantry. Deutschmeisters just have a little bit too much range attack and HP for their own good in this situation. Yeah, Hussar basically just, look at him just fishing in the line infantry, these Shogumas, to just run after him slowly with their katanas while the line infantry just spray them down for free. Yeah, that's really not a good situation there, just about. And here we see Magyar combat coming in. This actually benefits the Hussar line, as well as Grenadiers, but at this point, we do not think Grenadiers will be coming in. This will mainly just be an improvement to the Hussars, as it relates to them being combined with the line infantry. Shogumas, where is he at res? So he could still afford to queue up Shogumas, it looks like, but nah, he's not going to be able to recover enough units in this amount of time, especially with this being gone now. Yeah, he's going to maybe have to move up to this line, perhaps. Has a rice paddy there for some food. The SARS coming up from behind. This is a total swarm right here. Ships in 5 Kie, and also 5 Kie after that. Just a total lack of numbers here overall, I would say. Nice. Looks like this is going to be a clean victory for Austria-Hungary at this point. Takes out these Shogumas. Katanas will take out these Hussars as well. Big win for Austria-Hungary, just about. Just gotta wait for these skirms. Nah, it doesn't even look like he's even gonna wait for these skirms to come out at this point, because he just knows that his eco's practically crippled. He did get 45 vills though. That is pretty good by most metrics. Got up that high basically by using these villager card shipments to help out a bit with that. Yeah, just way too much for Japan to handle there, just about. I mean, we can look at the post game and say, yeah, Japan did have the bare eco. Well, when it came down to military, it really came down to upgrades. Age 2 army versus an age 3 army. Because as you can see, even the military counts were relatively the same. But just because these Hussars were up to the Radetzky Hussar with 30% additional stats, that was just about enough to be dangerous even to the Shigumas and to level pretty even with them, you know? Just about. I mean, yeah, like, if you look at this, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I did kind of bump up here a bit, but yeah. Kind of get the point, though, right? Yeah. Oh, the red coat, that's Cappy. I'm Cap since my brother's YouTube account. Yeah, now here, that strat is focused on getting quickly Royal Guard upgrades in the army. Oh, I was so confused. I thought the red coat was totally another Juanito. So it's not a Juanito, it's a Luis then. Alright. Yeah, that makes things much easier to understand now. Alright. So what we're gonna do now is after seeing Cappy or Red Coat or whatever this Luis Juanito wants to call himself, we're gonna be going on to his next game. First I gotta boot the game up though, to let that happen. How to beat Japan. Didn't you just show us how to do that? You got another way to beat Japan. Alright, well, let's see what it's all about. It's on Thar Desert, so this is going to be a really neat map to do it on, too. Yeah, so let me find that first. How to beat Japan. Like how to train a dragon or how to make a taco, you know? How to beat Japan, part 2. Yeah, I should just call it How to Beat Japan Part 2 because Lily, that was like game 1 there with Austria-Hungary. Let me see. HH. There we go. How to Beat Japan. A user's guide on how to beat Japan. Written by an author who knew how to beat Japan. Yeah. So it's the Jesus Christ of Japan, but this time Cappy brings his main civ Germany here. So basically the map here is Thar Desert, and it is indeed a desert. It's got a lot of sand dunes actually, and you actually do have some trees here, yeah. Because if you do a little bit of geography research, the Thar Desert is actually the most populated desert in the world, I believe. You actually got a lot of towns and cities on there, you know. General perspective, yep, you got the Odasi Sikh natives in the middle there. And in terms of resources, you got lots of animals, you got some mines, got the treasure guardians. Yeah, it's a pretty good map, you know, for res, all things considered. Not a lot of wood, but you do have it, you know. So yeah, let's get started. I think basically how Cappy's going to handle this one is, instead of doing his Royal Guard FF that he did with Austria-Hungary, he's going to mostly rely on manor booming with Germany's Mainz-Cairn houses. Basically get as many Mainz-Cairns as possible to get free vills, to the point that the number of extra vills he has outweighs the value of the shrines for Japan. Yeah, because as you know, it's really hard to out-eco Japan when they got the shrine eco. But having like 20 extra villagers when it's all said and done will actually do that, you know? Yeah, so we'll see if we can get it quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if Cappy didn't have Hubrecht planned in this deck, you know? Just to make the manor houses and the Mainz-Cairns cheaper, so they could get them out even sooner, you know? Yeah. I'm presuming Jesus Cristo is just going to do the same deck he did last game because of how pretty good it is, well-rounded overall it is, just about. Yeah. Does have his cherry orchard scouting around the map here, around the Odasi site, looking for anything of interest like treasures, mine placement, animals that his explorers can capture with the shrine, and maybe even his enemies' opponent's base, just about, yeah. Cappy said, yeah, now here this strat is focused on getting, not sure if my strat versus aggressives, but maybe not, but versus ecocids, it really crushes them. My strat works using Austria-Hungary. Yeah. So basically what Cap was saying in the chat is while this strat might work on a map like Guatemala because of how easy it is to lay back and turtle a bit, he does not know how it works against hard aggressives. Like, for instance, if I was facing against him using Zulu or anything along those lines, or China, he would probably find himself in a real jar of a pickle real quickly because, you know, he'd be with very little military for so long that he would not be able to cap on those military stats from the Royal Guards because he would either not get that far or he would basically have very little units with those upgrades to benefit from, you know, so yeah. Probably only a good strat for like maps like Guatemala, maybe Mendocino, depending on the day, time of day it is. Really depends. Maybe Colorado might not be a bad one either. Who knows? Yeah, just about. Who am I saying though? Yeah, I just know people do some crazy FF stuff on Colorado in the 5th edition. At least in the rank mode. You know, I've seen some people run some pretty bonkers stuff against me in Colorado before. Yeah. So yeah, this is looking to be same deck, yeah. Yep, same deck. What about Germany? No Harbreak plan, so he's just using the good old 1v1 deck here. Just depend on normal rate of mana production at that point, yeah. So what's his age up gonna be? It's gonna be Statesman, right? So basically an outpost wagon and 200 coin, just about. Yep. I think at this rate, it's not going to come down to upgrades. It's going to come down to numbers. He's just going to have a wide, large army of line infantry to meet the Shagumas of Jesus Cristo at this point. And once Jesus Cristo starts adding in Kievs, he's going to have his Hussars in there as well with the extra resources he has just to beat that back 100%. Yeah, just about. That's the way I think it's going to run down here just about in this matchup, yeah. We'll have to wait and see though, the way it goes. Alright, so that's aging up. Japan, I'm assuming, is going to go to Shugo again. Shugo Shrine. Probably in this spot. Maybe. Or either that or this spot to get more ammos. Now, Shrine's here to take the elephants eventually. Yeah, Teshuga Shrine will be going over here to get as many Ibex as possible. Statesman going up. Picking up Gangsaw to help with the rate of which you can get the manor houses going. Again, hunting dogs as well to have a pretty good eco going in for the line infantry production. Yep. Redoubt is going up. We'll start to put up that barracks as well with the tower in front of it. Mainly to protect this mine, but also to sort of give himself sort of a warning system in a way of any potential offense coming in there from that attack just about. 700 wood will be coming in now too. Mainly for the production of additional manor houses to keep the eco booming pretty well. But potentially for some upgrades as well. Maybe steel traps to help with the food. Perhaps placer mines for the coin as well. Because It does take quite a bit of eco upgrades to keep a massive line infantry going out constantly, like the way Cap wants to here. Oh, he's going Fröschelayer. Fröschelayer. Ooh, spicy. I like it. Better hope that Japan's doing Gunter wires to warrant this sort of build. Yeah, just about. Just a little bit. He does not have the upgrade card for him in this deck, though, so he's just doing that out of the blue, it looks like. Is Japan gonna fall into that trap, or they just playing the good old Shiguma Kie game? Really? Oh, I know what he's doing. He's gonna mass up these Fröschelayers and just burn his way through all of his shrines. Okay, now I know what he's doing. What's their movement speed? So they got a movement speed of 5? So they move faster than the Musketeer. By like 1 speed. It's gonna queue in another group of them now, I would... Yep. 5 settlers. So yeah, he's just gonna play the game of sieging shrines of Japan. Totally. Because he knows if he does that, if he takes all Japan shrines, he's both gonna cut down their resources down to size, and he's gonna help house them as well. It's one of the few civs where you can get a pretty clean snipe of most of their houses, you know. Most civs put their houses pretty close to their town centers, you know. So the town center fire will cover it. But when you're Japan, you gotta go out into the map and get those hunts. Get the most trickle out of them. Because, you know, shrines are best used when there's animals nearby. For their maximum effect, you know. I don't think Jesucristo really thought of that, you know. He thought, oh, we're just dealing with another Musketeer matchup. I just gotta make sure I got enough skirms. But no. Cappy's just gonna go for a full throttle siege of his shrines. Using this pike unit. But yeah, I mean, I think there are better pike units for this, aren't there? I don't know. I do like the 5 speed, though. You know, it means he's able to get from Shrine A to Shrine B to Shrine C to Shrine D very quickly. Whereas the other one would be a very slow 4 movement speed, just about. These guys, you know, they can zip in and out with 5 speed and hit all the potential targets that they need, just about, yeah. And just in case he runs into Shigumas, he is also queuing in volunteers as well, which, look at the stats again, same as a crossbowman, you know. 16 range, about 1.25 against heavy infantry just about, so yeah. Pretty good stuff overall, I would say. But what does Jesucristo do in this whole circumstance? So yeah, he will start to queue in the Shigumas. And I'm assuming he's going to try to ship something in, right? He has to. He has to ship in something. Like 5 Kies with these Shigumas, at the very least. Yeah, well, he's sieging pretty hard in there. You know, he's going to take down 2 more shrines and then move on to that other shrine. Get a lot of XP bounty from that, too. Because what he can do is he can ship in 6 line infantry and 3 hussars with all that XP bounty that you get from sieging. Because this shrine's going to be going down, and then this shrine is going to be going down too. Pretty soon there, yeah. Alright, so yeah, this shrine should be going down like right now. Here comes the volunteers now to mix in with the group. Here. How many more shrines does he have, actually? That's a good question to ask, see how effective the sieging is actually doing in real time. So, he has about 11 shrines, is that right? But how many of them are actually effective? Like, these ones are very effective, but all these ones in the back, well, actually these are pretty effective too. So, I mean, he's very fortunate to have had huntables in the back of the map that he could draw in for that. And any spare animals here, you might want to put a shrine there too, just so he can buckle up and deal with whatever Cappy's going to send throwing his way. Yeah, now he's going to go after these shrines, and then these ones, potentially. Yep. Yeah, this shrine is kind of a dud because there's only 4 elephants there. That's the problem when you're trying to capture elephants with shrines is, yeah, the elephants have a lot of food when you're hunting them, but when it comes to like shrining them, there's not a lot of elephants in those herds compared to deer or ibex or any of the other animals you can run into. So, yeah, it's not always the best situation. Yeah. So what is like the trickle rate compared to? Yeah. Oh, it actually is more. Oh, that's kind of interesting, actually. Yeah. You actually get more trickle out of having bigger elephants. All right, so kind of makes up for itself in a way there. Yeah. It's because it makes you slower in your pushes. That's the reason I didn't include Hardback Plan. In a certain way, it forces you to go full eco and defensive. And versus Japan, you need to be faster and active with your army around the map. Yeah, I didn't think of that at all, actually. That's a really good point. And you present with that one. Yeah. My question is what happens when Japan actually tries to engage with you? Like, how's that go out? Yeah. Well, one thing I don't like from Japan is he's saying, you know, I'm going to take this hard aggression from Germany and say, you know what, I don't need the 5 skirms. I'm just going to go villagers, you know. I think that's a very gamblish move to make because he's going to need all the units he can get here if he knows his opponent is going full-blown volunteer. Because these volunteers, they have multipliers against your heavy infantry. So best thing you can do is at least have a few skirms of your own mixed in. So it's a bit more even. Yeah, he's also outnumbered too. By how much though? He has about 14, so almost as many as Shogumas as he's got. He's got the spears and he's got the line infantry coming in. He's training more line infantry, he's doing in 4 hussar, aging up with the city planner, so he's getting another town center. Oh, so does he just like rage quit this off? What does he do? What is his methodology, his method to this madness here? You know, he just keeps queuing in more Shogumas. Again, like the last game, I really don't like how he's not using his export for anything. You could especially combine it with like diplomatic intrigue at the stage and get like a lot of like 2, maybe even 3 battalions of stuff onto the field to help himself. You know, like 3 batches of flank wars would be great here, just to outnumber your opponent and send them flying back. Yeah, I don't know. When you have like a resource, why not use it? I don't know. Guess it's a Jesus Cristo way, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, now he's just in a dealing with a horde of hussars and infantry here, just about. Yeah. Quite a bit. Quite a bit overall, I would say. Yeah. Oh wow, look at that mass. Ugh. Big, big, big. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Post game, I mean, yep. Wow, he completely stomped his ego. Like, Japan normally would be a lot higher than this. The fact that Germany used both the mana booming and the barbaric aggression on its shrines, so geez, that was a total. Yeah. Eventually he won the fight, too. Like, if we look at, like, resources, yeah, you see where basically the spearmen came into effect? Japan would normally be sort of going up here, but Germany effectively stumped them down to here and made it like a much easier win with that sort of aggression. Just about, yeah. Quite good, actually. Yeah. Very good. Very good play by Cappy there. And what about military units? Yeah. The fact that he sort of was expecting to be greedy, like barely even making anything there. Yeah, totally cost him everything in that matchup there, just about. So now we will boot into the next match now. Right over here. So what's the next match going to be called? It's going to be called, let me see. It's going to be called Austro-Hungary versus Iroquois. Oh, Iroquois Rush. Okay, so from the looks of it, folks, this is the last recording from Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty patch 1.1.1b. From this point forward, all the other recordings in this stream will be in Wars of Liberty 1.1.1c, which is about, how many? It's like about 6 or 7 of them, yeah. Like 5 here, and I see 2 here, so it's about 7 of them. Alright. So, if you loved Wars of Liberty patch 1.1b a lot, just know this is the last recorded casted game from it in history that we'll probably ever see again. Alright, so let's celebrate this moment in Wars of Liberty history together as we go through this last game of Eero OP Rush. Is it with I? Yep, this one. Just gotta do a quick, gotta make some lemonade real quick, and I'll be right back. Just 1 second, I'll pause it very briefly, and then we can introduce this final momentous moment in Wars of Liberty history together. I'm back. Lemonade making was very quick, thankfully. Got myself some more water too while I was up. Alright, so it's going to be Hods versus Jesus Cristo with Austro-Hungary. Something we haven't seen for a week or two. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to this one. It's on Baja California, right? And this is a pretty fun map. It's pretty fun because there's a lot of sophistication to it. You know, every side gets sort of like their own parcel of water that has whales and fish if they want to use it. You get the sort of like center pass right here between the two sides of the map, basically, that you can choke point pretty well, except for the trade route side here, which has about 3 TPs on it. And this is actually a map we see quite a bit in competitive play in Definitive Edition these days, you know. So yeah, pretty fun actually. Yeah, so who's ready for this one? This one should be pretty fun. It's about. So let's get started now. Here we go. Okay. So right here we got Austria-Hungary, which is Cristo, starting to get some coin treasure there. Whereas Hods will get started with theirs, start putting up a longhouse. As you know from Legacy and Definitive Edition, the Hods are one of the strongest aggressives. Well, one of the easiest aggressives to handle in the meta, right? Because for the Hods to do their rush, it's a very simple build order. Basically, you have to chop enough wood, basically, to get down to trading posts, and then you just go full on the food for the rest of the age 1. Go for the messenger, and then from there, just spam shipment after shipment. It's very easy to do. And what you got to basically use is you got the Tomahawk as sort of your food and wood costing musketeer. You got the Aena Bowman, which is a very insane archer unit. And then you have the Kanya Horseman, which is basically your hussar that costs about food and wood just about. Yeah. Yeah, so the Hods get a pretty good set of units that they can use for their rush just about. I wonder what deck Hods are going to use and what sort of cards are going to stick in it. Might be a very interesting outcome overall, depending on what we see them arm themselves up with here, just about. Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see. See what they arm themselves up with here. Should be pretty fun, though. I will say that. Here we go. I like how he's snaring that Explorer in, so he can try to get as much damage out of him as possible there. Swinging his Tomahawks at him. So what is this deck going to be exactly for Hods? So it looks like you got about 3 villagers, and yes, you do have Town Destroyer here. This is huge. Town Destroyer is such a brutal card. I wonder if we're going to see Cappy use it or not. Because if he does, this could be very fatal for Jesus Cristo indeed. Very fatal indeed. We'll have to wait and see though. As for Jesus Cristo, we will have to see what deck he's got in just a moment. Here it is. So it's almost like the deck that Cappy was running in. Oh, he named it Cap because he took Cap's Royal Guard FF deck. Talk about the plagiarism today. He's plagiarizing super hard. Well, can he do it correctly though? We'll see. And no, this is not the situation you want to do it in because he's using Hods. This is absolutely a travesty. You don't want to do it against this build. Absolutely not. This is not the build you want to do it against. This is going to be really, really bad. And I do mean really, really bad just about. Like, very bad. Yeah. Yeah, I would not do it against this. This is going to be a total blunderbuss of a situation. Oh, yeah, it is. It really is, you know. Just wait and see. It'll be a told you so moment, just about. Like, he's going to try to go up to age 3 very quickly, and then he's going to find a bunch of Tomahawks and Aena Bowman right up underneath his house, just about. Yeah. And if he gets Town Destroyer, it's going to be the biggest destruction you've seen in a very long time. Yep, Messenger, here we go. As soon as he comes out, as soon as that age up starts and finishes, you will see a Travois appear, and then that Travois will go center map or a little bit forward and become a War Hut. And then we see Cappy choose what sort of shipments he's going to use. Could be Kanya Horseman first, which is a common one, or he could do a Aena Bowman or a Tomahawk shipment. So he's got 7 Aenas, 6 Tomahawk, and 4 Kanya Horsemen. Not to mention all these crates and villagers too. So yeah, this might be a pretty good setup for him, just about. Yeah. We'll see though, we'll see. So here comes the Travois. And the Traveler will go forward and deploy somewhere on the front there, somewhere. Let's see. It will go, where? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Oh, he starts out with 600 wood, actually, which I find pretty interesting. You know, this means that he will probably go Tomahawk. That's exactly what that means. Either that or he's going to add a corral in as well. Alright, so he backs up there. Jesus Cristo ages up with the Artisan. Yep. And with the Artisan, it's got about 400 wood, since that's the same as Core Master. And then I'm assuming he's... What could he do, actually? Well, he's got the Laudo Marion Free Cossacks as a backup plan, but that's about it. You know, he'll basically get about 8 of these, about 10 of these, basically. About 10 Hajusi. That's about it, though. Yeah. Tomahawks are already coming in. Yep, shipping in 6 Tomahawks now, followed by 5 queuing up. He's going to have to hope that these Hajduks basically do a great job here with the defense, just about. As he tries to queue in some line infantry to help. Yeah, that's sort of the problem with the Austro-Hungarians. They don't have any other sort of early game infantry other than grenadiers and line infantry. So, if you're sort of looking for that pike and crossbow combo, you're kind of out of luck. You really gotta hope that that 10 Hajduk shipment really does well here. But the problem is now the Aena Bowmen are coming in, so these archers are just going to be really hard to deal with. Oh, what? 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 Why did he cancel out that shipment to get wood? Why would he do that? Perceive that strap for housing? You might regret that now. You might regret canceling out that shipment. He really needed to get rid of those Tomahawks. That was like job number 1. Yeah, who cares about line infantry? You need some like skirms. You need some skirms to gain a leg up on these. And he puts his Hussar out there. Hussar's gonna get sniped. The only way you can deal with the archers, just about. He's really not playing this very carefully. Really not. He should be a little bit more frugal with the way he uses his army here. Because if he doesn't, this is not going to end very well, just about. Not at all. Not at all. Really not at all. Yeah, a little bit too little too late now with that shipment. Yeah. Because now, I'm assuming Kanye West is coming in. Kanye West. That's what they call the Kanye Horsemen in the ESOT community when they're doing the streams. The casters, they'll clearly call the Kanye Horseman Kanye West because of the way it sounds. And it's like, oh yeah. I thought that a couple of times, actually, of Kanye West and the Kanye Horseman. But yeah, they do it in the professional community as well when they're casting the games. It's pretty fun. Yeah, it looks like this house will be going down now. Just about. Yep. Hajuks. Trying to... Going after the war... nope, that was a bowman. Well, yeah, if you sent that out earlier, I think it might have been a little bit better off. But unfortunately, just so many Aena bowmen, it's kind of a lost cause. They get a really good rate of fire. Like a really good rate of fire. So it's like, once the Aena bowmen come into effect, you're kind of done at that point. You're kind of buttered garlic toast at that point. Yeah, buttered garlic toast. Or Texas toast, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Any kind of toast, I guess, will fit the description pretty well, honestly. Yeah. So, here comes Kanye West right now from the home city. And I think we see a defeat of Austria-Hungary. Yeah. Oh, great. Very great. Phenomenal. Phenomenal match. That was a pretty good match there. Yeah. Really good match, actually. So, it looks like that is the last Wars of Liberty patch 1.1.1b match in history. to be casted. Now we move on to Wars of Liberty patch 1.1c. Yep, we will see how these matches are compared to these ones. Are they better? Are they worse? Are they okay? Time will tell. But before we get onto those, we gotta look at the post-game stuff. So, that's great with the food. They kind of just skipped out on Wooden Coin just to go for a full Ana rush, you know? It's one of the only units in the game that only cost like one resource other than mercenaries, you know? So, yeah, just eat up all those ammos and you'll get endless archers. That's just about it. Total pressure for the win. If you're gonna plagiarize the man's deck, at least do it right. You know, don't make the deck look bad, man. So yeah, to the point that it doesn't look good. Definitely don't want to do that. Absolutely not. So, guess what? Guess what I'm gonna do? I am going to delete this directory now because we will never ever need it again, and I could get some disk space back on my computer. So I will be saving about 11.3 gigabytes now. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Yep. Bada bing, bada boom. I got 11.3 gigabytes left more of recording space for my other videos I can do now. That is phenomenal. So now we will be looking at matches in Wars of Liberty patch 1.1.1c. We got about 7 games now in that to be able to look at. So this is going to be really neat. So what's the first official Wars of Liberty casting game going to be called of all these? First one is going to be called German Mustache Boy versus German Mustache Boy. Oh, interesting. Should be really spicy. Very spicy indeed. On Menuccino, on the ancient Liga map. Yeah, the Liga map, best Liga map of all time, Menuccino. Yeah, so let's seek that one out right now. Should be really fun. Let's go right here. Core games. Yep, German Mustache Boy versus German Mustache Boy. There we go. It'll be very fun. Wait a second, this isn't Menuccino. What are you doing, Cap? What sort of stuff are you on? This isn't Menuccino. This is Gran Chaco. What a good way to mess up your map titles. Wow. Unreal, man. Unreal. Yeah, but it's alright. I like the Gran Chaco. It's a mapa muy bueno. Yeah. This is a pretty cool map because it's a very wide open map that offers a lot of opportunity for raiding. And since we're talking about Wars of Liberty Germany, you might see a lot of Hussar attacks on here. You know? It's totally possible. The other thing this map has is basically some Tupi sites as well. The Kalaha over here and the Kalaha over there. Right, so yeah, you got some decent native archers if you want to utilize them overall in this matchup. Oh, Cap. Oh, see, me mistake. Yeah, it happens sometimes, you know, we get the maps wrong and everything. Yeah, it happens. But anyways, let's get started to a really nice mirror. So we got Cappy with Germany and Roma with Germany. They're both very capable Germanys, honestly, but I'm wondering which one's going to come out on top here, honestly. You know? I also know which one's going to get the edge in this matchup. Could go either way, honestly, you know? The world may never know, you know? Until we see it. Yeah. That means, basically, in this situation, it doesn't matter that Germany has a marabou, because everybody's literally taking advantage of it, you know? It literally comes down to musket, hussar to hussar, crate for crate, animal for animal, villager for villager. Like, everything somebody does or doesn't do here will actually mean a lot more now. You know? Like, card choices too. You know, one card that one Germany gets over the other one, huge difference, you know. It's not going to come down to overall Civ mechanics here. It's going to come down to pure philosophy of philosophies. You know? It's really the only way I could describe it, just about, yeah. So, like, the only way I could really describe it here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, let me see here. What are the decks going to be? That is going to be my number one consideration, is what the decks are going to be. Because if the decks are good, if the decks are the same, if the decks are interesting, we'll determine how this match turns out, just about. Yeah. So we'll have to see what direction this is going in, really. Yeah. We'll see. Pretty soon, I would say. So, okay. Alright. So we got this Germany here with Rommel, McRommel, and so Cappy is running the 1v1 deck. Same 1v1 deck we've seen all day. And Rommel will be running Makeoffers. So this is mostly around Musketeer play. Yeah. So what's the difference? So difference is we got Ruhr Poland on the Rommel side. And we also got what else? We actually got the Strasbourg Nuzat. Ships the Town Center wagon, and 10 Town Centers have more attack and HP. Alright, so it's basically covered wagon with an added effect. Yeah. Does Cappy have, he does not have Spandau Arsenal here. Alright, so it looks like Rommel's line infantry might actually be a bit stronger here, if he can get Spandau Arsenal. Yeah. And maybe he can even defend a bit well, too, because he's got the Strasbourg Nuzdat here as well. Nuzdat, yep. And heavy artillery combat. This helps out steel guns and mortars, basically. So yeah, those heavy artillery are going to be really strong for Rommel if he can get those going. My question, though, for Rommel is, why did you not get the Essen Stahlwerk to basically buff up your Krupp factories to be able to make those steel guns, too? You know, because that would have been a really nice synergy there. Just saying, you know. I know you probably was looking to get some decent unit cards here. He wanted to get 9 Line Inf, wanted to get 8 Skirm, get the 10 Ulan, as well as the 3 Cuirassier here, but, you know, you can do what you can do in these decks, because it is a 1v1, and every shipment we get and every unit we get just about is going to be life or death here in a 1v1 that's this intense against a very skilled opponent like this that Cappy is. Because if it was like a very basic 1 versus 1, I feel like, yeah, you could afford to be creative and choose different things, basically, and yeah, just about. So what is this age of? So Statesman, what is the other what's the other Germany gonna be? So other Germany got the same thing. Went for the Statesman. 200 coin, 1 tower. Just about 700 wood. And what's the other Germany gonna do? Other Germany is also doing 700 wood, just about. And alright. So what is he gonna get? So looks like maybe he's gonna get alright. I mean, one thing they could do on both sides is just decide, you know what, I'm not gonna go for any skirmish, I'm just gonna get some manor houses and, you know, focus on your villager economy, which you totally could do here, you know. But you always have to be a little bit wary, because this is a very open map. If one of these Juanitos decide to get a stable, just about, that could be a really nasty raid into the side of their base where they get flanked here by this thing over here. Because notice how you got the mine here and the animals over here. This could be a really hard place to get raided from. So if you're in this setup, you really need to make sure that you're herding. That you take one of these settlers and you're sort of... Looks like Rommel's doing that, which is really smart on his part. He's starting to herd these animals in this direction. Just about these guanacos, basically. Which are a lot like llamas, basically. Like a wild form of llama, just about, with the same sort of neck structure of a mammal. Yep. So barracks is coming down for Rommel, Germany. But Cap already has his barracks down, and he's already starting to queue up line infantry with his. He set his up in a aggressive fashion with a outpost in front of it. Whereas the Rommel barracks is in a defensive position, dug up right around his town center, and he will be making volunteers. So volunteers is theoretically a good counter because it is a early skirmisher, right? Unfortunately for him, Cap has already got some line infantry, so he's already out and about right now, doing some sort of aggression. So we're going to have to see, basically, how many skirmishers you can get here to basically take out this army of line infantry here. Alright, so basically, at least Rommel has the home field advantage, I think, in terms of combat, because the town center here is basically going to be a really good protection point here, because every time these line infantry try to swoop in for a raid here, these villagers will be able to garrison at this TC and do some really nasty damage to these units. So hopefully Rommel can take... Yep, he's starting to do that right now, actually, where he's just using the TC fire to do some extra damage to these line inf. Because he doesn't have a whole lot of army right now that he can spare here, so he needs to salvage what he can in terms of getting a decent army up. He's got about 5 line infantry, and he's got about 3 volunteers here right now. And we see here that Cappy's line infantry will go off back to his forward base, whereas Rommel will take all the wood that he can get and continue to get volunteers. This is actually kind of a good strategy by Cappy to keep putting the pressure on him, because if he can keep forcing Rommel to make volunteers, you need wood, as you know, to build manor houses, right, to get free villagers. So one way you prevent him to build houses to get free villagers, keep making him burn through his wood to make these really cheap skirmishers, just so he can get the stats edge on his line infantry, because he's clearly behind now. And Rommel might understand that now, and this is why he is going to start to queue in more of these line infantry now, basically. So he can sort of even the field and try to get some more manor houses going. Yeah. And let me see this. So Cappy is getting placer mines now. It's a pretty cheap market tech to get, just so he can keep up with his unit production here just about. And then he will be getting another, looks to be a manor house. No manor houses yet, but he probably should get one, you know. Because where's he at in this count? About 9? Where's Rommel at? I'm assuming Rommel's at a lower number. Yeah, at about 8. So yeah, he's about 1 behind. Definitely can see that. Ships 6 line infantry, trains 5 line infantry. So this is going to be a bigger mass now. Where are we at with numbers? Because if the numbers are more or less the same, I think these is... Oh, that's a bigger mass, Ag. Oh, no. Absolutely not, Rommel. No. Because what's going to happen is these line infantry are going to thrust their bayonets into your volunteers, and they're not going to be volunteers for much longer because they're going to be in the ground. Oh, yeah. And now the Hussars come into Boo, which is another strong force of damage, you know. Normally, line infantry are a great counter to Hussars, but when the numbers are that small, 30 hand attack from a Hussar does add in an extra layer of damage. And now Rommel's entire army, except for 3 supposedly surviving line infantry, are basically knocked out now. And it's a really bad skirmish like this in a mirror match of Germany versus Germany, that means that Germany is won and this one is not. Because you can already see now, look at that scoreboard. We got 123 on Cappy, and we got about 81 on Rommel. So clearly Cappy winning that skirmish is the more favored winner now, just because he took away a better skirmish there. Which means that Rommel really shouldn't have gauged in that skirmish until he was 100% sure he could have maybe done something, and that's something we see a lot in competitive 1v1. You need to make sure when you take a fight that you can potentially win it, at least if the odds were in your favor, And certainly he'd even help with his lack of micro there too. He's also, as he's building manor houses, he is losing villagers, mind you, because he's not protecting this side of his base. For the amount of manor houses that he gained, he is actually going to win. He's going to lose more villagers here now because these villagers are on top of the Huns, which you really don't want to be doing this. This is really going to leave you very vulnerable now. Yeah, for all this work he did to get up all these houses, he just lost the villagers now, which is going to make the score even more in favor of Cappy now. Because where's Cappy at with this house production? He is at he's got about 15 houses that he's going to be at, so 15 extra bills. And I'm assuming no losses either. So this is absolutely going to be a one-sided advantage for Cappy. Yeah, Hussars over here. There's more over here taking out another villager. Whittling down his settler number even more. So, we'll look at it again. How many villas? Rommel, 28. How many on Cappy's side? He has about 55. 55. That is a huge difference. Exceptional difference, actually. That's a gigantic difference. That's going to be hard for Rommel to come back from. Truthfully, yeah, that's going to be really hard for him to come back from. I don't even know if he can even do it. I don't know. I don't think he can do it. That's the thing. That's a real tricky one to come back from, honestly. Truth be told, that's a huge difference. Yeah. And what's he got here? He's going to be going up with the Sea Planner. Then he's going to have another town center. And then Rommel here. Still queuing up more of the volunteers. That's kind of all he can do now. Just hope that he can get enough skirmish to get us some sort of an edge and then just go in. But no, that's useless. He's got Hussars. Volunteers become trash and total rubbish when you add Hussars into the mix. Oh yeah. Plain simple. Oh yeah. That's about it, That's all there is to it, really. Exactly. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Yeah. Well, looks like, yeah. We got line infantry queuing in, volunteers, coin. So he is going to try to get to age 3. But problem is, Cappy is already in age 3. And he's already going to start to have one shipment. Probably Cuirassier or 8 skirmisher. Maybe even 5 Hussar. He's got pickings. He's got pickings of what unit he's going to do. And they're all looking good. They're all looking pretty fine right now. Pretty damn good. Yeah. Exactly. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, this is looking to be a pretty good time for Cappy to get his veteran line infantry, right? And then ship in about 8 skirms, I think. 8 skirms would clean this up. But, okay. So Rommel is getting a bit of an advantage here because Cappy was not watching that. Numbers are a bit more even now. Not enough, I think, to survive, but hey, it was a pretty good move on Rommel's part to exploit that. Yeah, and might make it a bit better for survival. We'll see, though. We'll see. See how this turns out. Just about. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Amalgamation, veteran Hussar. What's more to say about it? Rommel's looking like he's 20 steps behind now. Yep, 8 skirmisher. He's going to queue in skirm too. You have Royal Mint after that to get his coin eco up. Yeah, and then you could get 1,000 coin probably at some point to get these up to main coffer too. Yeah, Rommel's trying to get up with the city planner, but he will have to plan his gravesite in the cemetery real soon because basically Cappy's coming after him very quickly, just about. Yeah. Yep, tower's going up. And then, let's see. Looks like, yep, save player here. Alright. He doesn't have a lot of resources, you know. Cappy's got, like, enough German soft pretzels and bratwurst and knockwurst and liverwurst to go around the world right now. So, I mean, and what are these villagers doing here? What are these villagers doing here? Oh, he was trying to herd there? Are you kidding me? Oh, no, that's done. That's a done deal. Yep, here comes the Bedford Hussars with the... Yeah, well, Rommel understands at this point that this is a losing fight. That he cannot get back from at all. Yeah. Yep, a very bad situation to find yourself in, just about. Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, that was a doozy of a situation. Yeah. Just about. Just a little bit. Yep, well, happens. Happens, definitely happens. So let's look at the post game now and see what the stats were. So it looks like Cappy, you know, being able to force Rommel onto the back pedal with spending all his wood on volunteers, was able to get an edge in there. And basically, when it came to military, yeah, eventually that big push at the end where Cappy had his skirms and his veteran Hussar and his veteran line infantry made a huge difference, you know. Veteran versus non-veteran. Simply put, Cappy is the optimal Germany at this stage of Wars of Liberty's meta. You know, he just really knows how to play Germany very well, you know. Like, look at these army. Like, he was like a full queue in, Rommel was here. 2 queues in, Rommel only had a few skirms, you know. I think the only way Rommel can potentially improve himself in that matchup is probably to try to basically get better with his timing with things, you know, be able to queue up line infantry around the same time Cappy does so he can go tit for tat. It's the only way I see that even working out potentially there, you know. That's about it, really. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so where are we at now? So now we are basically going to be doing another record game. What's it going to be called? We will have to look at the Discord here and see what it's called. So it will be called Otolia. Ottomans and Italians versus Peru and Dutch. So I'm assuming it's going to be Varingo and somebody playing Dutch against Hishe and Ottomans. At least from the sound of it, you know. And where are we at with the rest of the games? Oh, so it's going to be all 2v2s except for the last 2 ones? Alright. So let's do Otolia. Almost sounds like Anatolia in a way. Yeah. Otolia 1. Alright, so yep, as I predicted, Cappy and Hishe versus Kevin RK's Peru and yeah, the Mehmed Khan Dutch. Okay. Should be an interesting matchup, you know. I mean, Kevin RK is a pretty good, decent wolf player, I would say. So it's Hishe, Mehmed Khan is getting up there, so yeah. Yep, we are playing on the Great Basin again, it looks like. That good old map we saw before, so we'll just get right into it since we've already seen it before. Okay. So, this could be pretty interesting, you know? I just wonder how they're going to push out. Because I know Hishay, you know, he likes to at least give himself some preparation time, you know. As we saw in the previous game during the stream, he did actually do an age 1 with like 3 cards. 3 ship in age 1. Which you rarely ever see. So he needs some prep time. But once you give him that prep time, he seems to do really well with like keeping up with his army and stuff, you know. I think Hishay is probably one of the strongest Great Warriors players we've ever had in the mod, so I mean, yeah. He does pretty well with that, all things considered, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Yep, we see Town Wagon going over here, followed by a market just about, so those will be going up right now. Yep. And what is Cappy going to do? I'm assuming he's going for his more standard 1v1 deck. And do note how Cappy is going to start grabbing this trade route like crazy, you know. You might be thinking, I never see Silk Road in his deck, why is he getting that? Well, it's because the fact, even if you don't get Silk Road, trading post control is so key to playing Ottomans, you know. Ottomans play around their shipments really strongly, you know. So the best thing you can do as Ottomans, hold on to that trade route. It's really the best way you can do that. Just about. Yeah. So, like, if Cappy can have, like, 2 trading posts, that's going to be a really good advantage that he can get out for Mamluks, for Safahi, for Abbas, for Falconet. One after another, because that's where Ottomans are at their peak, when it's one shipment after another in very quick succession. If it takes too long, that's when the opponents start to have an easier time, you know, because the Wars of Liberty devs really force them into that sort of play style, particularly because, you know, they don't get any upgrades until Imperial Age, so it's not like you can play the old traditional way and say, you know what, I'm not going to worry about the trade route, I'm just going to get Veteran Janissary, Veteran Abasgar. No, you don't get those techs anymore. You go fast Imperial Age if you want to get upgrades, you know. You go fast Imperial and then, yeah, exactly. Wait a very, very long time again. Yeah. And when are you ever going to do a fast Imperial Age as Ottomans anyways in a 1v1 or 2v2? Like, never, right? You gotta be like 200 million IQ to figure that one out. Take a very long time to basically plan out, I think, you know, so yeah, definitely on that note. Absolutely. Yeah, so where are we at now? Aging up with who? Quartermaster? Yep, Quartermaster, the Artisan. Probably the same thing for Hishay, I would assume, right? No, he's doing. Oh, he's going for another one of those 3 shipment, yeah, just about. Okay. I'm assuming he's going to get probably like Eco Theory followed by Exotic Hardwoods, I would assume. Yeah, something like that. Memikan going up with the Burger. The Burger gives you 4 silver coin crates. And silver coin crates are worth 101 coin. 110 coin instead of 100 coin, you know. It's normally it's technically the unique crate that the Argentines get instead of normal ones is silver coins, but in the case of the Burger, you just happen to get that too. So, get a little bit of extra coin on top of that extra 400, you know. It can be pretty powerful. Kevin Arcade is going with the Japanese immigrants. I think they tend to be a little bit better when you have water because don't they give you a couple of fish banks that you can utilize on the Homestay Gaverport? Yeah, well, I think they can. Well, here's the thing. Peru's ultimate building is a naval one, and there's no water in sight here. We're kind of in the desert, right? So that whole mechanic of Peru is kind of gone when you play on these land maps, you know. It's not that Peru is totally dependent on water, it's just that they do really great on water. Like, it's like another added tool in their belt is to pull out the Guardia Marinas from their turret ships so they can get on the water, basically. Yeah. And now we see basically Marianism being researched from the home city, what Marianism does is it gives you a church wagon, right, or a temple, and you can use it to make a church, and then from there, it gives you a build limit increase, so you can have 2 churches instead of 1. And why is that kind of important? Because notice how your churches, just like in the 5th edition, will actually trickle experience points. Yeah. So that actually makes the almonds better too, is because they play a lot around their mosque. They're also going to experience that beneficial XP trickle. So yeah, 0.5 per second, which means when the other church goes up, basically you will effectively have 1 XP per second, which is quite good, you know, quite good. So yep, gonna build the second church right over here with about 200 wood. Japanese colony is also going up right now. Yeah, these Japanese immigrants can actually be pretty strong anywhere, you know, namely because their Japanese workers are good with berries, so you can put them right on top of this cherry orchard right away and start taking advantage of it, you know. And then to boot, Japanese immigrant workers can also construct shrines. Not as many shrines as you can with the Japan Civ, but you know, you can make a few shrines. And they work exactly the same. They lure the animals in and they start to give it a better trickle. In terms of immigrant battalions, Japanese have their own they have immigrant shogumas, basically, as well as immigrant gunto riders. But instead of having multipliers, they have the ability to heal nearby units. They're called cavalry medics, which is pretty neat. Yeah. 700 food. Now, this is an interesting one. 700 comida. Okay. Bit different. Yep, notice how Kevin Arcade goes for the queue of the Japanese workers alongside his villagers, you know. He knows that he can get a lot of value for his eco if he can get these out quickly with the coin costs that they cost. And get them working right on this cherry orchard here. Cherry. Eat the cherries. Get the berries and the cherries. Right there. Looks like Cappy is doing some raiding, though, with his delis, though. So we'll see if... oh, no, yeah, he's way too out there with the hunts. He's going to get evited. Oh, he lost the build. It's kind of inevitable. Oh, no, they're running in this direction. They're running into harm's way. He said, oh, you know, it wasn't enough that I let you get 1 villager. I'm going to let you get 4 villagers. If one of these villagers survives, he's going to get a Purple Heart of Valor. Medal of Honor. Nope. No one's getting out of that situation alive. Definitely not. Absolutely not. Here comes the wood. And what does, I'm assuming Mehmet Khan's going to try to go flank war or something. Yeah, basically. To sort of put this whole Dutch economic system into more perspective, basically the slaves are your African villager and they cost coin, and they also gather bear from coin. The Indonesian villagers are called Javanese laborers, and they are good at wood chopping, basically, and they also happen to cost wood. And then the settlers aren't your ordinary settlers because they apparently also have a berry gather rate from berries and mills. Yeah. But from what I can tell, all these villagers do not have any detriments to their gather rate either. So it's not like the Indonesian laborers are going to be bad at hunting or mining. It just means they don't have any sugar on top in terms of their gather rate. You know, it's kind of like that, basically. You know, and I think the gather rate advantage is only like 10% or something, like maybe an eco theory. It's not super duper huge, but it's noticeable, especially as you get tax, you know, on top of it. Oh, but yeah, that's not going to help if you just keep losing these villagers like that. I mean, hey, you gotta get some defense against that sort of thing, you know? Getting raided all over the place. Zippity, wow. Yeah, a lot of raiding there. I also know what's going to happen next at this page. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully not. Yeah, so where do we get from here? We got, how many? How many at this point? Also, what is Hishay doing? Is he just staying at home, being greedy? Yeah, he's being greedy, but he has the barracks in reserve for when he's ready to go out. Oh, he's starting to queue up already, so he's gonna be starting to push right now. It looks like, and now we just got counter cavalry attack. It looks like counter cavalry attack, which gives all of his anti-cav units more attack. That being the pikes, the basigliaries, and his line infantry. Yep. And here comes the flankers going in this direction, though. Will they catch the Delhis? They will not. And they will just go straight into this town center, probably to die, because I'm assuming at this stage, Armans are pretty ready to ship in. Yeah, Mamluk, Sipahi, really good assault unit that just deals with that very well. Yeah, just about. Not even afraid to go after him with Delhis. No, not even afraid. Because he knows he's got the numbers advantage over him. You know. Also, these Delhis are still going forward to look for something to raid at. Yeah, pretty much. Here we go. Delhi's going in this direction, just about. Yep. Oh wow, yeah, these things are definitely trying to maneuver around to look for some queen sweeps. Mamluks is like the GG factor, yeah. Yeah, these Mamluks are actually kind of insane in Wars of Liberty because instead of the Pierce armor, they get the hack armor. So if you send like a bunch of pikes at these Mamluks, that's like really laughable. They will actually do barely anything at all. Literally barely anything at all, really. Yeah, just about. So what does Peru do? What does Peru do? Does Peru have anything to work with? So they got some Pardos here. Yeah, but that's about all they got here, really, right? Yeah, just about. So basically what these Pardos are is they're sort of a pikeman halberdier hybrid that the blind American Civ makes instead of pikemen. And they cost about 155 food. So they're almost like Aena Bowman, except that they're anti-cav in a way. In terms of their eco costs, you know. Slightly more expensive, but sort of the same idea. Yep. It's a little too late though, so yeah, just about. Yep, looks like Cappy got the most one coin, but Kevin Arcade got a lot of comida, a lot of ceviche, a lot of Peruvian ceviche in his back pocket. Just about, yeah. And now we will be looking at this unit counts. Yep. Looks like I want to look at the villager count to see where Mehmet Khan. Yeah, like look at all these dips. Dip. All the losses to those Delhis. Pretty overwhelming, I would say, yeah. Looks like Mehmet Khan he sort of just lost that whole flanker army and didn't really recover after that. Yeah, it was really just Cappy who was really growing big armies there. Hishe only had about, 9 line infantry, is that right? Yeah. And Kevin Arcade, surprised, didn't even have any army until this late into the... Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting on that note. So now we will be going on to the next match. Match number 3 of patch 1.1c. Get this closed, and then we'll boot into the game again to get into game number 3 now. Just about. Yeah. Alright, so what do we got here? Board games. What's the match going to be called? It will be called, let's see what the recording is called. Unga Boonga. What's Unga Boonga? Unga Boonga. So it's going to be Australia, China versus Japan, Russia on Kamchatka. Is that the next one though, or am I missing? Oh, Otalia 2. So there's another Otalia. Another Ottoman Italy, this time against Argentina and USA. So we better do that one first, I think. It's only fair. Yeah, we'll do that one right here. I wonder if it's going to be the same setup for Cappy, or is he going to do something a bit different? Alright, map is Kamchatka. Teams are the same. Well, this time these guys sort of set up a different set of civs for themselves, just about. Yeah. And Kamchatka is actually a pretty fun map, I think, because it has a lot of space on it. And you got a lot of walling and choke point potential here, because look at all these like river crossings you got on this map. You got one here, you got some over here, got some over here, over here. A lot of choke points, really. Like, you can wall this off pretty well if you want to and just focus on your inner side of your base, really. And you also get a lot of, like, you got some decent trade here, too. So, I mean, Ottomans are going to have at least this and this to work with, basically. So, how far is this from the town site? Nah, I don't think this is going to be enough because it's, I don't know. Can you really build here if the TC's there? I don't think so. So, Cappy's mostly going to be working off of, I think, 2 town centers here, personally, from the looks of it. Yeah, just about. Yeah. And now we will see. Alright. Okay, so got Ottomans over there, Italy over here. I kind of already know what Kevin RK is going to do without even thinking. Because you know what Kevin RK always does with this USA Civ? He tries to go into Texas Rangers like all the time. So we already know that you're going to do Texas Rangers, man. This is like classic Kevin RK USA. Just go Texas Rangers for the win. Yeah. That's basically it, you know. He loves Texas Rangers a lot. And they're a pretty good unit, you know. They're kind of like a hybrid between a skirmisher and a dragoon almost. Because, yes, they are considered to be dragoons because they have, you know, they're light cav with multipliers against assault and yeah. But instead of having multipliers against artillery at range, it has multipliers against heavy infantry. So it actually adopts the skirmish tag in addition to having the maneuver tag. So it's actually both a skirmisher and a dragoon in many ways. Yeah. But funnily enough, its melee attack has multipliers against artillery, scout, assault, and heavy infantry. Making it a very versatile unit. And it, by the way, it does have about 30% hack armor instead of pierce. So that melee attack might be handy sometimes, you know. All things considered. Yeah. As for what Mehmed Khan's going to do with Argentina, I'm not too sure, actually. Clearly has a few interesting options. Let's see what he does, you know, basically. He does have the Team Assault Cavalry card here. This is a pretty nice card. What it does is it basically allows you to train Assault Cavalry in Age 2. Works on Culisses, Escoltas, Honor Guards, Hussartruppen, Cuauhtlicos, Tazunki Prowlers, Household Blues, Mahouts, Mansabdar Mahouts, and the Iron Flails. Right, so large number of them. And then for civs that already can make them in Age 2, technically it makes Rampilianas and Tarqui Grenadiers train slightly faster. For Usonian allies, it makes Cavalry Corps train slightly faster. Usonian. What's that like? Why don't you just call him American Usonian? For Ethiopian allies, it makes Oromo horsemen train slightly faster. For Egypt, it makes Mamluks train faster. For Haitians, yeah, you didn't really have to. You could have just made a big comma list there, I think. So that's definitely a mouthful to try to read. Yeah. It's alright, it's alright. You know, we might not even see that today. Basically, for Argentina, it's a really good card because if they're dealing with some really hardcore musketeer cids, they can just opt to go for Escoltas in Age 2 from a stable using that card. Unfortunately, I think in most cases it kind of forces Argentina to go for a 2 ship in Age 1 to pull it off, typically. But if they get enough momentum and get it set up, it can be good sometimes, you know. Depending on what your opponent's doing, yeah. And how good they are with the Microin, because if they're not good with Microin musketeers, you can actually, like, stomp it really well. You know, you can stomp their muskets quite well with Escoltas, because again, they have, like, multipliers of 3 against heavy infantry, and it can make a huge difference, really. Yeah. So what immigrants does Argentina go for? Italian. The bad side of going Italian immigrants is you do not get any immigrant battalions in Age 2. You have to wait till Age 3, which, you know, if that's sort of something you really need to do well, you probably don't want to go with them. As for Kevin Arquet, he goes up with Benjamin Franklin, the Leathernecks, you know, it's his faction. So basically the Union, the way the factions work for USA is between Confederacy and Union is the Union units tend to have better multipliers, whereas the Confederate units tend to have weaker multipliers but better stats. If that makes any sense. Yeah. Like for the USA, for instance, let's talk Age 3 Light Cav. The Age 3 Light Cav for the Union, the Mounted Rifleman, is a Dragoon that has really horrible base stats, but really high multipliers that are really abnormally high. So they're really specialized well in what they do. Whereas for Confederates, their units can normally be good at multiple things, really, and their units are pretty flexible. But the multipliers on the units themselves, not that great. So in terms of specializing really hard against something, they're usually not that, but they do bear with their flexibility, really. Yeah. For instance, a Texas Ranger, you know. Texas Ranger can be good against muskets, can be good against artillery, can be good against assault. Whereas the Mounted Rifleman technically is stronger against assault than artillery. Especially by the fact that its range attack does have multipliers against artillery, and the Texas Ranger doesn't really get that same advantage. So, yeah, it ends up looking like that, really. Yeah. USA does go for frontier defenses. It gets them two of those outpost wagons to set up a bit of a defense with here, pretty much. It should be pretty good for them going into this. As for the case of Cappy, is he going stable again, or is he doing something totally different? Oh, he goes Abyss Gunner here. He's going Abyss. He's going full power move with the Abyss Gunner. Yeah. Yeah, these Abyss Gunners can do a whole lot of damage, really. I think in particular, Cappy is reading Kevin Arquet like a book because he knows he's going to go Texas Rangers. And what's one of the worst things you can throw at the Texas Rangers? Abyss Gunners, yeah. Absolutely. Hishek could probably go take a nap or something, or eat a burrito from Chipotle or something, and Cappy would be able to do this 20 times over just going Abyss Gunner. That's the type of stuff we're looking at when you go with that sort of a play, really, against the Texas Rangers, really. No, exactly. Yeah. Picking up Mayeye to get his build limit up on the settlers. How many Abyss is he on? He's on about 10. Is that right? Yeah, about 10 Abyss Gunners, really? Okay. How about coin? 600 coin. Yep, that should be pretty good there. Yep. Yeah, okay. Frontier wagon goes there. Has some leathernecks for defense as well. Unfortunately, even though these Abascars do come from the artillery foundry, they do not have the siege trooper tag. So these marines will not be that great against them, unfortunately. Yeah. Now, if he made Humbarasi, yeah, these leathernecks would have a pretty good field day against them. But I guess they don't have that advantage there, so I guess not. Yeah. Oh, we see Italian hussars right around where the Abascars are, so that's a little bit of good teamwork there. If he didn't run away, of course, yeah, so. But that's alright. I mean, the Abascars can handle themselves quite well against the Leathernecks, I think. And they're probably going to be able to drop a few USA villagers as well. Once again, the range. Here's some Patricios here, but that's not really going to do a whole lot. You know, all they have to do basically is move the Abbas over here and just spray them down, really. Yeah, just about. Yeah, there you go. Picks up about 600 wood, followed by artillery hit points, which gives more HP to the Abascars as well. So we'll see him move towards that Argentine barracks now. The one thing you gotta note with Argentina is they do not have a scout unit until like age 3 from their estancia. So they don't have a really ready to go counter to the Abascars once they reach a certain number, you know. It becomes really one-sided very quickly. They're really gonna have to depend on USA potentially to make some light cav. If of course Hishe doesn't get enough line infantry to back him up with them. In which case that would be a pretty fatal situation. Yeah, just about through and through. So yeah, here comes the artillery hit points just about. Yep, those are coming out right now. You see the Abbas going this way. Yep, just about there. Nice, nice, nice. And any straggler villas here we can maybe get. Right now, just going after the house. Yeah, just sieging away at that house right now. House is down. And it looks like Argentina and the USA are going to try to scramble some sort of defense to deal with the Abbas. Looks like it, yeah, Leverneck's getting melted. Patricios are going to get melted even faster. Really. As history, I would just get those line infantry back and just keep them around the Abbas, you know, just in case if any cav comes out. Because the Abbas can do all the ranged combat here very easily. What you see right there, yeah. Complete destruction of those infantry, yeah. Is he gonna go for the towers? Is he just gonna... Well... Here comes some hussars here from Italy as well, some more line infantry. So yeah, they're going to probably just go in for the push now, I'm assuming. Gets team artillery hit points as well, which, again, another boost to the Abbas HP. You know, these Abbas are already looking pretty ferocious, now they're even more ferocious. Does he have advanced arsenal in this deck by any chance? Yes, he does, so... He could definitely go for that too if he wanted to and just get counter infantry rifling in Age 2. followed by all the paper cartridge, the flintlock. That would make the Abyss a real menace to deal with, really. Especially when you know you're not going to get any more upgrades on them until like Imperial Age, right? Yeah. Does he have the artillery attack? Yep, he does. Artillery attack right here. So that'll be an attack boost to the Abyss gunners. Yep, just about. Yeah, basically. Yep, that market's going down right now. It's actually a general store. The difference between a general store and a market is basically the general store lets you pick companies once you've reached industrial ages in the USA. And those companies come with a set of techs that really revolutionizes the way you play the game as the USA. And they can be quite strong, you know. If you go with John Deere, you can get some tractors. They actually work really well on the mills and plantations. If you go with General Electric, you can actually reduce the population that your artillery takes. If you go with Colt, you can really get some strong gunpowder units, and it's just generally going to be really strong overall with whichever company you get with the USA. Yeah, it looks like the Abyss, though, are going to have to retreat for now, aging up with the political exile, which is basically the same as the exiled prince. Exile, basically, rule of thumb is going to mean a fast age up, you know? And then, after that, probably going to go for Falks, or maybe Mamluk, or Safahi, one of those, at this point, yeah. The switch to private light cavalry will cause a couple of issues, I think, for Cappy. But if Hissek can provide enough support, probably not. Yeah. Some Infernales as well, so that's another case of hand cav. Alright, and let's see here. We got there we go. Yep, 5 Abyss, 1,000 wood. Alright. Yep. Okay. So what is Illy doing exactly? Where's Illy fitting this whole pizza pie? Yeah, just queuing up 3 barracks worth of line infantry. Yeah, that's probably fine. He's already age 3 too, so he's going to be able to get those up to veteran. I'm assuming to... Yep, already has counter-infantry cavalry combat, so he's already prepared. Could get the HP1 next, or even advance arsenal. Get some really strong muskets going in there. Yeah, just about. Yeah. Yep, some more queues of land infantry there. Alright then. Sawmills coming up. Yep. Sawmills. Okay. So what did they... Well, here's the thing. Now they're going to have to deal with this layer of walling now. Is Kevin R.K. ready for age 3? Yeah. So...
I'm ready.
What is he going to get? I'm assuming he's going to get the... Let me see. No, I don't know what he's got now because he doesn't have a light cap shipment there. Yeah, he should try to get some like Texas Rangers. I don't know. No, Texas Rangers not to be that great. What do you even get against this? Like artillery or something? Yeah, I mean, Abiscars are never an easy fix, I think, you know. Even artillery can get sniped by the Abis pretty easily. Oh yeah, big time. They do get a mouse against them a bit, so I mean, still not an easy answer to that at all, really. Yeah, a bunch of private upgrade light cap are not going to be enough for this. They're not even up to specialists yet, so definitely not going to be good. Yeah, those towers are doing a lot of work though. I mean, it's just the problem that he doesn't have any units to hold the towers. Yeah. He had some stuff to hold the towers with. Yeah, that'd probably be a good defense and keep them out for a bit. Unfortunately, that's not what you have in this case at all. No, really not. Definitely not. Record game playback finish. Yep. Yeah, so where were we with that one? Looks like Hishay actually had the best eco there, far and far. It's still hard to fathom with all that Abyss gun stuff that Cap was doing that Kevin R.K. got more kills. Yeah, kind of impressive actually. Yeah, like we'll look at the military unit pop, like where did it fall apart here? Like, yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, didn't matter that he got that many kills because Cap just generally had a good mass going for him, and then Hishay just went from woo up to the moon, you know, with that, really. Yeah. What about Rez? Like, yep, this is Hishay for you. He starts out kind of on the smaller side, and then he goes whoop like that into the sky with his eco. Really well, you know, really well put eco, really. Yeah. So now we'll be going on to the next game now. Game number 4 of 1.1.1c. Just about. Yep. So what is that game going to be called here? We'll see. It is going to be called, we'll look right here. Unga Bunga. So this is the Unga Bunga one right now. Alright, so we'll do Unga Bunga. And then egg roll, and then vodka versus pasta, and then chop suey. Okay. So here's Unga Bunga. Unga Bunga, Unga Bunga. Unga Bunga. Yep. Alright, so where are we here? Oh, Cappy's playing Australia. He's playing the Outback. In the Outback, mate. Yeah, he's playing the Outback. Yep. Doesn't even sound like Australian to me, no. Nope. So it's going to be Rommel and Mehmed Khan together. We're in Kamchatka again, so this will be a pretty fun one. Yeah. Yep, just about. Yeah. Oh no, Cappy's playing as Japan. What am I saying? No, that's Rommel. That's Rommel doing Australia. I was going to say, okay, so if Cappy's doing Australia, this would be pretty fun, but no, Rommel's doing it. Rommel does a pretty good okay Australia, you know. He's really good with the boomerang gameplay, I think, in general, so, yeah. He's going to give Cappy a pretty hard time here, I think. All things considered, really, you know. So, yeah. Should be pretty fun either way. He gets his barn going. This is not a stable, this is a barn. And yes, it does act like a livestock pen, but it's a pretty big livestock pen, you know? Pretty big looking. And notice how how Australia, for every villager that they train, they get a wool sheep along the side, you know? But the problem is because of the way Age of Empires 3's coding works, you can only fatten one type of animal at a time. So if you want to fatten up this goat, you have to fatten up the goat first, and then you got to fatten up these sheep over here, which are a coin herdable, basically. Yeah. So which one is he fattening up first? So he's fattening up the goat first, and then he's probably going to fatten up these wool sheep, basically. Yep. So yeah, he's got to figure out what he's going to go with there. Probably the goats first, then the wool sheep. Yep. So I think for this map, Japan has a pretty easy time. Just feels like they have like a lot of hunts to pick and choose from in terms of their map control, really. At least it seems like that almost. Yeah. Just about. And then, let me see. So what deck is he going to go for? Is he going to go with his good old trusty 1v1 deck, really? Yep. Standard. Yep. Basically, Siago Takamori, Gunto. Yep. Seen this deck a whole lot today. Not just by Cappy, but also Jesu Cristo as well. So this is a deck we've seen a lot today. And what is Kevin Arcade going to do with his Russia deck? 300 food. 300 borscht. What's he doing with 300 food? I don't know. Normally you just go with the distributivism card, typically first, right? Yeah. I know what's up with this infinite stuff, you know. I mean, you already got a good infinite card here with the Blastuni, but that's about it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's up with these infinite cards. Like, I would actually get fencing school and dueling school before I got that. Just saying. And what's up with the stonemasons? Like, building buildings much faster? What do you need stonemasons for? I don't know. Like, Team Barracks hit points? I don't know about them. I don't know what he's doing here. There's a lot of, like, defensive cards for, like, a Russian deck. Yeah. Well, he's just got National Redoubt. We don't see a lot of people get this, but everybody should be getting this. Strela, no, I'm Boris. Look at the Streletsy over there. He said, no, I'm not Boris. He's Ivan. Yeah. Exactly. Unstoppable Boris Streletsy. Yeah. So we got the Arzen coming up for Russia. What for Japan is going Tsugu, I think. Yep. Cappy is so confident in his Japanese abilities that he always goes with the Tsugu Shrine. You know, never feels compelled to get the Torii Gate. And unlike Gustoso, he never gets the Golden Pavilion first, which actually nobody else does. It's interesting. So what does China get? China. China gets Summer Palace. Probably your go-to wonder normally when you're China. Or China. Yep. And what's the deck called? One. One deck. One. Good faith agreements. I've never used this card in my deck for, let me think. Let me crunch some math in my head. I have not used this card for about 9 to 10 years. 9 to 10 years, like an actual decade. I haven't used this card. Mainly because I don't really, once I figured out what it was all about, I was like, I don't think this is really going to be good. I mean, the consulate techs that cost export are actually not that expensive, honestly. They're not really. So, I don't know. I don't know, really. It's kind of strange, Yeah. What can you do, though? I mean, at least he's got some okay rush cards here. He's got a Chukunu. He's got the White Banner Army, which gives you Chukunu with the Flamethrower. He does have the Blue Banner Army hit points. Yeah. So he's got some options. H3 is looking okay. He's got Repelling Volley, the Mortars. He's got the Boxers, the Sangu. So H3 is looking pretty solid. H4, this is like absolutely essential. This is good. This is good. Mortars, maybe flamethrowers. Okay. Alright, so H3 and 4 are looking alright. So if he gets to that stage, I think China's going to be looking pretty okay, honestly. Just saying. And then, in the case of Rommel, what is he doing? So Rommel is running Aboriginals, because we see boomerangs coming here. K-Boomer Boomerang, yeah. He's running a boomerang native deck. Corabuli. Native units are cheaper and train faster. So, sadly, he's not going to be able to cap on this, because even though these are technically a native faction of Australia, they do not have the native unit tag, so these will not indeed benefit from that at all. Maybe that's something the Wars of Liberty team should maybe consider doing, is, to synergize with all these native cards that the Australians got. Maybe just have the Aboriginals be considered native tag units, Because on one hand, it would give them more benefits. On the other hand, it would basically make them more vulnerable to spies and to Force Publiques, Things like the Force Publique, as well as the Cazador de Indios, which are basically just skirmishers that have multipliers against native warriors. So yeah. And even some civs like the Anglophonies and so forth have cards that give their stuff multipliers against native warriors too. So yeah, definitely. So what's going on here? We see siege on this TP. Alright. And we got boomerangs, we got Tigerman. So an alright push so far. These boomerangs are kind of a funky unit in a way. What they basically are is they're a skirmisher, but they deal hack damage. Think of them like the throwing axemen from like AoE 2. But if it was like fully integrated as like an Age of Empires 3 skirmisher, really. Yeah. And what they can end up doing is they can end up getting some really neat multipliers against infantry eventually. So they become pretty good skirms overall. And they can even be good against Yankav, somewhat, Well, definitely not against Assault, but sometimes Scout they can do somewhat okay, really. So yeah. Here comes some Spontooners, so some more anti-cav. Normal will just continue to keep queuing up the boomerangs, it looks like. Yeah. Seems to be going in for a full push now, pretty much. Up there. Yep. They will be making a move on this market, this Mercado. Does look like Kevin Arquet is prepared with an army of Cantonists, though. So these will be quite good for dealing with Tigerman and Spontooners. But they'll be pretty weak against the boomerangs. You know, the boomerangs will hit them pretty hard. Here comes the Shigumas, though, for some support. The boomerangs are going to be doing some pretty good damage to those Scantinus because, yeah, they deal full through and through 10 damage per hit against them, so that's going to be pretty serious. But here comes the Shigumas, though, to lend some range support, and it should be a clean sweep for them right there. Yep. Basically force them into a bit of a retreat now, just about. Yep. Yeah, and there we see the Shigumas go for a push there. Yep. Oh wow. That's a big army there of Russians and Japanese, to the point that I think they're going to have to retreat now. I mean, the Chukanu can try to kite this off a little bit, but really no... Oh, here's the thing. I would try to shoot back a bit at the Shigumas because they're going to catch up with you no matter what you do because they are operating at 4.5 speed, and you're operating at only 4 speed. You know, they're going to just outrun you and keep blasting shots into you as you're running, you know, so you may as well get a bit of counterattack in there, you know, or just sit there and fight them. Either way, you know. Ships in about 10 boomerangs from the home city, so again, a pretty good mass there going. Yep. Yeah, the boomerangs, yeah. Boomerangs should be pretty good synergy with the Chukanu, I think. At least in terms of taking out infantry, you know. I think if Cappy gets Gunter wires, or maybe even Kevin RK gets a Kozak shipment or two going, this could be a pretty quick turnaround for them, though, honestly. At least the way it seems like there, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, Cappy put a message. He said, the only time I've seen someone sending 300 food as first card is China's when you face super aggressives like Ottomans or Hod Zulu. Otherwise, it's a waste of a shipment. Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, yeah, with China, I totally understand the 300 food because sometimes their timing with the age up might not be pristine for them and they might need that quicker age up, you know. They don't... If they got like 3 villagers, they would probably just want to go with that, but they don't get anything like that, you know. Like they get Year of the Rat. Year of the Rat gives you like 1 free villager. It's like actually disgusting. It's actually disgusting to get Year of the Rat, like really bad. Like actual laughable joke to get that, you know. Like never get Year of the Rat unless you know you're gonna get to like age 3 or 4. And really max out on it, you know. Even then, I would say it's a very questionable shipment. So yeah, unless you really need that, I guess it is better to save a shipment up so you can go Chukunu. Yeah, I'll try that out in a couple of Wars of Liberty matches as China, maybe to just hold back on the 300 food and just go full throttle into, you know, shipping what I want to ship basically. Because maybe I can catch them off guard with something. Who knows? Yeah. Just have like a bigger army waiting there for them. They're like, oh no, that's my medal. How am I going to deal with that, Bingo? Yeah, exactly. Very clever wall here by Kevin. Basically locked him in there. Is that right? Oh yeah. That's what I was talking about last game. These river crossings are great choke points. They're a great way to basically keep yourself protected, basically. Yeah, just about. Yeah. Boomerangs, normally pretty good, but they just don't have any support right now because China's just got out of his prison there. I'm a prisoner! Yeah, just about. Yep. And now he's freed, but he's not joining his friend, so I don't know if that's going to help. I don't know. I do not know at all. So, yeah, he does get the vet. He does have the veteran upgrade up already on both the Tigerman and the Chukonu. What does he do now, though? Does he... Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, I could just ship in some Tigerman, I suppose. Yeah. Sounds like a reasonable move here. Honestly, and then, get the wood trickle in. Get some Red Banner Army going. Yeah, that should be pretty okay, I think. Yeah, just about. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Going in there. Yep. Yeah, has some academicos from Portuguese allies. Right. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If Cappy's on Portuguese allies, that means that his he did just switch to the Japanese isolationism now to get the better stats. All right. What I was gonna say is, if you stay on Portuguese allies, you can actually get cheaper wonders and food costs because the Portuguese make your buildings cheaper, including the wonders and food. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting the way that works out, really. But he's got so much food, so much rice and sushi and bento bowls. Bento. Is it called a bento box? I'm trying to. Yeah, I think it's a bento box. That stuff where it's filled with like rice and stuff. Definitely ramen, but yeah. Japanese stuff. Anime girl food, yeah. He's got lots of anime girl food, and he's got lots of anime girl money, you know? Where do you think all that money comes from? The VTubers from Japan making all those super chats, yeah. Japan's always going to have lots of money because of that. I mean, look at these musketeers, the Shigumas. They look like actual anime girls with red hair. Yep, they look like anime girls. Yeah, even it's pretty bad when your musketeers look like anime girls with their red hair, basically, their red long hair. You know, and just like a anime girl, you don't know if it's a boy or girl, and that's why it's got a man's face on it. Exactly. Total accuracy, 100%. You never know when they're using the voice modulator, so, yeah. Well, fortunately, hopefully it's a real woman, but you never know. You know, it could just be a voice modulator. Who knows? Yeah. Wouldn't want to be the poor one that sends the $150 super chat to the one that's a dude. When they do a face reveal, like, wait a minute, I sent $150 to that. Oh, I'm sad. I'm very sad. Yeah, it happens. Stuff happens, you know. Just don't send super chats unless you know it's a woman, and not some Japanese Shiguma guy with the red wig on, you know? It can be a bit hard to tell sometimes in this day and age. We've got so much AI technology to mask your voice and so forth, you know? Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Really loopy on that one. Yeah. So at this point, it looks like Industrial Age Cappy means now. Does he have his Yep, he's got Nagioka Gaishi here, so he just has to move him forward with his super long mustache and makes him look like a cat. And then he's just going to start shipping these artillery shipments right directly to him. So the Motarus for siege, and then the Kanahaus for anti-artillery and infantry. Yeah. Because I think that'll just basically just finish him off just about, the situation. Yeah. Yep, so here's the boomerangs here, throwing boomerangs at him. Imagine boomerangs being an actual, like, modern-day weapon of war. You know what I mean? Imagine the U.S. Marines or the U.S. Green Berets throwing a bunch of boomerangs at the Taliban and stuff. Like, oh yeah, these boomerangs work really well against firearm-wielding combatants, you know? They got multipliers against heavy infantry. Yeah. Here's the fire sticks, you know, the fire sticks just... Those are basically another unit that the Aboriginals get. They're basically, like a siege unit, but also does well against infantry as well because of their splash attack, you know. They swing sticks of fire around, basically. Yeah. Here's those Moritaros shipped directly to the Jinsui Gaishi there. With the magic of his super long kitty mustache. The Moritaros are right there. Yep. Just about. China will attempt to push out once again. And I think they'll be completely cooked. Yep. Be completely dry roasted into Peking duck. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. There you go. Bing, bada, boom. Too many anime girls with red hair to be able to continue defending there. Just about. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. So let's look at the post game now and see where we're at here. So it looks like in terms of this, we got how many resources here? So yeah, Japan clearly on top with the economy. How about military? Military, most kills, but it looks like Mimikan did get a pretty large mass, but it kind of did poop. But not as much poop as Rommel's army did, though. 23 kills with the boomerangs, man. Could have done a little bit better than that. I feel like the problem with Rommel is that he did not get the Mary card in time. If he got that a lot sooner, then the boomerangs just like double their strength, really. And yeah, that could have been a much more closer fight, I think, if he just got that really essential Mary card a lot earlier, really. So. Now we're going to go on to the next match right now and start loading in. Yep. So what is this match going to be called exactly? So this match is going to be called the Little Egg Roll Wars. Little Egg Rolls. Yep. Lots of China players. China. Let's do that right now. Let's find it under L. Little Egg Roll Wars. Oh no, not the little egg rolls. You don't want the little egg rolls, especially if you're female. You don't want to deal with the little egg rolls. Definitely not. You want big egg rolls, not little ones. Big egg rolls are good. Big egg roll good. Little egg roll bad. Yeah. So what we got? We got China teamed up with China against China, and Veringo playing Spain again. Even though he lost like twice as a thing against Bondar. He just wants to keep playing Spain. Why doesn't he play China for once? You know, with the little egg roll. Yeah. Alright, so basically this is Jebel Musa. In Definitive Edition, it's called Tripolitania, so basically like Libya. And this is kind of a cool map because you kind of have this defensive setup here in the grassy area between that and the desert over here, really. And then as you go out towards the desert coast up here, you do have a large area to fish from on this map. And some decent light cab natives, too. I mean, you got the Jesuits as well as the Apache. So you got your share of different Dragoon natives really to work with. So yeah, a lot of variety on this map, you know. So we'll get started with it now. See how this one turns out, really. So yeah. Well, here's a problem I see right away if you're playing as Spain as Veringo. You see this dog, Cantina? This dog is gonna end up in the Chinese restaurant. Why would you pick Spain against two enemy Chinas? Like, if you love this dog very much, you know he's gonna end up in either the beef teriyaki, the beef and broccoli, the mugu gai pan, the egg foo young or something. He's gonna end up in some Chinese dish or maybe even multiple dishes, you know. His ears might end up in, I don't know, the beef teriyaki. His tail might end up in, I don't know, the spare ribs. Yeah. Don't be a dog near a Chinese restaurant. You will not last very long, really. Or a cat, or a turtle, or any animal, exotic or otherwise, it's a pet, will not last very long. Or a bird, you know. The birds probably end up as chicken fingers for all we know. You know those chicken fingers you get at the Chinese place. They're not like the ones you get at like like a pizza place. The ones at the Chinese place, they're coated in this sort of like rice batter or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, basically. And I do like Chinese food though. I will say that. I mean, I like how everybody left as soon as the Chinese food got brought up. Not everybody, but two people just sort of left like, oh, I don't want to hear about Chinese food and how it's made. But yeah. But be honest, I mean, yeah, Chinese food tastes pretty good, even though you don't know what exactly animals being put into it, It tastes quite good, If that is indeed Fido that's going into my beef teriyaki, they do a pretty good job at cooking them, Because I've had some pretty good beef teriyaki before over the years, I mean, I've had sort of okay ones before, depending on where the place is, but then you get a place that really cooks a good beef teriyaki and a good sauce, and it's like, this is as good as like any barbecue joint almost, but probably for a cheaper price, Yeah, because you know how much it costs to get like a full rack of baby back ribs and barbecue sauce? Quite a bit, Beef teriyaki is still pricey for what they are, but you do save some money there along the way. Pretty much, yeah, exactly. Yep, pretty much, yeah. Yep. Alright, so I think in this fight it's really gonna come down to two Chinas spamming a bunch of Chinese stuff, and Veringo trying his best to get the Falconets out quick enough to try to put a stop to that, really. If it doesn't go like that, I don't have no idea how this is going to turn out, really. Because, Veringo's doing what he did against Bondar. He is getting the advanced trading post to try to get more leverage over the trade route, which is probably a good idea. He could also potentially grab some of the natives as well, just about. You could get some of the Jesuits, some of the conchs up there, or even the Apache cavalry, which would be good. Yeah, so what we get? So we got Cappy going Summer Palace, right? Rommel goes for Summer Palace, right? Or what else? What else could he go for? Summer Palace, Mehmet Khan, probably going to go Summer Palace, and then Veringo's going to go with the Statesman, right? Yeah, the Statesman. Like I didn't see that one coming. Man's did it 3 times today so far. Yep, this one's a bit slow to the party, but he's probably going to go Summer Palace, I think. Yep. Yep, here we go with the Summer Palace, just about. Yep. Alright. A delicious COVID soup. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, probably, Don't go to one of those wet markets where they have the bad meat. You know what you're going to get when you eat that. Yeah. Just about. Yeah. So, where are we at here? Basically, looks like these guys are going to get their Summer Palaces up a bit quicker, which could basically be an instant lose here if you're Team Spain and China. It all depends on what Veringo does. I mean, if Veringo, I feel like, goes for the FF, and he doesn't put up enough defense, he might actually end up in a real pickle here. A real kosher dill pickle spear here, So yeah, he definitely needs to make sure he doesn't go too greedy with this, you know what I mean? Oh wow, look at that Cappy China again, that trading post up there. Totally sending him for a loop. That's definitely going to hurt Veringo quite a bit here too, in terms of his odds of surviving as well. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. Just about. Yep. Alright, so he's got about 700 coin. Alright, Summer Palace. He's still going up with the Summer Palace, man. These guys are already in H2 and he's still building. Keeps it on the standard army. Alright. Oh, he's going Kung Fu fighting. Kung Fu fighting. Here comes the disciples. And they all have their own names too, which is totally funny. You know, you got
准备好了，
Kong Kwang Wang,
有
you
何
got
吩咐？
Kong Kwao Nu,
准备好了，
Zun Zihan,
有何吩咐？
Ren Bongrong,
怎么了？准备好了，
and what's his face? Disciple. Yeah, just Disciple.
有何吩咐？
Man can't even get his own name.
有
I
何
don't know.
准备
I
好
think we got two people named the same thing, unless they're clones. Framing Trufa Hauda clones. Yep, gonna make a siege onto that village. Oh wow! Oh my! Oh, he's gonna house this kid. Oh no! Oh no! What did this poor kid do to you? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh wow! Look at that! Oh boy! All right. Well. Okay. There was that. I mean, Varengo's gonna try to be a bit of a savior here with the line infantry, but oh no, he gets another disciple from the kill there. Wow, he could get another one. Nah, I think the line infantry should be able to fight this off. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Question is, what do you do now, though? Because China's basically gonna have to build their next Chinese restaurant so they can keep serving their egg foo young with dog meat in it now. And kitty meat. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yep, just about. Alright. Where are we at now?
请下命令。是的。
We're almost got about 16 Chukunu ready to go, and he's actually going to get the Blue Banner Army hit points on top of him. So they're going to be a little bit more tanky. Barely tanky, because look, it's a very low HP unit, so hit point boosts, not the biggest thing in the world, you know. Oh, he got the flamethrower. He sent the White Banner Army. Wow, so he is going to have a flamethrower coming in. Yeah, like, where's Mehmet Khan in terms of res? Like, barely anything? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yep. That's all I can do, I guess. Take out that war academy now. Alright. And yep, looking not good. Yeah, he just resigns, and I'm assuming Fringo wasn't gonna fight it out at that point. I don't think. No, unless he was in like H3. Like if he was in H3, he could have like gotten this and that and did some tricks there. But I don't think at that point he was in. Yeah, definitely not. So let's go to post game here. Cappy on top as always. Literally always. Cappy will always be on top until MVP mode. Just about. Yeah. Yep. And let me see here. Villager count. Military count. Resource count. All that stuff. Cappy's always on top. So where are we at now? We're going to be doing game number 6. In patch 1.1.1c. Just boot that up and we'll see what that game is going to be called now. Just about. Yep. Alright, so looking here, the recording is called Vodka versus Pasta. Russia versus Italy on the Fertile Crescent. Okay. Should be interesting. So look for V for vodka. Vodka versus pasta. The funny thing about this is technically you can have both at the same time because if you go to like your local supermarket, I've seen a lot of supermarkets that carry different brands of pasta sauce where they put vodka as like the main ingredient. It's like a vodka garlic or vodka. It's a tomato sauce that uses vodka as like a big part of the sauce, and I guess it's pretty popular. You know, people like that sort of thing. Flavors it up pretty well. Never had it before, so I couldn't say if it's good or not. But people, if you see it in the stores around, it must be okay. You know, yeah, definitely. So looks like it's gonna be Cappy versus Mehmed Khan, who is Russia, and looks like Cappy is going to be going Italy. I can't remember. Has Cappy gone Italy before? I can't quite recall, actually. So, it'll be a pretty interesting one either way here. Yeah, definitely. But, looks like in terms of the map, we're on Fertile Crescent, otherwise known as Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers meet, pretty much. In this wonderful fertile land. It's basically desert when you're not up against those rivers, right? Yeah. Yeah. What's to say about this map? Well, you got 2 trade routes, right? You also have these little corners here you can wall off pretty easily, too. Well, you can wall these portions off, but you can't wall this off because unfortunately the trade route goes right through it, but, you know, gets you a bit to work with, and then, you get some Sufi natives here, too, so you get lots of elephants that you can stomp around with, which is pretty neat. Yep, so I think that means that we can basically get started now, and let's get into it. Alright, so here we go. Maycoffer, Italy. Maycoffer. Maycapital. Like that name twist, yeah. So, I think in this matchup, it really comes down to how quick Russia is. If Russia's very quick with their blockhouse attack, I think Italy, you know, has to come up with a solution. They can either go line infantry, they can go grenadier, they can go volunteer, or they can go pikemen. It'd be kind of abnormal for them to go stable or hussar usually, because the thing is with Italy, their stable is not too valuable, honestly. Just because they don't have any sort of dragoon there. They only have hussar and cuirassier. It's only the heavy cav and like the light hand cav. They're basically their dragoon equivalent is actually at the barracks with the Basiglieri. So yeah, they sort of have that going against them really in terms of that. Yeah, so alright. Should be an interesting one either way. We'll have to see what the decks are, what sort of the armies are, the micro and all that. So yeah. It looks like Mehmed Khan did get some wood though. That'll definitely help out if he wants to get out a group of pikemen or cantonists perhaps. Yeah. Because believe it or not, this Russian Wars of Liberty does not have the halberdiers and the poruchiks. They actually have pikemen, like actual pikemen, as part of their roster, and actually their royal guard too. They can get them up to Opolshenet. So yeah, kind of a different way to play Russia in a way, in terms of the, you know, the way you distribute the macro actually. Yeah. So, let me see. So what's Italy's deck going to be here? My deck. It's my deck. You cannot take my deck. Yeah. So what we got here that's pretty substantial. So we got volunteers, hussar, line infantry, H3. We got basic crates, Basiglieri, Alpini. Some combat for the hand cav. We really got all the upgrade cards, I think. And then in age 4, you just have factories. Okay. So, alright. Good to keep track of just about. Yep. Colonial militia in age 1. Kind of interesting. Could help against Russia. Who knows? Yeah. But what about Russia here? What's Russia running? got Wood Trickle, we got Cavalry Scouts, we got 13 Cantonists, 5 Cossack, both of the training cards, crates. Yeah, so it's looking like a okay-ish Russia deck. I'm saying okay-ish because I see a few things that are kind of sus. Like, man, what is this? Sustainable agriculture? When do you ever plan to use mills in H2? Why not just get reforge in like H3? And not only help with the mills, but also any potential hunts that you're still doing at that stage of the game, you know? It helps you out in multiple ways instead of just one, you know? So yeah. I don't know about that one. I don't know too much about that one, just about. Yeah. It can be a bit strange when you think of it, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like Russia's going up with the Artisan, whereas Maycoffer is going up with the Artisan as well. So everybody loves Artisan furniture, I guess. That's why they seem to be going with them just about, yeah. So yeah, definitely. And at this point, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup, I think. Oh, setting up the wall. This is a really good preemptive move by Italy just because he knows he's dealing with Russia. Is Russia even going to go offensive, or are they just going to go turtle? That's a good question, actually. Because do we see any... Let me see where there's settlers here. Nope. There's no settlers that are currently idle. I was going to say, hey, do we see any settlers here, or on the other side over here? Because that would tell us right away if we see any sort of aggression coming out, just about. Yep. And, yep. Let's see. What he could possibly do, what you might do, is you might start out with 5 Cossacks to see if he can maybe knock out some of Cappy's villagers, potentially. Yep. Seems possible, I think. Yeah, here's the 400 wood there, just about. Yep.
Здравствуйте. Будет сделано.
Yep, 5 Cossacks, there we go. But they will have to go around here, which could make them a bit more predictable then, and thus attackable by this TC. And what does Maycoffer do? So Maycoffer just goes with... You've got 700 wood, and I'm assuming maybe 700 coin, because honestly, with Italy in this stage, you might as well just go to H3 and get your Alpini. Because the Alpini can be a real gruesome threat to the Russian army, because, well, Alpini have 24 range as skirms. They can hit long and hard, you know, compared to your average skirm, and they can kite very hard against them. If they want to, you know. Yeah, and same thing with the Basigliati. If they do Postuni from their blockhouse, Basigliati absolutely sweeps them. Because Postuni is an assault unit, you know. But maybe I should explain what a Postuni even is first, because you probably never heard of that. So what the Postuni is it's basically a assault. It's a, how can I explain this? It's like a coyote runner, but if it was heavily armored. It's a heavily armored coyote runner. It doesn't have any splash or anything like a Machitero, but what it does is it has a charge attack called the Swastika attack, where it does more damage and a bit of splash. And then when it's done doing that, it just turns to like a coyote runner with hand armor, really. So yeah, a bit different. A bit different than probably what you were expecting, really. So yeah, definitely. Just about, yeah. Yep. So what do we got here? Yeah. Oh, we got the trade cart there. Alright. So yeah, Russia's going pretty hard in with 10 Cantonists and about 5 Cossack. Gets a kill, yeah, yep. Good. Where's the blockhouse, though? It's right over here. But just like any good Russian, he makes sure he ships his crates right to his blockhouse instead of his town center. So in the event that the blockhouse gets destroyed, at least his opponent will have some extra resource crates to work with, you know? Very kind, very nice thing to do for your friend, you know? He's truly a really remarkable friend for doing that. Yeah, definitely. Italy, meantime, will just go stable Hussar to try to counteract this composition, since Hussar destroys Skirmisher and destroys Cossack in proper numbers, because Cossacks are, well, Cossacks. They're programmed to be like a 1-pop unit, whereas the Hussars are a 2-pop unit, thus super duper beefy. You know, 5 Hussars cleans up 5 Cossacks any day of the week. Yep, just about. Comes about 5 Hussars. They will be moving right onto these units here. Yep. They're going out the other way though, so that's pretty interesting. Yep.
Señor, sí, obbediamo.
Has a stable here too. Well, thankfully he is gonna grab that wood, you know. Imagine if that blockhouse went down and Cappy ended up grabbing that wood. Would be the worst situation in history. Get it? Wood? Yeah, wood. Yeah, just about. Just a little bit. Yeah, exactly. And then, now we see Hussars engaging with Cossacks, which Cappy absolutely loves, because Hussars with equal numbers will defeat Cossacks very easily there. Not even... I don't even think he lost a single Hussar there. No. And then guess what? He can put a gate on that wall, just come in from the back and go, surprise! I got Hussars. Surprise! Doesn't matter that you have an army of unstoppable Cantonists. Yeah, just about. Yep, Hussars goes over there. Hussars can go in the back. Alright. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Be able to clean this Cantonist up pretty quickly. Forces the villagers to go towards the mine there. You know, if we had some Cossacks, that could have been a pretty nice maneuver, I think, you know? Because the Cossacks would have picked them up pretty quickly there, and it would have been a pretty clean sweep. But, alas, didn't have them, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so, where are we at now? So it looks like Hussars will be galloping their way up here, just about. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yep, Suppler there, gonna be targeted just about. Yeah. Oh, line infantry. Neat. 700 coin. Where's Italy at in terms of macro? So they're ready for age 3, it looks like. Because they actually have this stagecoach right here, or a rickshaw, whatever you'll call it, where they're getting food out of it. Spaghetti and meatballs, basically. Or mortadella, or salami, or soplesta, or prosciutto, one of those things, yeah. Going with the cornet, which will grant them even more Hussars. Can probably just pick up Veteran Hussar upon reaching age 3. And then would even want to get the Palio card or the Sartiglias card just about to get the stats up on them. Yeah, basically. Yeah, the Italian Hussars can move pretty quickly. Yeah. Instead of having like normal combat cards, there's mostly focused on making the Hussars quicker. Really. Looks like the Egypt is about 3/4 of the way done. Yep. A stable is going down. Blockhouse, maybe? At that point, I would assume is going to be ready for, again, the veteran upgrade in, as well as one of the aforementioned cards to get the stats up. You know, just about. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, so that's going down. Alright, can move on to the blockhouse now, just about. Yep. There we go. Here we go. Exactly. Oh boy, look at that. Look at that. Take down that blockhouse rather quickly there. Yep, just about. Oh, nice. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Yeah. Comes the 8 Alpini to cap it off, I think. For cap. Yep. So where's the wood? Because he's going to want to have some wood to like get these up to veteran. Yeah. And what does Russia do in response to this? They they just got like a little stack of like 25 line infantry, just about. Not a whole lot, I would say. Certainly something. Yeah. I think once the Alpini come in, though, the line infantry kind of lose that real value pretty quickly in this exchange. Yeah. It's a little bit. Two queues of line infantry. So yeah, just alright. So where does the fight begin? It's gonna begin probably maybe around this side of the Fertile Crescent here. Yep. Always just gonna let him dig his own grave. Just go all the way in, buddy. Just go to that town center and think that you're gonna get the big juicy town center full of spaghetti and ravioli at that point, and then you're gonna wish that you didn't go in there, really. That's just about the way it's gonna turn out too, isn't it? Yeah, just about. Just a little bit, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So much for that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Kile says even worse. An attack. Yeah. Even the worst thing you want. Oh, yeah. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. True Italiano fashion. Nice. Cappy happy it kills, but Mabicon did get the honorable mention for a big army. Yep. Cappy happy. Yep. Seems to be the theme of every game with Cappy in it. It's Cappy happy because Cappy always gets the win, so he's Cappy happy. Just about. So yeah. Got like one more. One more match to go for patch 1.1c. And I'm going to see what it is in 1 second. Alright, so what's the match called? Let me check the Discord. Chop Suey versus, what is that? What kind of food is that in Japan? I never heard that before. Is that like a type of rice or a noodle or udon or something? What is that? Well, I know what chop suey is. Chop suey. Is it chop suey even real Chinese? I thought it was like some weird thing they invented in the West. Like once they opened the Chinese restaurants, like a cheap food that they could serve with like hamburger and pasta and stuff. But I guess I don't know. I guess everybody has their own recipe for the chop suey, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Should be under C. C is for chop suey, and that's good enough for feeding me. Yep. So it's gonna be a China versus Japan. Yeah. Oh, Mandalore's China. Ooh, okay. So this might be pretty spicy. It's on St. Harold's Island as well. So good way to cap off this stream, really. Caps Japan is legendary. And Mandalore's a very veteran player himself. Mandalore's been around since the days of the Kikimada tournaments. You remember those days, right? Back in good old... What was it like? When did the Kikimada tournaments take place? Was that in like very late 2015 or very early 2016? First multiplayer event I ever took part in Age of Empires 3, I think. And be it I did really well in the first game, and then the second one got destroyed by the Thunder Tigre. Yeah. Thunder Tigre completely took me out with Zulu and a Zulu mirror. Yeah. Because I wanted to get really good at Zulu, basically. Yeah. Back then, I really didn't understand macro too well, and I sort of just fell behind pretty quickly. Because I didn't understand the macro that good. Yeah, just about. Yeah, which is kind of unfortunate, but eventually I got better at it, really, as time went on. Yeah. Picking up the wood treasure, it looks like. Yep. Just about. Looks like that wolf is now being stunned. Yep. Alright. Looks like we'll pick up that treasure as well. Yep. Nice, nice, nice. So, Heavenly Kami, this is looking like Standar. Standar? Not standard, Standar. Standar. Same deck. What about Mandalore's China? What does he do? So, he does infinite 300 wood. Could be conceivably good. Well, the thing is, if you go 300 wood, you do have the ability of taking trading posts. You do have the ability of getting another village down. You get your pop-up and get another free villager with the age up. So, I mean, it really depends on how you work with it, I guess. It does give you some flexible options, So, we'll see what Mandalore does with it. What he makes of it, really. Yeah, exactly. So, at this point, yeah, alright. So, yeah, what, is he gonna grab a terrain post? So the wood is right over here. So you're gonna grab that wood and get maybe down to TP or something, or a village, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know.
请下命令。
Yep, so is Japan gonna get a TP? Good question. Doesn't look like he is. I'm just curious to see what sort of like unit comp that Cappy goes for here against Mandalore and vice versa. Because I know when I did my matchup of China, when I did China versus Cappy's Japan, I was able to, you know, strike pretty hard at him. You know, I wonder if Mandalore is going to reach similar heights or maybe more than I did. Who knows? Or if he's just going to sort of go with the same old Summer Palace. Because what I did was, which I think gave Cappy a lot of trouble, was I went with not the Summer Palace, but actually the White Pagoda. And used the whole boost for them for the Disciples. It kind of just went full Kung Fu on his infantry early on. And then just start adding Shukunu, consulate units and everything. So yeah, he's going Summer Palaces. Which, you know, I don't think that's a problem with that. You know, that's the way most Chinas are going to play. It's comforting. You know, you get the 400 food. You get a constant flow of banner armies coming in through that wonder. Assuming you can keep it up, of course, right? You don't want the Shogumas to get too much on top of you, really. Looks like the market is up over here. And I'm assuming he's gonna try to get the hunting eagles, I believe. As well as probably the blanket filter, maybe. It really depends on how he's gonna go about this, because theoretically, if you're China, the banner army you really want is probably the standard army. Oh, he gets the economic concessions. This is a very special Asian technology you only get in Wars of Liberty. So the point of this technology is, as long as you're in Age 1, you can research this tech. And what it is, it's a trade-off technology that worsens your market trade rates, so your ability to trade resources if the market goes down. But you gain about 75 export from it. I'm honestly pretty surprised he's picking up the Russian allies now and not getting yeah, I would have just waited so I could save some of that export, really. Does he have diplomatic intrigue? No. Why would he do that? Why would you do that, Juanito? What are you doing? I don't know why he's doing that. It's confusing me. Pretty profusely, actually, because I was thinking what he was going to do was get diplomatic intrigue, get 400 export, and get some Opelschenitz out. But what is he doing exactly? You know, what is the point, Juanito, of going through the trouble of economic concessions and all this crazy stuff if you're not gonna get a instant batch of the Opelschenitz out of it, you know? So that's what I would do if I'm going against Japan. I'm gonna beat them to the punch, start taking out shrines, start massing up, snowballing on them, because that's really the way you have to handle this matchup. As Cappy told us early in the stream, you know, you got to be quick when you're against Japan. You can't give them too much time. Time is not on your side when you're against Japan. Every second wasted is more shrines, more Shogumas. Just a big mass of shrines and anime girls with red hair. You know, that's what the Shogumas are. You know what I mean? They're basically just VTubers with voice modulators, you know what I mean? It's about. Yeah. Tries putting up some shrines there. The thing about these Nien Riders is they actually got some decent siege. They do about 25 siege, so they can do a pretty good job of taking out these shrines, really. Yeah, definitely. Alright, tries to get away now. Yep. Oh, he went for a blockhouse. I don't know about that. This is not a definitive edition China. I would not go for the blockhouse. Nah. Seems like he's playing very definitive edition like with the blockhouse. See, what you get with China in definitive edition is you get this card called T-Export in Age 1. And you often get so much export during the Age Up transitions. Again, the blockhouse ends up becoming your War Academy pretty much, and you can start making the bear armies from it. But I think in this case, it came out so slowly, he probably was better off doing something else if you wanted to go for Age 2 battle at this point, you know what I mean? Yep, so the blockhouse is going to go here, though, and that guy's going to probably go standard army, I would assume. From the looks of it. At least what I would do. You know, I would probably go standard army if it was up to me there. Yeah. Whereas Cappy is going to go... Oh, he's got Anabushi, so he's going with the consulate, the isolation consulate. So he's got Anabushi, and he's also adding in Shigumas too. So... Yeah, he's gonna basically mass up Musket with a couple of spearmen in the front, basically. Yeah. So he doesn't have a lot of bento boxes at this point, so he's gonna need to get some food. You know what I mean? Get some Ameguro food going, basically. Shiguma's going this way. Probably to stop the herd on his shrines, I would imagine. Yeah, just about. Oh no, yeah, that's... Yeah. Yep, that was kind of a waste of a Mien there. But here comes the Chukunu, the Chuaiming Chufa Hauda infantry. And they should be able to force those Shigumas into a retreat now, because even with their speed, they cannot deal with a barrage of arrows from Chukunus. Yeah, and in this case, I think the Anabushi are kind of going to be a bit outmatched here as well, really. And actually, they get Pierce Armor. Is that right? They get Pierce Armor, so, I mean, they're actually somewhat pervious to these archers, almost. Yeah, just a little bit. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Sometimes a little bit is all you need, you know? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, see this army start moving forward at this point. Yep. Start taking out that shrine now. And then that one. Then go for this one, and then that one. Yep. So this is a pretty good progression for China, I think. They're working their momentum pretty well here, honestly. And then more banner armies. And I do understand why he's adding in these old Han armies. Probably concerned about the possibility of maybe Guntos being switched in at some point. Could always happen, so he definitely has to be careful about that sort of thing. But, does he know about this? Yes, he knows about it. He should do something about it. He should intervene. Don't let him make shrines. Destroy those shrines, but stop him from making these shrines again. If you can take out enough shrines, I think you cap the Cappy very well. Oh, yep, he's got him running. He's gonna put a village there too, so he can see that. He can see if he puts another one there too. So yeah, he's taking care of business really well. Has to get out of there with the smoke bombs. At this point, is going in for an attack because he really has. He's kind of a cornered Cappy now. And he kind of has to do some sort of a, defensive formation here. So Chukunu's gonna blast their way through the Kie. Flamethrower being a great asset for taking out those shrines with the Nien Riders. And now it's going to take out another shrine. If you could take out these shrines, that's going to be really bad for Japan. Where's Japan at, actually, in terms of... So they're almost housed right now. They're going to be housed now. He's going to be housed. It's not going to get any more troops out. Wow, now he's housed. He housed Japan. Believe it or not, Cappy is now being... humbled, perhaps, by China. We never see this happen, like, almost ever. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's a Cappy way of coming back. really depends on how Mandalore handles his range units here. Like, yeah. Well, flamethrower in the front is probably not the best move, I would say, but it will basically allow you to shoot up a lot of those Onibushi there. And now Nien Riders can go right in for the skirms. Yes, get them on the skirms. Oh, he's actually going to go after this emergency units. It looks like Fleist. Yeah, here comes the Neon Riders. Alright, so now the Neon Riders come in. Start to make a move onto the skirms and force them back. Tigermen connect as well. Gives the Chukanu as much protection as they need to do their range attacks, I think. Oh no, this is actually not looking too good here. No. Nope, definitely not. Maybe he can kite a bit here and maybe take out some of these. Yeah. He could get some armies back though, that's the thing. Like, does he have anything else he can rely on? Or yeah. Yeah, he's not out for the count yet, I mean. But where's Japan at this point? Well, Japan, yeah, they basically is able to get another shrine up, and yeah. Question is Mandalore, is he able to recover this army though? Because he's got a blockhouse here. He's gonna get a war academy and start doubling up on these banner armies now. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Basically, you know what I mean? This could go really any way here, but yeah, pretty much exactly. Yep. Yep, so we got some more Niens with some more Chukunu, just about. Yep. Alright, now he's got a pretty big mass of the Chukunu, so I mean, maybe he can something here. Oh, now he's got Guntos. This is going to be a whole different ball game now. Definitely. That might not be good. Not be good at all. Question is, what does he do now with that export? Like, he did not get diplomatic intrigue, so it's not like, you know, the relations are going to be very cheap. It's going to be like 100 export to get a new ally now. Is he going for British, perhaps, to get the HP boost that he's looking for? Maybe. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. We'll see. Who knows at this point? Yeah. Yeah, Chukunu, we're gonna have to do a volley right over there. Just about. Very good indeed. Okay, got his emergency units working on the Guntos there. Still has a lot of res. I mean, he could maybe fight this out. I don't know though, like, what's Capion? Is he ready to... Yeah, he's gonna send even more of them in, so I don't know. It's looking a bit complex there. He is burning through a lot of res though, I mean... all things considered there. So yeah. I'm assuming Mandalore resigned there, I think. Yeah, I mean... Everything's pointing to a Cappy win there, I think. Yeah, looks like it. Just about. I mean, military count. Yeah, resources. Yep. Villager. Yep. Alright, so we're going to say that's a Cappy win there. Just about. Yep. Most definitely. Alright, so everybody left. Everybody left. They probably went off to sleep, you know. I think that's what happened, you know. People were like, we stayed up for 8 hours and about 17 minutes to watch these games, and we're going to bed. Oh, no, there they are. There they are. There's the two viewers. And for a second, it said 0 viewers, and I'm like, what happened to the Juanitos? Did they really want to rush to bed that quick after the end of the stream? But, yeah. All right. So, how did you like these games today? We did a whole lot of games, actually. How many did we do? We did like 17, 18 games today from 2 different patches. Is that right? So, yeah. This is a pretty big, wide, awesome stream, I think, you know. It's pretty rare you get to do 2 patches in one day. Actually, I did that previously between patch A and B, I think, before, but, yeah. Well, now at least I was able to basically delete that directory of patch 1B. Now we can just focus on patch 1C now. So, yeah. Definitely it's going to help on disk space on my PC, which helps me to get more recordings out to you. Yep. For whatever reason, I still feel kind of sickish, but, yeah, my breathing's a little bit better now and stuff. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Yeah. Probably sick, but, at least it's a little bit better now. Yeah. Well, anyways, see you on Tuesday for Definitive Edition streaming, right? Assuming I'm capable of talking and all that. If not, I'll probably just record a bunch of stuff for you. So, yep, okay. Sign off now.